Oh, hello, everybody. No intro today, just straight into it. Here we go. Hot Mama's in the house. Hey. Please consider a donation to help the channel grow. Always appreciated and never required. That's Buy Me Coffee and PayPal. Thank you very much, Josie. It is roughly 6:45 in the morning in Arizona. Very hot and beautiful Arizona. Rhode Island Deb, how are you, my darling? Nice to see you. Nice to see you with Resisting the Silence last night as well. Morning. Oh, TikToks. I've not watched. I need to go watch Josie's TikToks. There you go. I didn't realize you were famous, Josie. We are privileged. Talking about privilege, here she is, Lisa Reed. Hello, my darling. How are you? Good morning. I'll chat to you as well. Hey, Lisa. Hope you're well, as always. Bet you're excited for your trip now. Without doubt, that cruising lifestyle. I would be excited if I were you. Right, I want to put this up then. Put this in the corner, so we got that. There you go. Hey, talk about celebrities. The main celebrities here. Dennis Sweeney, hello, sir. How are you? Much love to Brenda. I've not listened to Brenda's Canton speech yet from last night. The select board. I've not listened to it. I purely forgot, to be quite honest with you. I'll need to listen to that later on. But some love to Brenda as always. Here we go. Everyone's here. Happy days. Look at that. No, it's good. It's good. I just thought I'd just come on now. We've got about 10 minutes before we start. Yeah, well, so court's obviously there, but we're not starting yet. I went out for a walk today. Only about a mile, but it was good to go out for a walk. I did a vlog, but didn't like it, so I've not posted it. So, but yeah, I will get into it. I figured out I need to get a selfie stick because it's just too close. So it's all good. Yeah, so hope everyone's well. Excited for today. Probably is a full day today, I imagine. So yeah, we'll see. Dalan, I was going over my aunt's murder and was wondering if you could talk about her sometime. She was killed by her husband, Fall River police officer in 1983. Oh, that's very sad to hear that is. Obviously, I don't know the case at all. But is there much info out there, Deb? I don't. Do you know who would be good as well to speak about that? So if he was up for it, would be Sean. Because obviously, and Peter Murphy as well. If they were interested in that as well, because that is homegrown for them as well, and they know the area a lot more. But yeah, I mean, if there's lots of information out there, we can definitely look into that, Deb. It's scrubbed from the internet. Yeah, there's a lot that is scrubbed. It's some people have asked me before to cover some stuff, and it's hard because there's nothing out there. Do you know what I mean? But yeah. Talk about scrubbing. If we could scrub her, she'd be gone. Is Erin Hack. Morning. How are you, Erin? Hope you're well. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's good though. Your mother got that. Do you know what? It'd be something. Yeah. In the future, definitely, Deb. Something I'd be interested in looking at. I'll say it'd be something I would love to get people like Peter Murphy involved in because he's local. Do you know what I mean? Especially he's old school, so he'd love that as well. Right. Who else? Yeah, Hackster's here now. Hackster will not be scrubbed. She will never be scrubbed. She's too much in the weeds. Too much in the weeds. I remember you saying about it, Deb. I remember something you saying about it. I do. Okay. Well, what else is the people? So yeah, it's what is it? Wednesday today, Hump Day. Do you know what? I haven't seen Kelly Eggleston this week at all. She's normally here. Not seen Kelly at all this week. Katie, I don't think. No, it's not Katie. Katie Santos, I've not seen. But yeah, anyway, what's going on? I saw some of you in the chat last night resisting the silence. I was there for a bit, and then I missed the interview stuff because I need to go sleep, but I saw a lot of it. But there you go. I got my caramel log waiting for me in about 40 minutes. Um, yeah, email or DM El Jefe. Let him know you are a member of Chappie's channel and you want to know if he knows anything. He'll back to yeah, he will. And it's something like I could definitely speak with Sean about as well, Deb. Um, I know he's got other stuff on at the minute, but I think he'd be something he'd be interested in covering it. I because I'm conscious about covering stuff that I don't know. Like if you got Peter Murphy involved and Sean, I would definitely be more interested because they've got a local knowledge. Do you know what I mean? And they probably know some of the key players. Do you know what I mean? And especially if it's old school. I mean, Peter would be like a pig in shit with news clippings and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure. There you go. Christine Fortunato, how are you? Italiano, how are we? Hope you're well. Christina's birthday was on Friday. Happy birthday again. We did sing for you, so it's fine. Um, yeah, Lisa Reed's a nosy bitch as well, same as Aaron Hack. Wants to hear about everything. Dennis, I just keep staring. Your junk is just right in. Whoosh, whoosh. If I move over, it looks like my junk. Um, I haven't got much to say this morning. I don't know what's wrong. I did a like half-hour chat thing on the vloggy thingy, so I feel like I've spoken to you all already. Centre stage. Me and Dana to the left, to the right, out the way. Just leave Dennis there. Okay. Day 5 in Big Brother house. I don't know what's wrong. I haven't got much to say today. I don't know what's wrong today. I normally have plenty to say or something to say anyway. I think it's because I'm lost on this trial. I had I don't have any comments to say because I don't understand what's going on with this trial. I didn't say what's going on with it. Sorry, I just don't fully understand it. And if I don't understand it, unless a jury who got some medical background, they're going to struggle as well. Do you know what I mean? So, but be back. Got to go for a walk with my pup. No worries, then. See you in a bit, buddy. Put something over those speedos, oh Dennis. Jeepers. This trial is off. Yeah, I know. Hey, Robin. Good morning to my darling. I have a case of whoop whoop. I think I'm barking like a seal. My God. Stay warm, Dennis. Hey, yeah. Well done, Robin. You're one in a million, Robin. You're one in a million. Very kind-hearted, Robin. Dana, the Speedo Man. Hands are toasty, absolutely toasty, aren't they, Dan? Um, Hope you're well, Dana. I watched your show up until your guest came on, and I was struggling too much then. I did appreciate the shout out, thank you very much, and that's when I bowed out. But yeah, I don't. Also, Amy was supposed to do a stream last night. I don't sure if you did it. I went looking for it, I couldn't find it. Yes, Robbie G. I won't say it, but well done, you. Morning to you, everybody. Yeah. So yeah, I did look for Amy's stream last night. I couldn't find it. So I'm not sure if she cancelled it or not. So, But Resistance Silence was on. I'm sure there was a Canton Select Board was on. I've not watched that yet. I've not watched Brenda yet. I will later on. Boots on the Ground are warriors, absolutely warriors. Absolute warriors. That's why we fully support the boots on the ground. That's why we fully support them. No, I love it. Brenda's amazing. I need to watch that. I need to watch it, Dana. Oh, okay. Thank you, Robin G. Thank you, my darling. I did. I was looking for her. I couldn't find it. I hope your Caden's okay then. Hopefully she pops in later on and we can ask her if he's all right. That makes sense then because I did pop in before Resisting the Silence and I couldn't find it. Lady Di is in the house. That means we've got to behave now. Lady Di's in the house. Joking, obviously. Hope you're well, Lady Di. Remember sick kids? Yeah, I know. Nothing worse than sick kids, is there? Oh, is the court open? Something flashed on the screen. I saw some people in Sean Potentially Criminals chat later last night. Hippie Chick and Jonathan were there. I took a nap around dinner time when my kid was napping. Aye, Jonathan's there. Jonathan said he'll come back to this channel at one point. Um, but yeah, and Hippie Chick, and oh yeah, Hippie Chick was Hippie Chick resisting the silence last night? I don't remember. Lady Di. She said first change time and then cancel, but I saw her later in JFK and checked. Ah, happy days. There you go. I sent you an email. Oh, jeepers. Okay, I'll have a look. Yeah, that's what he said. It'd be good to have him back. It'd be good to have Jonathan back. He's had his bad rush, so he'll be back a little bit more. He was here Saturday, and it was amazing to see him. He was, yeah, behaving is no fun. I miss Jonathan as well. It's strange, isn't it? I know he's busy and I know he's got stuff on, but I know the time of day that I stream doesn't suit him anymore. But yeah, he's a big part of the stream. So and everyone loves Jonathan. Dana Leder loves to sing. Oh man, I feel like a woman. Who sings that? Hey man, I feel like a woman. Da, 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 da. Let's go, girls. Da, 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 da. Um, remember, he was just a troll. It's weird because everyone told me he was a troll. Like the people that told me he was a troll ended up being the trolls themselves, and he was genuinely super great once you get to know him. It's amazing. People have lives alone like ourselves, I know. Oh, it's just Jonathan started a new business, Lady Di. Jonathan started a new landscaping business, which exploded. He did not think he was going to be that big, which is great. It's great. But I miss him. I miss him. Hey, Dylan and El Chatty, just wanted to nip in. Hey, Nips, to say hello to you all. I'm pretty busy today, getting ready for your father's 70 tomorrow. Happy birthday to your father for tomorrow, Gary. Nice to see you pop in. But yeah, happy birthday to Mr. Beeston, 70 years old tomorrow. Hi, Gary, Josie, Lady Di. Yeah, who sings that song? Duh, 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 duh. Hey, girls. Duh, 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 duh. I feel like a woman. Is it Shay? No, I don't think it's Shay, is it? Shania Twain. That's the one. That's the one. Shania Twain. That's the one. Now you said it. Now it makes sense. Now I can picture in my head now. No worries, Robin G. Drew says Shanice Twain. Close, close, Drew. Hope you're well, Drew. Nice to see you, Drew. Looking at chat, but can't hear. No worries, Robin. Happy birthday, Gary. Well, Gary's father. Gary's father. People, Gary's father is 70 tomorrow. So it's not Gary's birthday. Let's not take that birthday away from him. I feel like a woman. I could only be better as two of me. Happy days. I'm trying to look at my emails now because Lady Di. Oh no, she sent me something. We bought. What is it? Oh, okay, Natalie Cochran.
Good morning, True Crime friends. How y'all doing?
I can play over lunch because I've got Lawyer Lee and I could play this one as well. I'll play this one first, and then Lawyer Lee is about 40 minutes. So there you go. We'll have two to play. Two to play. Yeah, that'll be like 50 minutes then over lunch. So yeah, I'll start off with that one and then flip it and then go for lunch after that. All right. Oh, here we go. Oh, don't go down. That's not what she said. Right. People may know her from Brian Camp case. Who's Brian? I don't know Brian Camp. I ain't heard of Brian. Maybe I've heard of Brian Camp, but I don't. Doesn't ring a bell. He don't ring a bell. Jeepers creepers. Good morning, true crime friends. She is on one. Loves it. Right, so we got that one, and then I got Loyally as well. Let me set up that one ready for the lunch break. You are my fire, my only desire. And because you all like Loyally, so we'll do that. Dee dee dee. I want it that way. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartbreak. Ain't nothing but I'm here to stay. Right, so that's all set up there, ready for lunch. So that's about 50 minutes there. Happy days. Do, do. Um. Oh, Huckster, you are. Is a match. Oh, Joe, I've heard of Brain Camp. Hang on, let me Google it because I have heard the name. Boo, boo, boo. Oh, I think I know. Did he get found not guilty? I think that's the one that got found not guilty, wasn't it? Yeah. They didn't. They weren't showing it, were they? They were just showing bits of the trial. They weren't. Um. They weren't showing the actual trial, were they? Which is a bit of a pain. Oh shit. Gary, thank you so much, sir. I appreciate you, Gary. Thank you. Hang on. Gary's gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Gary. That's very generous of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Who got them? Tracy V got one. Girl Ryan got one. Carwyn Edwards, Blast of the Past, Carwyn got one. Lisa B got one. Paulie, Pasta Fazuli got one. Tifo Nee got one. Paige M got one. Southern Magnolia got one. Ipso Facto got one. And Brooklyn got one. Half of them I do. So Tracy V, she's always around. Carwyn Edwards, hopefully he will appear at some point. I know he's busy. Well, I pretend he's busy. Tifoni was here for Karen Reid. Paige M, I've not seen Paige for ages, but Paige M used to pop in. Yeah, so there's 4 people there that were regulars, I would say. And Tracey V still pops in. So thank you, Gary. I appreciate that. That is very, very nice of you. It's nice to see some old names there. Do you know what I mean? Hopefully they do come back at some point just to say hello or something. It'd be nice. I like it when people pop in, even if it's just say hello. I like it. You know, people got lives; they can't sit around like us all day. But I do like it when they pop in. Like it's awkward as well because you can look at Josie now, right? It's now 6:10 in the morning. I mean, I'd still be in bed. If I was Josie, hey, talk about him. Talk of the devil. We talked of him and we willed him and he came in. Jonathan. Hey, Jobbathan. How are you, sir? Hey, we were just speaking about you, Jonathan. Literally, we're just speaking about you. How much we love you and stuff. I miss you and stuff. My boy. Hey, Dylan Josie in chat. My pleasure. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. I'll have a great day tomorrow, buddy. Have an awesome day tomorrow as well for your father. And my goodness, Erin too. Jobbathan. Lovely Sarah P. I wished you here. She did wish you here, Jonathan. She said you posted something in Discord. Sarah. Jonathan, twice in 1 week. I know. He's coming back, people. He's coming back. So for anyone that doesn't know who Jonathan is, he's a mod, right? And as Josie alluded to, he was known as a troll when he first came here, probably this time last year actually. But Jonathan is awesome. If he gets just everything he says he's got a wicked sense of humor. So don't take anything he says seriously. He's got a wicked sense of humor, and he's not a troll. But you all will love Jonathan. So. Good morning, Sarah P. Erin, Jonathan. Good morning, lovely Sarah P. and Jonathan. I missed you, Jobbathan. Jobbathan, I love that. Hey, Gary, thank you for the gifted memberships. It's Sarah too. It's like the whole gang. I miss you guys. I'm switching my business around because of how taxes reveal my profit margins. I'm back till it gets warm. Happy days. It's a good thing though, Jonathan. You started off that business thinking you might only do 2-3 days, and it took off. So happy for you. But glad you're back. There you go. No IRS secrets, Jonathan. As an accountant, I advise you to shut the fuck up. So glad you're back, Jonathan. Thank you, mate. How you going off for dinner? And so the family. Oh, happy days. That sounds really nice. Ah, that's even better, isn't it? That's even better, Jonathan. Jonathan, Gary. That's even better. Nice surprise for him. There you go. Oh, look at that. Good morning, Tifoni. We're just speaking about you. You got your membership, Tifoni, from Gary Beeston. He very kindly donated. And you got one. Nice to see you. I'm just saying, I hope we get to see you back here when Karen retrial happens again. But yeah, this case is odd. But I say the same thing, Tifoni. I said exactly the same because I don't really understand it fully, but it just seems bizarre, But thank you for the super chat as well. It's lovely to see you. As I say, hopefully, we see you more when the current retrial begins as well. It'd be lovely to see you, my friend. Well, obviously, it's lovely to see you whenever, but I mean, I know you're big into the current retrial. Have fun, Gary. I will do Erin. Broke even with all of the equipment about. There you go, Jonathan. You got it. You got it. Thank you for the super chat. Yes. Love the guinea pig and puppy, Jonathan. Yes. No. Yes. Hey hippie chick. Hey hippie chick. I went for a walk today, and I wore your the Colts jersey. The hoodie. It's gorgeous. It's so comfortable, hippie chick. Genuinely so comfortable. and nice and warm as well. I had the hoodie on. It was lovely. Thank you, my darling. Yeah, the court's starting. Lovely to see you. I drop in after. There, it's all good. I drop in whenever, man. Say hello. It's lovely to see you. Even I never expected to stay, but always keep in touch. Even just say hello whenever, even if it's once a week or something. Feel free to come in.
The Honorable H.O. Kirkpatrick III, Judge of the Circuit Court of Raleigh County, is now sitting.
I don't just like it, Jake. I fucking love it. I'm not even kidding you. It is so comfortable, and it's the right size. It's comfy. Even literally, I love it. I wore it today. I can't wear it here in the house, too warm. But I went for a walk. I did do a video, but I'm not posting it because it's shit. But I was wearing it. Just know I was wearing it, and I did give you a shout out. No worries, Gary. No worries, buddy.
Good morning, everyone. We continue in the trial of State of West Virginia versus Natalie Cochran. This is case number 23-F-343K. The court observes that all parties are present, including the defendant. What matters do we have to take up at this time?
Your Honor, yesterday when I was referring to defendant's exhibit number 10, I mistakenly put it in my folder and took it with me. I did not move for its admission. I would like to return that to the clerk and move for its admission.
All right. Is there any objection, Ms. Acord or Mr. Truman?
No, Your Honor.
Very well. Defendant's number 10 will be admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Any other matters before we bring out the jury?
We need to make sure that Dr. Banerjee is connected.
Okay. Will your first witness be an expert, Mr. Truman?
It will, Your Honor.
Oh, for fuck's
Dr.
sake.
Uribe will testify in person. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Do we have Dr. Banerjee on the line?
I called her earlier. I'll make sure she's still around.
I mean,
Okay. I think we're going to have the phone number, Stan.
Yes, sir.
I mean, come on. Why are we not sorted then? Yeah, Jonathan, it's been quite good. We lucked out a few of them. Do you know what I mean? I'm not going to lie and say, oh, I researched. Some I have researched, obviously, but the last couple have been really good. The baby in the car one was potluck and 2 days, but it was very interesting. So yeah, I don't know. What's your, because you've been watching this, Jonathan, what's your thoughts on this trial?
Okay.
I thought you were saying JETS.
Hello, Dr. Banerjee. Are you there?
Hi. Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. This is Judge Kirkpatrick. You are live and broadcasting in the courtroom. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Yes, sir. I don't have a video link. I don't know if I'm supposed to use the same one from yesterday or not.
Well, we are a little deficient in that department. And so if it'd be okay with you, can you just listen by telephone?
Oh, sure.
All right.
Thank you so much. I'm going to put myself on mute, okay?
All right. Thank you very much. Bring in the jury.
This is painful. Yeah, I mean, she could just watch Law and Crime or whatever she wants to watch. Just pull up the alternate corner, love, and then you can just watch with everyone else. Shout out to potential criminal as well, because he made me this little alternate corner. See at the bottom left?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Covers the logo.
I hope the sausage biscuits were satisfactory. Don't get spoiled. It's beans and onions from here on out. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed them, and we are ready to go. Again, I'm happy to see smiling faces. We are still on the state's case in chief, and so we'll get to business right away. And I'll ask the state to please call their next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Paul Uriel to the stand.
Very well.
Right, here we go. Another day, day 5. Let's see if they can show any probable cause today then, because they haven't yet, I don't think. Oh, shit. Deb's back. I need to boost it. Hang on. I need to boost it. Sorry, Deb.
You'll raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or
None.
affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
I think she's acting all happy because she's putting a persona, a bit of an act, if that makes sense. And I actually think she's enjoying being out because she's obviously in prison right now for 11 years. So I presume she's viewing this as a bit of a holiday as well. Narcissists do that. Potentially, I don't know. I'm just guessing. But you should probably prefer to be here than in her prison cell, is how I imagine. I guess, Nan. Anyway, Nan, hope you're well. Oops, wrong fucking trial. Oops, this one, right.
You may have a seat right there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Lady Di.
All right, Ms. Akron.
Sir, could you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Sure. Paul Shane Uribe, PaulShane
And what is your occupation?
My occupation is a forensic pathologist.
And for our benefit, what is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is a specialty of medicine that specializes in unnatural, unexpected, or violent death.
Do you have any military experience?
Yes.
What sort of professional training do you have?
Professional training includes medical school from the Uniformed Services University of the Health Sciences, which is the military medical school in Bethesda, Maryland. A transitional internship, a residency in anatomic and clinical pathology, and a fellowship in forensic pathology.
And where are you currently employed?
I currently work as the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner at the Fort Bend County Medical Examiner's Office in Rosenberg, Texas, southwest of Houston.
Prior to your current employment, what is your past work experience?
Past work experience includes 23 years and change at U.S. Army. In the Army, I worked as a general pathologist. I worked as a medical examiner, a forensic pathologist with the Armed Forces Medical Examiner System. I've also worked part-time in several jurisdictions, including Clark County, Nevada, which represents Las Vegas and Southern Nevada, the state of Mississippi, New Jersey, Baltimore, spent some time in South Carolina. So I've had a couple of part-time jobs in addition to my full-time employment.
Do you have any peer-reviewed publications?
Yes.
Have you presented at national and international forensic conferences?
Yes.
And do you have any board certifications?
Yes.
What about active state medical licenses? How many of those do you carry?
I currently have 9 state medical licenses, all in good standing.
Are you a member of any professional organizations?
Yes.
And what might those be?
The National Association of Medical Examiners and American Academy of Forensic Sciences. I'm on multiple committees and working groups for both of those organizations. I'm also a member of the International Association of Coroners and Medical Examiners, the College of American Pathologists, which is the largest group of pathologists in the world, and the American Society of Clinical Pathology.
In your career, about how many autopsies have you personally performed?
I've personally performed over 2,500 autopsies.
And in your work as a forensic pathologist, have you ever been involved in any high-profile cases?
Yes.
Just briefly, an overview, what kind of cases were those?
There were, let's see, my first.
We object to that question. It's irrelevant to these proceedings.
Your Honor, I would argue that if he were allowed to answer, they would be relevant cases.
Overruled. I'll permit the witness to answer. Go ahead,
Okay.
please.
My first high-profile case in the military was a group of Christian missionaries who were kidnapped by Somali pirates. This was back in 2010, 2011. I wrote the federal opinion for the George Floyd case, and I did a series of suspected insulin homicides in a VA hospital in Clarksburg, West Virginia.
Your Honor, subject to cross-examination by the defense, I would ask that this witness be treated as an expert in the field of forensic pathology pursuant to Rule 702.
All right, Mr. Selden, do you wish to engage in voir dire pertaining to this witness's credentials?
No, Your Honor. We accept him as an expert.
All right, the court declares this witness to be an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just quickly, Rhode Island, Deb, if you're not watching chat, thank you so much for the PayPal, my darling. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There you go.
Dr. Uribe, did you prepare a report in this case?
Yes.
And I am now holding what I would ask to be marked as, I believe, states 21.
21, Your Honor.
Thank you.
That is the report that you wrote in this case?
Yes, it is.
Does it appear to have been altered in any way from the way that you submitted it?
No.
Did you review certain records when preparing your report in this case?
Yes.
Could you briefly tell us which records you reviewed?
The records I reviewed were medical records from the Charleston Area Medical Center, Raleigh General Hospital, some hospice records, the initial autopsy report and autopsy photographs, and investigative documents, including interviews, investigative statements from police and other investigative officers.
Apologize, Your Honor. I forgot I was going to need the projector.
All right.
Your Honor, in the interim, I'm going to ask for admission of State's Exhibit 21.
Any objection, Mr. Selden?
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 21 will be admitted into evidence.
Dr. Uribe, did you chart Mr. Cochran's glucose and potassium levels from his medical records?
Yes.
And does this accurately reflect the chart that you produced?
Yes.
What about those levels were significant to you?
There was significant, I wouldn't say significant, I would say profound hypoglycemia. Hypoglycemia is low blood glucose. His admission glucose level was 21, which is incredibly unusual. It's also associated with a low potassium as well. Later on in the hospitalization, once he was treated for the hypoglycemia, the blood sugar went up and then it went back down again. This is a pattern that I refer to as refractory hypoglycemia, which is where someone comes in hypoglycemic, you treat them with sugars, their blood sugar goes back up, but then something is dragging the sugar back down. And that is to me, that is a significant pattern.
And why is that pattern significant to you?
Because there are only a few things that can do that. One of the big things is insulin administration, because insulin or certain other drugs like oral hypoglycemic agents, which are oral drugs that you take to control diabetes, that drug effect from either insulin or these other agents serve to continue to drag the sugar levels down despite treatment. So you give someone who's hypoglycemic sugar, you expect it to bounce back up and stay that way, but there's some sort of force that's pulling the sugar back down again, and that to me, that's a significant red flag.
And given that you classify it as a red flag, had you seen this in a clinical setting, what sort of testing would you have performed?
The testing to be performed, when you suspect exogenous insulin administration, meaning insulin being given that's unprescribed, there's a very, very small window where you can do adequate testing. The classic teaching is you draw for laboratory testing, you draw an insulin level and a C-peptide. Now, if I may explain to the jury what these two things are. So the body makes a protein called proinsulin. And when insulin is about to be released by the pancreas, proinsulin is basically, essentially cut in half. And half of it is, what's regarded as insulin. The other half is something called C-peptide. So when you test for insulin and C-peptide levels, you expect them to be, essentially in a 1-to-1 ratio, because you have one molecule, you break it in half, you have, two representative pieces. When you administer insulin to someone, you have a lot of insulin, but no C-peptide, because that C-peptide wasn't, cleaved off and wasn't relieved by the body, or wasn't released by the body. So when you suspect...
Your Honor, at this point, we have to object to this testimony. This witness is an expert in forensic pathology. Now he's testifying as to chemistry and other matters that go out of his range of expertise. This testimony is about chemical effects, and Dr. Krieger was the expert specialized in this area, not this witness. He's a forensic pathologist.
I think he's laying the groundwork, and I think it relates to his field. I'll overrule the objection. Dr. Uribe, you can continue.
So when you have exogenous administration of insulin, meaning administration of insulin from an outside source, if you suspect that, when your patient is hypoglycemic in front of you, so when they're, profoundly hypoglycemic, and you suspect that, you need to draw an insulin and C-peptide level then. If you draw it after you administer treatment, then the body starts releasing natural insulin, so you're going to get that C-peptide again. And when the laboratory testing that you would expect in insulin administration is a high insulin level with no C-peptide. But once again, there's a very, very short window of testing where clinically you can order this.
Any of that testing have been performed after Mr. Cochran passed away?
No, because there's no postmortem utility in insulin and C-peptide levels postmortem.
Did you review imaging studies in this case?
Yes.
Were any of those indicative of head trauma?
No.
Now, you performed an autopsy on Mr. Cochran's remains, correct?
Yes.
About how long after Mr. Cochran passed away did your autopsy take place?
It was over 2 years.
Can you explain to us why there was such a long window between his death and your autopsy?
I was asked to do a second autopsy by the Raleigh District Attorney at the time, Benjamin Hatfield, because of the suspicious circumstances in this case.
What was the condition of the body upon exhumation at the time of your examination?
There was marked decomposition. And what I mean by marked decomposition is I was told that the body was embalmed. If they were embalmed, they weren't embalmed very well at all. The body basically consisted of a skeleton with some degree of soft tissue that had turned into what we call adipocere, which is like where the fatty tissues of the body turn into almost like a hard chalky soap. It's a natural natural type of decomposition. So there was some adipocered soft tissue, and the body was largely skeletonized.
Is there a typical protocol that you follow when you conduct an autopsy?
Yes.
Can you just very briefly, very high level, explain for us what that looks like?
Sure. So you never want to do an autopsy in a vacuum. So the first part, and sometimes the most important part, is review of the circumstances of death. You never want to do an autopsy in a vacuum and just here's a body, figure out why they died, because you need to know as much as you can about the circumstances of why they died. So the investigation, medical records, everything preceding when the person died. And then once you're doing the autopsy, it's broken up into several parts. The first part is the external examination, where you look at the body. You basically just describe what you see: height, weight, eye color, hair color, evidence of trauma, evidence of natural disease, evidence of injury, things like that. Once you finish the external examination, you can open the body and do an internal examination. The internal examination, once again, looks for evidence of trauma, looks for evidence of natural disease. You take out the internal organs and dissect them, looking for evidence of natural disease, trauma, things like that. You can collect tissues or body fluids for additional testing or microscopic analysis. Once you finish the external or internal examination, then you can, send for ancillary studies, which include microscopic analysis of tissue, analysis of blood or other tissues for toxicology to see what drugs were what drugs or medications were in the body at the time of death. And then you correlate all of these findings together: the scene investigation, the autopsy findings, the ancillary studies, and we use that to reach a cause and manner of death.
And what did you determine were Michael Cochran's cause and manner of death?
Michael Cochran's cause and manner of death there's a lot of circumstantial evidence in this case that does not correlate with the autopsy findings or medical record. And whenever we have that, I call it a discordance, or things that don't add up or make sense, those are sort of the red flags that we look at. With the entirety of the circumstances, including the initial autopsy findings, the second autopsy findings, which there weren't much, the history of profound hypoglycemia that's very much unexplained, I came to the conclusion that the cause of death was exogenous insulin administration. And there's no explanation for why a non-diabetic, otherwise relatively healthy male would have such profound hypoglycemia, and also refractory hypoglycemia as well. And there's no other viable explanation for it. That the only reasonable conclusion that I could make is that he was given insulin.
And so specifically, what is his manner of death?
Manner of death would be homicide, because there's no evidence that he administered insulin himself. People don't accidentally administer insulin to themselves or am given.
Your Honor, we object at this time. The statement that it is a homicide, that's for this court to decide. It is a conclusion that this witness cannot come to.
Your Honor, that is a manner of death which is determined by all medical examiners.
The objection's overruled.
Dr. Uribe, what other possible causes did you rule out when you reached that conclusion?
So when doing an autopsy, you look at the totality of the case, and sometimes you can break it down into different pieces, but you have to look at everything in its totality. The circumstances in this case, was there evidence of trauma? There was a questionable fall as the initiating event, but there was no evidence of trauma in the medical records. There was a questionable evidence of, a questionable seizure. Once again, I'm not sure a history of seizure disorder has been substantiated, so that sort of remains a question. There are other causes such as heart disease. Could heart disease cause someone to go unconscious? Sure, I see it all the time. People with hypertension and heart disease, they can have a cardiac arrhythmia as well. But these cardiac arrhythmias aren't due to hypertension and a bad heart. They're not associated with hypoglycemia at all. There was a question of steroid use or clomiphene and clomiphene, which is enclomiphene is an androgen agonist, and a lot of men use, well, in women it's used for fertility treatments to hyperovulate, because what this drug does is it causes the body to produce excess sex hormone. When used in men, it's used to sort of reboot natural testosterone promotion. But enclomiphene by itself is not associated with seizures, is not associated with cardiac arrhythmia. So that didn't make sense either. There are other causes of hypoglycemia. There could be a pancreatic tumor that secretes insulin periodically. Those are incredibly rare. There's a number of other medical conditions that can, but there's no evidence substantiating any of those other causes. And why would they suddenly present during this time when the medical history and circumstances are suspicious? So there are very, very few causes that would cause an otherwise healthy 38-year-old male to have a blood glucose of 21 that's confirmed by the lab. And especially with the associated hypokalemia, which is the low potassium as well. When you have profound hypoglycemia and hypokalemia, so low blood sugar and low potassium, with no other reasonable or viable explanation, I came to the conclusion that this is likely due to insulin that was administered at some point.
And has anything come to your attention since generating your report that would change any of your conclusions?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross-examination, Mr. Selden.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Uribe. I am Stanley Selden. I'm co-counsel for the defendant, Natalie Cochran.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. And again, how did you learn of this case?
I learned of this case from the former for the previous Raleigh District Attorney, Benjamin Hatfield.
Okay. And were you hired by the Raleigh County Prosecutor's Office to testify in this case?
I was hired by the Raleigh County Prosecutor's Office to look at this case, at the time, possibly perform a second autopsy, which we ended up doing, and then subsequently for my testimony in this case, yes.
So the state and the Raleigh County Prosecuting Attorney's Office is paying you for your services, isn't that correct?
They're compensating me for my time, yes. And I believe you said that you have done over 2,500 autopsies, and have you testified in an equal number of cases? I've performed over 2,500 autopsies. I've testified approximately 40 times.
And of those 40 times, have you always testified for the prosecution in court?
No,
Sorry?
no.
No. About how many of those cases have you testified for the prosecution?
Approximately, it's about an 80-20% split. It's heavily weighted towards the prosecution because I'm often the medical examiner who performed the autopsy. So in a case of, someone who got shot, I'm the doctor who performed the autopsy. I'm naturally called by the prosecution, but I do take defense cases as well. Now, you said you weren't really sure. It was a number of years when you conducted your autopsy. Would it surprise you to learn that you conducted your autopsy almost 4 years after the date of death of Michael Cochran? I may have been confused about my dates, but that could be true. I would have to check my report to verify the dates.
I submit that Michael Cochran died approximately February 11th of 2019, and your report is authored. It has a date of April 5th of 2024, so that's almost 5 years. Isn't that correct?
Yes, and the second autopsy was performed in July of 2023.
Okay. The first autopsy, conducted by Dr. Kubitschek, was conducted only 7 months after Michael Cochran's death. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
And the first autopsy was done, and the results were because the body was much less decomposed after 7 months than after 5 years, correct?
Then after...
You conducted your autopsy almost 4 years after the original autopsy. The state of the body would have been vastly more decomposed. Isn't that correct?
Yes, the body was vastly more decomposed, and a lot of that is because I don't think he was properly embalmed. If he was embalmed, the body obviously would have been in better shape.
I did not ask the reason. I just asked about the time period. Thank you. You've answered the question. Did the advanced decomposition limit your ability to make certain diagnoses?
Yes.
Was there any finding during your autopsy that detected any insulin in Michael Cochran's body or any C peptides?
No.
And this could not be determined because of the advanced composition of the body. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. And there's also no,
Thank you. You answered the question. Now, because you did not detect insulin or C-peptide in the body because of the advanced decomposition, how did you conclude that it was insulin administration related to death?
it was a clinical correlation from review of the medical records.
Can you say with absolute medical certainty that exogenous insulin administration was the cause of Michael Cochran's hypoglycemia and death?
I can say with,
Absolute certainty, 100%.
I don't use the term absolute for anything.
Despite all of your assertions, you cannot accurately conclude that exogenous insulin administration is the cause of death, can you?
I don't believe that statement is true.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
I don't believe that statement is true. I think you can, based on clinical correlation in the absence of any other viable explanation for profound or refractory hypoglycemia, hypokalemia, in the absence of any other causative finding for it.
Was there any testing in the medical records from any of the hospitals that showed insulin and C-peptide levels?
No,
Sorry?
no,
Okay. And there was no testing like this because there was no suspicion whatsoever by his doctors that he had been.
That calls for speculation. He can't testify as to the suspicions of his doctors.
Sustained.
Despite all of the testing in the hospitals that Michael Cochran underwent, there were no tests done for insulin in his body. Isn't that correct?
correct.
Do you know what the medical term refractory hypoglycemia means?
Yes,
And isn't the definition of refractory hypoglycemia that it is a prolonged period of low blood sugar that doesn't respond to standard treatments?
that's not the definition.
What do you think the definition is?
The definition of refractory hypoglycemia is hypoglycemia that persists despite treatment for the hypoglycemia.
So, do you know that to correct low blood sugar, like the ones demonstrated in Michael, that to control that, it requires high doses of glucose or continuous monitoring?
Yes,
So by your testimony, did Michael Cochran have refractory hypoglycemia?
yes,
isn't the correct answer to that question. No, because his blood sugar responded to therapy. He was given D50 glucose and his blood sugar levels went down.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that question. The witness has already answered the question, and Mr. Selden has simply rephrased his answer.
I think it's a fair question. I'll allow it. The objection's overruled. Answer if you can, please, Doctor.
Yeah, and I want to clarify. The question is, his blood sugar responded to therapy. He was given D50 glucose and his blood sugar levels went up, not down.
Yes, his blood sugars did respond to glucose therapy, but then they also subsequently went down after they initially responded. That is the definition of refractory hypoglycemia.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to have defendant's exhibit number 10.
All right.
Dr. Uribe, this is a chart very similar to the one you use, which shows the date and time of the monitoring of Michael Cochran's blood glucose levels. And it has a column, number 3, that suggests the hours since allegedly Michael Cochran was injected with insulin, which appears from testimony to be around 12 p.m. on February 6, 2019. And the last or fourth column has a listing of whether insulin, Lispro Humalog insulin, was active in his body. Okay? Do you see that chart and those columns?
Yes, I see the chart.
Now, on February 6th of 2019, at 8:20 p.m., which is 20 hours time military time, his blood glucose level was 21, which was approximately 8 hours and 20 minutes after insulin was allegedly injected in. Do you see that column?
Yes, I see the column.
Was Humalog insulin active in his body? Was it still working in his body?
I would say yes, but I do object to some of the columns of this chart.
Your objection is noted, but we're going to go through it, and I'm going to ask you questions about it. How long do you think human Lispro insulin is active in the body? How long does it work?
It usually works within, or it usually works 4 to 6 hours, but there,
I'm sorry, but 4 to 6 hours, right?
4 to 6 hours, but there's also a dose dependent. If you get a large dose, then the effects can last longer. It's a very difficult thing to study because we can't inject otherwise healthy people with, superhuman levels of insulin and see how long it takes for the insulin effects to wear off. But with the average dose of Lispro insulin, the average expectancy of it functioning is 4 to 6 hours. But there is a dose-related effect of that as well.
So if Michael Cochran was given an injection of a, as you term, fairly normal dose, the human insulin would only be expected to work 4 to 6 hours. Isn't that correct?
Yes, but it raises,
That's a very simple question. Now, February 7th in 2019, he's being closely monitored. We don't have a blood glucose level there. It's now 12 and a half hours approximately since the alleged injection. 12 and a half hours under any circumstances, a normal dose, or however you want to term it, of insulin, it's no longer active in the body. Isn't that correct?
at 12 hours generally no, but there's also the dose-dependent feature, which I discussed earlier.
That statement. Generally, no. Human insulin isn't active in the body after 12 and a half hours, correct?
Generally no.
The next two entries, well, the next entry is also on February 7th, now 12 hours and 5 more minutes since the last reading. February 7th, 2019, at 12:30, I believe it's 12:33 a.m. Now, his glucose levels are going up. He's responding to treatment because sometime around that time, he was given a dose of D50 glucose. D50 glucose is used to raise blood glucose levels. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
So he's responding to treatment at this time. Would that be a fair statement?
Slightly, but he's still significantly hypoglycemic.
Well, and that depends on what your definition of hypoglycemia is. If the threshold is 70 milligrams per deciliter in a person without diabetes, that could be considered hypoglycemia.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Next two columns, his blood glucose level is going up. It's now 80 and then 187. And he's responding to the treatment. His levels are going up. Wouldn't that be correct?
Yes.
Now, suddenly, approximately 3 hours later, his blood glucose levels are going down. They've gone from 187 all the way down to 44. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you really can't state why, correct? You
Correct.
talk about refractory hypoglycemia, other causes, etc. It's really unknown why his blood glucose level goes down to 44. Would that be correct?
Correct.
At 6:22 a.m., approximately an hour later, his glucose goes back up to 95. We don't know why. Correct?
Correct.
Then at 10:33 a.m., about 4 hours later, back down to 60. we can't positively say why that happened, correct?
Correct.
And from the other time marks, from February 7th through February 8th, his blood glucose levels have now gone way up, and by any definition, they would be within normal limits. Isn't that correct?
They're above normal limits.
But they're no longer low, and they're no longer indicative of hypoglycemia at that time, correct?
Correct.
So in summary of that, from February 7th, 2019, 11:53 a.m., when the blood glucose levels are at 154, and afterwards, you cannot say Humalog insulin was active in Michael Cochran's body at those times. Isn't that correct?
Correct. That would make sense.
For clarification, what are the causes of hypoglycemia that you considered?
Could you repeat the question? Because I can't tell if you said hypo or hyperglycemia.
Hypo, H-Y-P-O.
Okay, hypoglycemia can be caused by a number of different things, including pancreatic tumors, which can spontaneously secrete insulin. These are fairly rare. They were not identified.
Excuse me, Dr. Uribe, I don't want an extended explanation, just what the causes were.
Causes include adrenal insufficiency, drug or medication effect, pancreatic tumors, sepsis, multisystem organ failure.
Okay,
Those are the big ones.
all right. You state in your report that insulinoma, which is insulin-producing tumors in the pancreas that can cause hypoglycemia, that was excluded by the first autopsy, but this isn't really true, is it? The first autopsy didn't exclude that. Isn't that right?
They did not identify a pancreatic tumor.
Okay. Isn't it true that when the body decomposes, the organs of which pancreas is one of the first organs to decompose?
Yes.
Okay. So in the first autopsy and your autopsy, the second one, because the pancreas was essentially decomposed, you can't determine whether there are any tumors producing insulin. Wouldn't that be a fair statement?
I can go by what Dr. Kubitschek said in his report, and that no pancreatic tumor was identified.
Okay. It's reported that Michael Cochran used medications he ordered from abroad. He used various substances, and you can't exclude those substances or medications as having caused his hypoglycemia because you don't know what they were. Wouldn't that be a correct statement?
The
They're not-
medication,
They're not listed anywhere, so you can't include or exclude them, correct?
the medications that I am aware that he was taking are not associated with hypoglycemia.
I'm talking about ones that weren't included. No reporting, no accurate reportings of what those were. You can't exclude them because you don't know what they were, right?
Sure.
Okay. And any substances, medications, etc., can't be excluded because they could have been eliminated from his body after death and decomposition. Isn't that correct?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. Any of these substances, medications, etc., cannot be excluded because they could have been eliminated from his body after death and decomposition. Isn't that correct? The substances are gone.
Some substances would be affected by decomposition. Some medications and drugs would be able to be detected despite decomposition, even in an autopsy 7 months after death.
Okay. You said, now, let me rephrase. You can't definitively say that insulin was present in Michael Cochran's body after his death and decomposition. There was no insulin in his body, correct?
Insulin rapidly degenerates and decomposes. That's one of the reasons why postmortem insulin testing and postmortem C-peptide testing is, you can't do it. There's no utility for it.
Okay, so you can't tell if insulin was in his body for all the reasons you talked about, right?
Correct.
Okay. And after death, you say you can't do any kind of insulin testing, right? Postmortem insulin testing can't be done.
There are some ways you can detect insulin postmortem.
Okay. Did you do any of those tests that showed insulin in his body?
No.
Okay. So because of that, because there wasn't any tests or insulin present in Michael's body after death, you cannot say with absolute medical certainty that insulin was involved in Michael Cochran's hypoglycemia or death, can you?
First, I wouldn't use the term absolute. And there is no other viable explanation for profound hypoglycemia in a non-diabetic, otherwise, relatively healthy male. There are no natural conditions that bring someone's blood glucose to a lab confirmed level
All
of
right,
21.
You've made that statement. Let me clarify with some other questions. What if you were told that Michael Cochran injected himself numerous times with insulin prior to his death? Would that change your conclusions? And let me clarify a
It's,
little more.
it's possible, but why would a non-diabetic person inject themselves with insulin?
Well, that's a good question. If they were a bodybuilder and they were using insulin to assist them in their bodybuilding, enhancing their body for various reasons, that could be a reason for self-injection of insulin, couldn't it?
To my knowledge, bodybuilders don't use insulin.
Really? So you don't know that Mr. Olympia died from overdosing himself with insulin. That's history. You weren't aware of that?
What is the relevance of how Mr. Olympia died and the fact that he was using insulin? We don't even know that he was using it as a bodybuilding technique.
Because he just said he doesn't know why anyone would inject themselves with insulin.
I'll overrule the objection. Please continue.
Thank you. Were you not aware Mr. Olympia, a bodybuilder, died from self-injected insulin?
No.
Okay. Were you not aware that in the Journal of Emergency Medicine, Volume 56, Issue 3, March of 2019, there is an article by Matthew Heidet, Heidet, MD, that is devoted to severe hypoglycemia due to cryptic insulin use in a bodybuilder. Were you never aware of that article?
No, I'm not aware of a solitary case study that was written 5 years ago at this point.
All right. Well, if you had reviewed that article, it doesn't talk about one specific case. It references many cases. Okay? So it's possible, maybe even probable, that Michael Cochran, a bodybuilder, used insulin. That would be a reason. Correct?
I'm not aware of it. I would be happy to review the article if you were to provide it.
All right. Michael Cochran is documented in many medical records that he had an enlarged heart, correct? And specifically, I'll reference you to his discharge summary, which says he has an enlarged heart. Okay? That was
Okay.
one of his diagnoses.
Okay.
All right. Isn't it true that chronic long-term substance abuse can cause an enlarged heart?
Yes.
Are you aware that when a person is in a coma or has been unconscious for a long period of time and they're admitted into the hospital, that their naked body is thoroughly examined by hospital staff to determine such things as bruising, external signs of trauma, etc.? You aware of that?
Generally, yes.
Okay. And nowhere in the hospital medical records is it cataloged that there were any injection sites or signs of injection in Michael Cochran's body. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Isn't it more likely that Michael's chronic substance abuse, his seizures and seizure history, his swollen brain or edema, his abnormal liver enzymes and liver problems, his possible abuse of testosterone, his enlarged heart, and all of this combination of things, which you call a constellation, that they caught up with Michael and resulted in his death, not because of anything Natalie Cochran did.
None of the things you listed would present as severely profound hypoglycemia on admission.
Because of all of these things, Michael was not a healthy 38-year-old male. Isn't that correct?
It depends on what you consider your definition of healthy is.
Okay. Dr. Kubitschek's autopsy examination 7 months after Michael's death showed no physical evidence of insulin or insulin injections in Michael's body. Isn't that correct?
Yes, but I don't believe he was
Okay,
looking.
that you answered my question. And you conducted an autopsy approximately 4 years after Michael's death, with still no objective physical evidence of insulin in Michael's body. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
So the only reasonable conclusion is that you cannot determine the cause and manner of Michael Cochran's death. And as Dr. Kubitschek stated, you cannot determine the cause of death. It's undetermined. And you cannot determine the manner of death. It's undetermined. Isn't that correct?
Cause and manner of death are both opinions. I believe the
Okay.
circumstantial evidence in this case, I've already stated my opinion on that.
All right. I don't believe I have any more questions at this time.
All
Just
right.
a moment.
Redirect Ms. Akers.
Just a moment, Your Honor. I need to confer with counsel.
Okay.
One other question. When Humalog insulin, or any other type of insulin for that matter, but specifically Humalog Lispro insulin, once it's injected into the body, its effects or activity in the body, its effects in the body are not instantaneous. It takes approximately 15 minutes to begin working. Isn't that correct?
It takes a period of time, 5 to 15 minutes generally.
Okay. So if Michael Cochran were injected with Humalog insulin, he wouldn't just drop to the ground unconscious. It would take time for the effects to begin. Wasn't that true?
If you're talking about collapsing right after injection, that would not happen.
Okay. Thank you. No more questions.
All right, now, Ms. Acorn.
Dr. Uribe, when you reviewed the medical records in this case, did you also review the toxicology report from the hospital? In fact, sorry, the urine drug screen.
Yes.
Was there anything remarkable about that?
The urine admission drug screen was positive for benzodiazepines.
Did you review Dr. Krieger's report in this matter?
I believe I did, but I did after I'd written my consultation because I didn't want her opinion to bias mine.
And as you stand here today, what is your opinion on that report?
On Dr. Krieger's report?
Yes, sir.
I think Dr. Krieger is an eminently qualified endocrinologist who has the clinical background of treating diabetic patients, which I don't have. I mean, I don't really treat my patients.
Your Honor, his opinion of Dr. Krieger really doesn't figure into his testimony.
Your Honor, we've repeatedly asked about the opinion of Dr. Kubitschek. I don't see why the opinion of Dr. Krieger is any different.
Overruled.
You can continue if you have anything else to add, Dr.
Oh,
Uribe.
no, I have nothing else to add.
Thank you. Did the fact that you were hired by the state to do a report in this matter affect your testimony in any way?
No.
In addition to the advanced decomposition of Mr. Cochran's body, why were you unable to perform insulin and C-peptide studies during your autopsy?
Because there's no utility in testing for insulin and C-peptide postmortem.
Do you have any way of knowing how many doses of insulin Mr. Cochran would have received before his death?
No.
In your opinion, what was the mechanism that ultimately caused Michael Cochran to die?
I believe the clinical correlation and medical record review demonstrates with the profound hypoglycemia and hypokalemia, which I previously described, that there was an exogenous administration of insulin. It does not appear to me to be self-inflicted nor accidental in nature.
And based on your review of the medical records that you received, who was Mr. Cochran's alleged supplement and insulin use reported by?
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. Based on your review of the medical records that you went over in preparing your report, who provided the information that Mr. Cochran was allegedly using supplements or insulin?
There was some reports that he was using enclomiphene, and this is all information I received from the Raleigh district attorney. And I was not aware of him administering insulin to himself or that was a possibility.
Mr. Cochran was reportedly unconscious the afternoon of February 6, 2019. Is that correct?
Yes, that's how it was. That's how the history was reported.
And was it also reported that his wife checked his blood sugar and it was in the 140s at that time?
I've also received that history, yes.
So do you see any way possible that he could have injected himself with insulin?
Objecting to that cause for speculation of this witness. He has no knowledge.
Overruled. You can answer, Doctor.
Could you repeat the question one more time, please?
Sure. Based on those facts, the fact that he was unconscious the entire afternoon and the fact that his blood sugar was reported at 145, do you see any way that he could have injected himself with insulin during that time?
I've been objected again. It's not time specific. She's not asking any time frame for injection.
Okay, that's fair. Put it in a time frame, please, Ms. Aker.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor. Are you aware of any way that an unconscious person could inject themselves with insulin?
No, and I don't know what the timeline of insulin administration would be. or if it was a single or multiple doses of insulin. I can't exclude that either.
Is there any other information that you believe the jury needs to consider in order to decide this case?
I don't believe so.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Recross, Mr. Selden.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. You were asked by Ms. Akard that you were aware that benzodiazepines showed up in Michael Cochran's urine. Is that correct?
Yes.
But there's no reporting or reason or any accounting of how those benzodiazepines showed up in his urine. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned sepsis as a possible cause of hypoglycemia, correct?
Yes.
And sepsis is an infection in the body. Wouldn't that be a fair statement?
Yes.
Now, an infection in the body is usually fought by the body's white blood cells, right? That's essentially what they do. They fight infection or foreign substances in the body.
Yes. The white blood cells are part of the human immune system.
Okay? Are you aware that Michael's white blood cell count was highly elevated when he was admitted to the hospital and in subsequent testing?
Yes.
So wouldn't that indicate that infection or sepsis in Michael Cochran's body might be another reason for his hypoglycemia?
That is a consideration.
Fair enough. And there were some questions by Ms. Akard, something about how could an unconscious person inject themselves, etc. You don't know the absolute reason for Michael Cochran's collapse and unconsciousness, which was initially reported. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Anything further, Ms. Akard?
Very little, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Dr. Uribe, are you aware of other causes of elevated white blood cell counts outside of infection or sepsis?
Yes.
Could you just briefly elaborate?
There are lots of causes for elevated white counts. Elevated white counts could be due to a stress reaction. It could be due to sepsis. It could be due to any type of infection. It could be due to any type of inflammation in the body. There is a very, very broad differential diagnosis for an elevated white count.
And when you reviewed Mr. Cochran's medical records, did you also review his allergies?
Yes.
Did he have an allergy to a benzodiazepine?
It was listed in his medical record.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Go ahead. All right.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Give me just a moment.
Very well.
Ole, 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 ole. Erin, ha, 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 ole. Erin Hakakak, ole. Let's go, Erin Hakakak, ole. Erin Hakakak, ole.
Despite the number of other reasons for sepsis and infection, elevated white blood cell count can be an indication of an infection and possible sepsis, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Anything, Ms. Aker?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You may be excused.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, let's take our mid-morning break at this time. Members.
Oh, that was hard. Oh, that was hard. Not good hard. I mean, that was hard. I think the jury are going to hate the defense. I think the jury are going to hate the defense no matter what. I just hope they don't get swayed by. It's just like it's like pulling teeth a little bit. I want to play at lunchtime like that because I got like an hour and a quarter I need to play over, so I'll play at lunchtime. I got it all teed up ready with Lady what's her name, Lawyer Lee, because otherwise I don't have enough to play over lunch otherwise, and I want to have a break over lunchtime. I do wonder when they're gonna rest. How many more witnesses? That was a second medical examiner. How many more witnesses or experts do they have? Because I don't know what else they can bring in. Is there another medical expert? Who was the person that's supposed to come in from Dallas? Well, it wasn't him. Was it him? No, I don't think so. I missed it at the start where he was from. So I do wonder if he was. No, I don't think he was the one. He did have a y'all. Hey, Rebecca, West Virginia. He didn't have a hey y'all. He didn't have a Sarah P accent, so he can't have been the one from Dallas. The Speedos there. You see Dennis's junk. America Speedo. That's Dennis Sweeney in his America Speedos. Dave Hamburger. Hello, Dave. With the hamburger. It is interesting how they go around. I think there's like three. Isn't there 3 or 4 medical examiners? And they all seem to have slightly different conclusions. Whereabouts, Rebecca? Whereabouts in West Virginia is this court? Then is this court far from you, or is it? Whereabouts is it? Flowers for the ladies. Yeah, Jonathan, but you're packing. You are packing a schlong in those trousers between that legs of yours, so you can wear whatever you want. Do you know what I mean? Because I do wonder, because how West Virginia is huge, isn't it? It's a big state, or is it not? And those next door to Pittsburgh. And what else is it next door to? That I don't know. But yeah, we'll see. Just trying to look something up. Laundry. I noticed yesterday that my Airbnb in Boston does not have laundry facilities, so I had to phone up Dennis Sweeney to say, right, is there laundry next to the fucking Airbnb? And he go, yep, there is. There's a Starbucks next to it, so thankfully I can do a little bit of laundry then. Ohio, OH, IO, OH, IO, and Kentucky. Ohio State Buckeyes, national champions, absolutely thrashed the Ducks. Not good. Robin, she says, I'm sure there is. Well, laundrette, you mean? Yeah, there's definitely laundrette. Mr. Sweeney has told me where it is now. It's like a half-hour walk, so it's not bad. You'll need rolls of quarters if laundromats to use those. I've not been one. No, I think it's one of those you just drop them off and they wash it and dry it and fold it. Like, I wouldn't have a clue. Like with those big things, I want one of those. Wash it, dry it. Bosa was from, yeah, you're right. Bosa was from Ohio State. Yeah, but Oregon, they bottled it when it counted the most. When they needed to beat Ohio State, they bottled it, unfortunately. I was actually rooting for them. But shame. Yes, Viv, I will be doing tomorrow. Well, I'll be streaming every day this trial's on. Oh. Tent lights to come on, Jonathan. Yeah, there are lots with cars now. I think the ones that I was looking at, laundrette, was you just pay them; they do it all for you. I haven't got the patience to load it, wait for it, wash, dry it, fold it. I'll check what speedo's in there. I might put some lingerie or something in as well, just to spice it up for them. Dilly, that's awesome. There you go. Jappa, same here. Strawberries. Why do you keep changing the name? Hamburger. I can never. I have to do a double take every time you come on. Are you going to leave it as Umby now for a while? Because I get confused. I think everyone gets confused. The only way I know is you because you can put a hamburger on. So Erin Hack said on, well, not that I'll be covering it, I don't think, because I think this trial's going to go on. But tomorrow and Friday, Brian Kohlberger is going to be got a hearing on. So some of it will be public. But if the judge deems, if I read this right, the judge deems that some parts should be private, they can turn the cameras off at the judge's discretion. So, laundromats are everywhere, MA. So I was looking for one. I couldn't find one, Stacey. It's only when Dennis told me put in Washington Street, and then I found one. It's about 30-40 minute walk from me. And there's another one about an hour walk from me where I'm staying. My nickname's Umby. Well, not here, it's not. Hamburger's your nickname here, Dave. A full service laundromat, they change. Yeah, but it's just easier though, isn't it, Stace? Do you know what I mean? They just do it all for you. Do you know what I mean? I don't know how much I won't have that much anyway. Do you know what I mean? I haven't got that much stuff. It's just I'm not going to take that much with me. Do you know what I mean? So I know, because I'm there, I don't know, whatever. I've never ironed before. I hardly ever iron. Um, economy size washer and dryer. Yeah. Oh, that's the quote. That was okay. You pay by the pound actually. How much is it? It's like $10 or something, is it? Or $20? I don't even know how much a pound is. Well, I could weigh it. Well, I won't have that much stuff anyway. I don't think. That is what she meant. They do it for you, but charge. There, that's it. That's the one I wanted. Yeah, that's the one I wanted. The wash it, dry it, fold it. I wash and dry them. Here, it's not a problem. It's just I wouldn't know how to use a laundromat. I wouldn't know how to use one. Do you know what I mean? Because you could put money or cards and stuff. I don't want to hassle. So I just fucking do it for me, please. Because I wouldn't have a clue how to do it. Lady Di's father is from Pound Town in Virginia. Dingus. These names, I don't know what these names mean. Oh, hang on. When's next? Laundry can be quite nice. Hang on, I need to look here somewhere. So we got, for those are looking, obviously Coburger's on tomorrow and Friday, so you can catch up some highlights if you want to. I'm sure plenty of people are doing that. Where's this gone? Right, hang on. Let me just look when. I'm trying to look when the next Karen Reid hearing is. I need to get up to date with that one. Ba, 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 ba. That's been. Rich Riffer's been. Aiden. Aiden's got one, I believe, on the 24th. I'm not sure if it's up to date now, but it's a Rule 17 motion for original videos, phones from the McCabe family members. I don't know if that is still going. Karen's next pre-trial is 9 o'clock on the 31st. When's the 31st? It is next Friday. Oh, okay. And that is to allegedly to do the oral arguments for evidentiary hearing. Okay, and then on the 6th, we got Peter Murphy. He's got a trespassing hearing at 10:15 in Stoughton District Court, and Karen has a hearing at Dedham Superior Court at 9 o'clock, which is a Dober hearing for Richard Green and possibly the Arca guys. Ooh, okay. Then what else? Then there'll be other hearings for Karen because this trial is scheduled for the 1st of April. Pre-trial motions to be scheduled closer to the anticipated trial date. I mean, hopefully, yeah, it could be pushed out. You just never know, do you? Okay, no, I don't know what that is. That's fine though. So yeah. Anyway, so yeah, we will do the 31st for Karen Reid. We'll be covering that. Whether this trial's going or not, we'll do it. Because I need to get up to date now with the Karen Reid stuff. I need to do some streams about some thoughts that I have on the whole thing, and to spark some discussion to see what potentially they will or could do differently this time around. But that's for another day. Laundry every other day, Levi. Wow. I do laundry once a week. Normally on a Friday or Saturday. Yeah, no, because it's like just get out the way. So if I could do it Friday night, I will. I'll just wash it all. Because normally I've only got one load. It's only me, so I've only got one load. Wash it, dry it, done. Or if it's in the summer months, then I'll wash it. Hi, Sue. I'll wash it on Saturday morning and take it all out and put it on the line outside so they can drip dry outside. And then what I'll do then afterwards, bring them back in that evening and just give them a quick tumble dry to make sure they're all right. But that just normally lasts like 10 seconds in the tumble dryer. Maybe a minute max. So yeah. Do every day, yeah. I couldn't do laundry every day. I mean, some people have to, obviously, don't get me wrong. But yeah, once a week for me, I'm lucky then. I'm lucky. Only once a week. And I could probably do once every 2 weeks. So, nah, maybe not. Maybe not. Ooh, ooh. Here we go. We're back. That's her mother. That's his mother, sorry. The victim's mother. Erin Hack went down well, she's in the weeds and she found out stuff for us. I imagine it might be a 17-year-old here. Oh, well, they're back in the courthouse anyway, but they're not back live yet. I love it. I try not to do it because of electric bill and stuff like that. You know, I try to stuff it all in one washing machine so it saves on the electric more than anything. Because the electricity in the UK is sky high at the minute, so I don't want to do too much of it because I use enough of it just doing this. You know. You answered my question to that, did I? Happy days. Mass 2. Oh, fuck. Gas bills were $500 last month. Cheapers, yeah. It's bad, isn't it? I like in the winter. I use layers. I try and leave it to the last minute to put anything on. As in, you know, that's why I try and keep. I don't use a dishwasher. I got a dishwasher. I never use it. Never have. Never will. Never will. I just wash it by hand. Everything. But again, it's easier with me. And I'm into my air fryer now as well, so that's good as well. Jonathan, Oh, if Sherry heard that now, you'd be sleeping on the sofa tonight. My heat doesn't go over 67 and goes to 65 at night. I went away. Oh, wow. Yeah. Do they use paper plates? No. I just wash it. I just wash as I go. But it's easier. Do you know what I mean? When it's just one of you, it's easy. Do you know what I mean? If I had like 4 or 5 of us, then yeah, I mean I probably would use a dishwasher. It's easier. But when it's on you on your own, it's just like, well, it's easier just to wash as you go. I tend to wash before I eat my food, wash everything up, so then I've only got plate and cutlery left then. And everything's done. I can enjoy it. That's amore. Sara pipi. Diri diri di diri di di di. Sara pipi pipi. And we go and we sing.
Sara P, Sara P, Sara P, 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 Sara P, Sara P, Sara P is lovely.
Singing.
Erin Hattree drives the bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hattree drives the bus all day long. Josie and Murph, they aren't as lovely. Fuck around and find out I'm joking, they're lovely. Tits and clams, that's a Shari D. Tits and clams, that's a Shari D.
Charity. I can imagine. Oh, we were just talking about laundry. Yeah, as I was saying, I only do it once a week. I can imagine after seeing big bills like that. I hate big bills, and I can't not lie. Dylan, seems you're back to streaming longer. Well, when trials are on, yes. When trials are on, I'm not going to be, doing every trial go in. I won't be doing it every day. But this is an intriguing trial. After this trial, I might take a couple of days off then. Do you know what I mean? Just to rest up a little bit. Because it catches up with me. Hey, 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 hey. It's not a bad trial, yeah. No, I wonder how long's left of this trial, though. That's my question. I don't know. We don't know what they had a sidebar to discuss the schedule, which I hate. Tell us, the public, what is the schedule? Oh, I got up early today. I'm tired now. I find if I just get up naturally, I'm not so tired then. Mark Cunningham in the house. Hiya, Marky. See you, Dave.
All right. Are there any matters that we need to discuss out of the presence of the jury?
Your Honor, Dr. Banerjee believes that she should listen in to the next witness, who's Lieutenant Bledsoe. She believes there are facts and circumstances that he's going to testify to that would aid her in her subsequent testimony. I've asked the prosecutor if he has any objection, and I need to put that matter before the court because she would like to be connected for audio.
All right, let me see if the state has any objections.
She's been
The next witness is not an expert, as I understand.
I understand that, Your Honor.
It depends on whether there's an objection raised.
Your Honor, the state takes no position with regard to this matter.
Well, I don't know that I have any problems with it. The next witness will be a fact witness, not an expert. And ordinarily, another expert is not entitled to listen to a pure fact witness. But if there's no objection raised by the state, I'll allow it.
All right, Your Honor, then I'm going to contact Dr. Banerjee and inform him.
Well, we have to have a phone number, and Ms. Brown Bailey will have to contact Dr. Banerjee.
Here we go. Now we got to fucking connect to the phone again. Cheapers.
Hello, Dr. Banerjee?
Doctor, you're back online. We have a fact witness that the state is going to call. I understand that you.
I was looking. I'm not sure if I think I said this on stream before. I looked at sending my one case, back from Boston to the UK, because you'd help me with flights and stuff like that, and lug in and things like. Oh, hang on. Sidebar, fuck's sakes. I looked at it to lug one case back through FedEx or something like that is between about $950 and $1,100 to do it. Oh, I was gobsmacked. All right, Viv. No worries, Viv. Good night, my darling. Sidebar. So my idea of shipping back my case went out the window. I was like, well, I can't do that. I was trying to do it because of, planes are like, you can only take X amount on luggage and stuff like that. That and essentially I had to upgrade my flight on the way back, because of it, because it allows me to take more luggage. It's a ball ache. But yeah, I mean, I think it's FedEx who quoted me like 1,100. I was like, whoa, yeah, no, I'll upgrade on my plane. And also I got the same problem on the other side in the UK then, but I've resolved that now. I'm not taking a flight. I'm taking a long way to Boston. I'm taking a long way to Boston. Ooh, my love, good night. Good night, Viv. My love. All night long, all night, all night, all night long, all night, all night, all night. Sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Da-da-da-ma, da-da-da. Everybody looking for something. Ooh, 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 ooh. Dee-dee-dee. Okay, I'm not sure. Is this the 17-year-old maybe? Text him not to bring the jury in yet.
Tell him we're not ready. Oh. You scared me. I thought you were bringing in the jury. Okay.
Is my mic back? My mic.
No, she's not going to testify. Okay, we've marked it up now. Oh, okay. That's even better. Ah, that's even better. So we don't have to run a test. Anything else?
I'm back.
That this witness is expected to run through lunch, so whenever the court is prepared to break, we can do that.
Okay. You anticipate even on direct, he'll run through lunch?
I anticipate that we'll run right up to lunch possibly.
Okay. That sounds good. We'll break before cross. Bring in the jury, please.
Guess who's back again. I am back. My mic is done. Guess who's back? That was a nightmare. 4 times the charm now. I bet she loves it. She's sucking on fucking sweets flat out. I bet she wants to stretch this trial out as much as possible. Well, to be fair, she is facing life in prison if she gets found guilty. So 11 years federal, then life in prison after that. I wonder if she has to serve a federal sentence first before she starts her life. Or does that supersede it? I don't have a clue. Could imagine. I've heard that federal prisons are better than normal prisons, but not that I have anything to base that off except for what people tell me. So maybe Jonathan, maybe. The judge stands, but no one else stands. Judge's rules. Here they are.
All right, we continue with the state's case in chief. Ms. Akerd, please call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Timothy Bledsoe to the stand.
Bring a cup of water with me.
Certainly. If you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may have a seat. All right, Ms. Akerd.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
It's Timothy Bledsoe, Timothy, Bledsoe, Bledsoe.
And you're retired now, is that correct?
That's correct.
How were you previously employed?
I was employed by the West Virginia State Police as a West Virginia State Trooper from September of 1994 until April of 2022.
And are you still involved with West Virginia State Police at all?
Yes.
How so?
Prior to my retirement, I was asked by the staff at the West Virginia State Police Academy to periodically do a presentation to the training classes that are put on there for cadet training and basic officer training. And I do that from time to time as they schedule that.
During the course of your employment with the West Virginia State Police, did you have occasion to investigate a Natalie Cochran?
Yes, I did.
And is that the same Natalie Cochran that's on trial today?
That's correct. And she's seated here at defense counsel table with her co-counsel, Mr. Victor and Mr. Selden.
Your Honor, could the record please reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
It shall so reflect.
Thank you. What did you investigate her for?
Initially, the investigation centered around a potential of financial crimes. And then as we continued that investigation, we also investigated the death of Michael Cochran.
Your Honor, I'm retrieving what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1. I would request permission to approach the witness.
Yes, you may do so.
Can I see that for a second? Oh.
Were you present at the time that the events in State's Exhibit 1 occurred?
Yes, I was.
And have you reviewed State's Exhibit 1?
Yes.
Can you identify for us what that is?
Yes, this is the plea agreement signed and carried out in the district court for the Southern District of West Virginia, in which the defendant pled
I'm
guilty.
going to object this entire line of questioning. We're not retrying here the federal case.
Your Honor, this is simply a line of questioning to introduce the did not know what was going on in the defendant's Ponzi scheme.
That document has nothing to do with Michael Cochran.
The stipulation of facts that is reflected in that document does not mention Michael Cochran, which goes to show that he did not know what was going on.
I'll overrule the objection. I'll permit it. And I'll preserve your exception, Mr. Victor. Go ahead. You may rephrase or re-ask the question, please, Ms. Akron.
I believe I asked you to identify State's Exhibit 1.
Yes, this is the plea agreement, which was signed by the defendant involving the financial crimes in which she was charged in the federal court for the Southern District of West Virginia. She pled guilty.
And does that document accurately reflect the events as you recall them?
Yes, it does.
In that document, is there a stipulation of facts signed by the defendant?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, is Michael Cochran mentioned anywhere in that stipulation of facts?
No, he is not.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to move State's Exhibit 1 into evidence.
I'm going to object on the same grounds that I objected before, the relevancy.
Have we dealt with State's Exhibit 1 already? It has not been admitted.
No, sir.
Okay. I'm going to admit it over objection. I'll preserve the defense objection and exception to the document.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant Blitzman, can you please tell us what you know about Michael Cochran?
He was 38 years old at the time of his death. He was married to the defendant. They shared a home here in Raleigh County in the Daniels area. Had 2 children together. I never met Michael Cochran personally. but through investigation and I think.
So I'm going to object based on lack of personal knowledge.
Your Honor, his personal knowledge was gained through his investigation.
Well, which is based probably on hearsay, and again, lack of personal knowledge.
Overruled. You may continue, please.
And through the investigation, we learned that Michael Cochran was someone who was very conscious of his physical fitness. He was into working out, possibly bodybuilding, and also was very conscious of his standing and reputation in the local community.
Was there any point in your investigation, I'll rephrase, did it ever appear to you as though Michael was questioning the legitimacy of Tactical Solutions Group?
That is a leading question. I object to that.
I think I have to sustain that objection.
You obtained a search warrant for the defendant's phone, is that correct?
That's correct.
And in reviewing that telephone, were there any text messages that caught your attention at any point?
Yes, numerous ones, particularly around late September of 2018, the text messages that we were reviewing as part of our investigation at that time.
Your Honor, I'm asking for 3 exhibits to be marked at this time that have been reviewed by the defense.
All right.
I believe these are 22 through 24. Yes.
Or 22 through 24, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Lieutenant Bledsoe, would you please identify the parties in these text messages on the screen?
The 304-228-1321, that would be the.
Your Honor, could you speak into the microphone? I can't really hear him.
Okay.
Sorry.
No problem.
The 1-304-228-1321 telephone number is identified as being the cellular phone number for the defendant. And the one titled Uncle Buster, I believe that was the uncle of the defendant, Charles Hawley.
And there were several text messages along these same lines, is that correct?
That's correct.
What about these text messages stands out to you?
The first text message is from the defendant to Uncle Buster. It says, "Good evening. After all your contracts pay out, I won't be able to invest them anymore. I will cut your checks as soon as they come in. I'm very sorry. I wasn't transparent with Michael on all the contracts we had in the works." That's one of many demonstrations throughout the text message.
I'm going to object.
Sustained. That was unresponsive.
Could I allow?
Yes, you can follow up with a
Move
question.
to strike, Your Honor, that last answer.
Yes, I'll grant that. Ladies and gentlemen, disregard the last attempt to explain.
Lieutenant Bledsoe, why does that text message stand out to you?
Because the defendant is obviously communicating that she was not transparent with Michael about aspects of the business.
Now, these text messages are across a couple of pages, but did you identify the parties in these messages as well?
Yes, again, this is a defendant's phone, and it appears to be communications with her sister, Penny Carrico, who I believe has since been married and is now maybe Penny Lowry.
I'm just moving on to the same conversation to the top of the next page. Why does that text message stand out to you?
For the same reasons I stated on the previous, it's a very similar in context and has the same wording that Michael and I should have been, excuse me, details with Michael and I should have been completely transparent with him. That's similar to the previous text.
I don't think the jury can read these texts. Can you, members of the jury?
Working on it.
Okay.
Hit the T until you can.
Maybe you could assist Deputy Fry. We need to focus in.
Yeah, turn that on. Okay.
But bring down the house lights. Does that help at all or make it worse? Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm going to take that one away now. Doing my best to get it all on there. And finally, Lieutenant Bledsoe, could you please identify the parties in these text messages?
Again, yes, that's the defendant's cell phone number and also identified as the other phone number is identified as Wendy Poteet, which is the sister of the defendant.
What happened in September of 2018?
From our investigation, we learned that, and these texts are an example of how we learned that Michael Cochran discovered that there were aspects of the business, particularly related to the purchase or investment into contracts and the amount of money that investors were investing versus what he believed, what he had been told by the defendant. And more importantly, the promised return was much larger to those individuals than he had previously believed. And he was extremely upset by that.
Excuse me, Your Honor, I've got my exhibits all out of order.
Okay, take your time.
Your Honor, and I'm presenting what I would ask be marked as State's Exhibit 25.
Okay.
And all of these exhibits have been reviewed.
Can I just see it for?
Sure.
For a second? I don't have these numbers memorized. I'm
Right.
sorry.
This will be state exhibits number 25.
Thank you.
Here, I'm also going to ask the State's Exhibit 26 be marked.
Very well.
Number 26, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Lieutenant Bledsoe, could you please identify the parties in these text messages?
Yes, that's communication by cell phone between the defendant and Michael Cochran.
Can you see this, members of the jury?
Yeah. Okay. And what to you is the significance of these text messages?
The defendant appears to be relaying to Mr. Cochran.
Well, I'm sorry, Your Honor. If it appears to be, then the witness is speculating.
Sustained. You can rephrase, please, Ms. Aker.
What about these text messages was pertinent to your investigation?
Based on our investigation and reviewing these text messages, they are reflecting amounts, large amounts of money that are being presented to Michael Cochran in the context that they will be being paid to their business as part of their contracts with the federal government.
And are these the same parties as the previous text messages?
Yes.
What about Michael's response was significant to your investigation, if anything?
Yes, based on our investigation and again, reviewing these texts, he was, and based on the information that I testified previously about what he had found out, he was trying to find out.
Well, Your Honor, the witness is speculating. The witness is stating something based on hearsay. I object to this.
Well, I think it's based on his investigation, and I think it's proper. I'll allow it. You may continue, sir.
Judge, may we approach on that?
Sure.
I'm half sleeping. So that's why I'm off the screen, because I'm sleeping. Amy, hello, my darling. Hopefully, Caden is okay. I heard you had to go to hospital. I was looking for your stream last night, and I couldn't find it. And Robin G, when she came back from the Glen, she told us that you had to take Caden to the hospital. So hopefully he's okay. So, Robin G is ignoring Dana. I am off the screen sleeping. I rested my eyes. I'm just like, so people think where I am. Oh, baby. And my mic keeps breaking down. Oh.
Investigation.
It was brought to my attention by Mr. Heinzman.
And what exactly was brought to your attention?
He had received information from one of the troopers at the Beckley Detachment, Sergeant Alan Marsh. And that information indicated that there was potentially financial crimes or a crime or crimes being committed by the defendant.
And what steps did you undertake to begin your investigation?
A wide array of things, just gaining all the background information that we could. Some of it was, obtained through open source. The business had a website that we were able to look into. But at the same time, doing an investigation of that nature, it's important to, especially if it's something that you believe is still ongoing, you want to make sure that you don't, tip your hand. And so we tried to be as covert as possible in exploring the information into the financial crimes. And we were able to...
I'm going to object. This is non-responsive. It's we. The question was, what did you do? Because I don't want any answers based on hearsay.
Okay, Lieutenant Bledsoe, if you'd confine your answer and testimony to the activities that you engaged in yourself.
Yes, sir.
You can continue if you can phrase it within yourself.
Yes, I participated in the investigation in that. I was a participant in assisting in obtaining grand jury subpoenas to obtain documentation, interviewing witnesses, potential witnesses, and just the collection of any and all known documentation or information that we could possibly find related to the allegation.
And just so we're clear, financial crimes were not the only allegation that you investigated, right?
At the beginning, yes, it was. But as the financial crime investigation continued, then I also was involved in investigating the death of Michael Cochran.
And in investigating the death of Michael Cochran, what steps did you personally undertake?
Very similar to what I stated earlier. And also met with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for West Virginia once I learned that Mr. Cochran had not underwent autopsy upon his death.
Did you conduct interviews during the murder investigation?
Yes.
Did you obtain search warrants?
There was a search warrant obtained, but the basis for that affidavit was based on the investigation of the financial crimes.
Were you ever aware of an audit on the Cochrans?
No.
Were you aware of allegations of an audit?
Yes.
And by whom were those allegations made?
The defendant.
Your Honor, I'd ask this be marked as State's Exhibit
Number 27, Your Honor.
Very well.
Now, as far as this is concerned, I only want to focus on this text message. Who is this text message coming from?
The defendant, excuse me.
So, did you ever uncover any evidence that an audit occurred?
Absolutely not.
What was the audit used as an excuse for?
For the delay in repaying investors or the business.
I'm going to object. We're back to the money laundering trial.
Your Honor, the point of this is to prove that Mr. Cochran.
Wait a minute, you all are talking at the same time.
Yes, sir.
Let me hear from Mr. Victor first. Go ahead.
The answer and the question and the answer suggested the same thing that the court has sustained the objection to already. That is, we're retrying the financial case. And we should, and calling for all kinds of speculation, and we don't need to do this. This has nothing to do with the murder trial. This is irrelevant.
Now, Ms. Akers.
Your Honor, the purpose of this and the relevance is to prove the state's motive, which is that Michael Cochran did not know that a Ponzi scheme was being run, and that is why we report that the defendant killed him.
I'll allow it. The objection's overruled. Continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant Bledsoe, are you aware of anyone by the name of Betsy Britland?
I'm familiar with that name, yes.
Can you tell us who she is
No, I cannot.
and why is that?
Because through this investigation, I learned that that person, the way that it was being presented, was not actually a real person or employed in the manner in which it was also being portrayed, or she was also being portrayed to be employed.
Now, was she ever mentioned in the defendant's communications with anyone?
Yes, numerous times.
And who was she purported to be by the defendant?
An employee with the Defense Finance Accounting Services, which was commonly seen throughout documentation reviewed in this investigation as DFAS.
What does DFAS stand for?
Defense Finance Accounting Service, I believe.
What's the significance of the government shutdown that began in December of 2018?
It was a legitimate government shutdown, as most of you may remember, but it also provided that the business of the defendant was not able to provided an excuse as to why the business could not do government contract work or receive payment from the government for contract services.
And do you recall learning of an incident that occurred with Michael at BB&T during that month?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Through the investigation and interview of witnesses, I learned that Michael Cochran had.
Again, it's based on hearsay and some third-party statement, Judge.
No, I don't think so. I'm going to allow it. The objection's overruled. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I learned that the Cochrans were sent a letter by BB&T Bank here in Beckley, and the nature of that correspondence was to inform them that their bank accounts with BB&T were going to be closed. And in response to that, Mr. Cochran went to BB&T Bank personally and was very irate, very upset, to the point that his close friend, Chris Davis, had to be summoned to the bank to calm him down.
Object to any characterizations of irate, and that witness is speculating at this point. Witness doesn't
Overruled.
know.
I'll allow it. Pose another question, please, Ms. Akers.
Yes, Your Honor. Through your investigation, what was your understanding of the status of the Bank of America account as of the morning of February 6th?
that it was zero balance and that there was no information to suggest that any funding or funds were going to be coming into that account in the future.
And the Cochrans were going to do some work on that account that morning, right?
That is my understanding from this what I learned from this investigation, yes.
We've heard a lot of talk about Michael allegedly using supplements and possibly even steroids. Did you ever locate any evidence to confirm steroid use?
No, it did not.
And we previously introduced a bottle with the FBI labeled enclomiphene citrate. Where did you receive that bottle from?
I recovered that bottle from the residence of Edward and Donna Bolt. Mrs. Bolt is Michael Cochran's mother, and Edward Bolt is his stepfather.
And did the Bolts tell you where they got that bottle from?
Yes, they told me that they were provided that bottle by the defendant after Michael Cochran's death.
Do you have any reason to believe that Michael was suffering from any sort of major medical event leading up to February 6th?
Oh, that calls for medical conclusion. He's not entitled to make that opinion.
Sustained.
I withdraw, Your Honor. From your understanding, what was the general health status of Mr. and Mrs. Cochran the morning of February 6th?
Through the investigation, I learned that the defendant was possibly ill that morning and had sought treatment at the Access.
Why don't the court give me a continuing objection to any of this?
I think that would be appropriate. The court will afford the defense a running objection to all of this testimony, but I'll permit it. I'll preserve the defense exceptions in full. You may continue now, Lieutenant, but
could you ask me that question again, please?
Sure. What was your understanding of the general health status of both Mr. and Mrs. Cochran the morning of February 6th?
Again, my understanding of the condition of Michael Cochran and the defendant that morning is based upon what I learned through this investigation, that the defendant was apparently ill that morning and had went to Access Health Clinic to seek medical treatment. And initially that morning, from the information that I reviewed, Michael Cochran appeared to be well, but the information also indicates and supports that over the course of the morning, his physical condition deteriorated.
Did the defendant go to the doctor that morning?
Yes.
Are you aware if Michael went to the doctor that day?
No.
Or that morning, I should say.
No.
Through your investigation, especially of the defendant's phone, did you determine if any medications were received that day?
Yes. It indicated that the defendant was given a shot of promethazine, I believe, and possibly promethazine tablets, which was significant when I saw that.
Why was that significant to you?
I'm going to object to that on the other grounds. He's not a medical expert. He cannot testify.
Your Honor, there's no indication that he's testifying to medical expertise until we have his answer.
well, we don't know what his answer might be, so I'll allow it, and we'll test the waters.
Why was that significant to you?
It was significant because through this investigation, I'd learned that Michael Cochran had was documented to have a severe allergy to promethazine.
What were the Cochrans supposed to do that morning?
It's my understanding through the review of the information in this investigation that the Cochrans had initially scheduled a flight to fly to Virginia, but that flight had been canceled early in the morning on February the 6th.
And why was that flight canceled?
It was my understanding that the flight was canceled due to the defendant's illness.
Were both the defendant and Mr. Cochran home that entire morning?
Not initially, no. They had both been out doing different things at some point that morning.
Where did Michael go?
He had went to Starbucks that morning.
And then he returned home?
Yes, that's my understanding.
What were the Cochrans supposed to do when they took their flight that morning?
That was my understanding. They were supposed to meet with Mr. Nixon at the Bank of America.
And we previously heard Jennifer Davis testify that she had insulin sent to the defendant's home. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Why is that important to you?
Well, it was important for a number of reasons. Throughout the investigation, I had not come across any information that anyone in the Cochran residence was diabetic. Also in an interview that I had conducted with the defendant, she had informed me that Michael Cochran was allegedly using insulin as part of his bodybuilding regimen. And the fact that she had been to Access Health that very morning, and I'm sure could have requested insulin there.
Judge, please, I'm going to object to all of this speculation and all of this commentary on what my client could have, should have done. Please, would you instruct the jury to disregard this nonsense?
Yes, the jury is instructed to regard the last part of this witness's response, please.
Do you recall why the defendant needed the insulin that morning?
As I recall from the text messages with Jennifer Davis, it was something to do with some type of medical treatment that she was supposed to be undergoing.
What was that medical treatment for?
I believe it was something related to cancer treatment.
And throughout the entire course of your investigation, did you ever uncover any evidence that the defendant had cancer?
No.
What did you determine happened next that morning in the Cochran household?
At some point, Mr. Cochran suffered a sudden illness, and to the point that he had collapsed in the home.
I object to this, Your Honor, to the display of this inflammatory picture. The witness doesn't know anything about position of the body or the location of the body when this act allegedly happened. I object to it.
I haven't asked him those questions, Your Honor, and I wasn't planning to. I actually would like to know if the witness is familiar with this photograph and who took it.
All right, I'll permit that. Go ahead.
Unfortunately, I am familiar with this photograph, and
I object to the word unfortunately. I'm not trying to be difficult, but I object to any commentary by this officer.
All right, just Answer the question, please, Lieutenant Bledsoe.
Yes, I'm familiar with that photograph. It was taken by the defendant.
And how do you know it was taken by the defendant?
It was recovered from her cell phone.
Is it your understanding that at that time she was the only other person in the residence besides Michael?
Yes.
And you spoke with the defendant several times, is that correct?
That's correct.
What did she tell you happened to Michael that day?
She provided contradictory information about what had happened over the course of 3 separate conversations.
May we approach on this?
Sure.
Fucking hell. It's gonna get spicy. It's about to get spicy, I think, with the cross and everything. Like, you can say that the Penguin's been pedantic, but the officer knows what he's doing as well. He's adding commentaries. He's done this before, so oh, 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 oh. Right. So, well, it's getting a bit slow. So they're supposed to do direct before lunch, but knowing this court, who knows? Not sure when they're going to have lunch or anything. I was surprised that she just put that picture up though, without any pre-warning or anything. I think she should have asked him to, clarify, showed him the picture, show the defense the picture, and then put it up, rather than just. I've seen this photo before. I was like, whoa, fuck! I didn't expect that.
I objected to the word contradictory, and I will ask the court to, or contradictory statements, and I'll ask the court to instruct the jury to disregard that statement.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please disregard the witness's last statement pertaining to contradictory statements.
You interviewed the defendant on 3 different occasions, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you have any recollection of the dates of those interviews?
Yes, I believe the first interview took place on or about April the 8th of 2019. The second interview was on or about May 7th of 2019. And the third was on the following day, May the 8th, 2019.
And did anyone accompany the defendant at any of those interviews?
The first interview was actually done in person with the defendant, and yes, her mother was present. The second and third interviews were done by telephone.
During the first interview, did the defendant tell you or give you her recollection of what happened to Michael the morning of February 6th?
Yes.
Could you elaborate?
Yes. She said that, as I stated earlier, they were in the residence together, and that Mr. Cochran had suddenly went into the kitchen, and she had heard a noise in there. I think she said it was a thud. She gave the time reference in that interview of 10 a.m. that morning. She went into the kitchen, and Mr. Cochran was in the floor, and that she had discovered a bottle of enclomiphene citrate on the kitchen counter when she went into the kitchen.
And did she also provide a recollection of events of February 6th during your second interview?
Yes.
Could you elaborate on that for us?
Yes. At that time, She said that the morning of February 6th, that when she and Michael returned home, that they had sat together for approximately an hour, and that Michael Cochran was doing the best that he had ever done in his life. And that not long after that, he had went into the kitchen, threw up in the sink, and fell and hit his head on the granite countertop and ended up in the floor.
And did she tell you where in the house they were prior to Michael getting up and getting sick?
I believe she told me they were in the living room area. And also in that interview, I recall that she stated that she had recovered the bottle of enclomiphene citrate hidden in a cabinet instead of sitting on the kitchen counter, as she previously stated.
And lastly, what was her recollection of events of the morning of February 6th during your third interview with Mrs. Cochran?
During that interview, she indicated that, again, they had gone separate ways that morning and had returned home, and that upon returning home, Mr. Cochran had been sleeping on the couch for approximately 45 minutes to an hour, and that when he awoke shortly after that, he went into the kitchen and had collapsed. And also she introduced that in that interview that Michael Cochran was allegedly using insulin as part of a bodybuilding regimen, and that he readily kept insulin and needles in the home for the purpose of using that in his bodybuilding. I asked her if she had ever injected Michael as part of that to assist him. She indicated that she had not, that he injected himself. And I asked her if he had a common injection site that he preferred to use. And she listed or recited different areas on the body. But the one that stood out to me was, she said that his back, or in the back. And that just seemed odd to me.
Now, we know that Michael passed away shortly after that. After he passed away, did TSG continue to operate?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Through investigation and collection of records and interviewing of witnesses, the business continued, and the defendant continued to try to solicit investors to come into the business. I believe additional investor or two did come into the business.
I'm going to object to this line of questioning. This is post-murder, supposedly. That is irrelevant to this trial.
Your Honor, it's relevant because it proves that Mrs. Cochran was the one that was running the business, not Michael.
Objections overruled.
In addition to that, the defendant had also went to several local high schools in Raleigh County because it was nearing graduation season, and that she had attempted to present scholarships to students who were graduating. And
Judge, I'm going to object to it now. Now we're retrying the financial case again.
Your Honor, my
This has nothing to do with what may have happened months before, weeks before, or months before.
Did you care to respond, Ms. Akron?
Your Honor, my response would still be that this is simply being offered as proof that Michael Cochran was not the one that was running this business. And that is our motive for the defendant killing him.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, but we have never objected to the fact that that my client was part owner of the business. So, and now the alleged victim is dead. So, business is being run by whoever is left in this business. And so I object on the relevancy of all of that information to the trial at hand.
I'll preserve your objection, but for the reasons stated by the state, I'm going to allow it. The objection's overruled.
She had presented those scholarships, which turned out to be worthless. And then in addition to that, she continued to provide the same excuses to investors that.
Object to this editorializing, the constant editorializing by this witness.
Your Honor, we can move on.
What something
Yeah,
is.
I'll sustain this objection.
There was a federal magistrate that issued a search warrant for the Cochran residence in this case. Is that right?
That's correct.
Were you the affiant on that?
I was.
Did you participate in the search of the defendant's home?
I did.
And after the search occurred, did you review the property receipt for that search with the defendant?
I did.
Are there any corrections that you want to make to that property receipt?
Yes, there was one that I noticed in the days following the search warrant while reviewing the documents and things related to the search. I realized that one item had not been properly documented on the property receipt. It had been properly identified and photographed during the execution of the search warrant and packaged and taken from the scene, but it was not listed by the agent who was completing the inventory at the scene.
What procedure did you follow in reviewing the property receipt with the defendant?
At the conclusion of the search warrant, I asked the defendant to join me in the kitchen area with the table so I could go over the property receipts with her. There were 4 of them, and explain to her what exactly they were and that those were her copies. I believe her mother was present for that as well. And got the document out and for the property receipt for the home that we were in. And when I identified that, the defendant immediately began going through the pages. There's multiple pages to that document. And she stopped and identified an item with her finger and said, this right here, this bottle of insulin, I keep this here at my home for a neighbor's child who's diabetic. And I said, okay, thank you for that information. And we concluded the search warrant and left.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness at this time, and I would ask that states 22 through 27 be admitted into evidence.
All right, are there any defense objections to states exhibits 22 through 27?
No, Your Honor.
States 22 through 27 will all be admitted into evidence. Members of the jury, it's 12 o'clock noon, and that's a perfect time for us to take our break. We will do so, our luncheon recess. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not view any portrayals of this case online, on television, or in the newspaper. Please do not listen to anything on the radio. With that constant admonition, just like a parrot, I will release you for your lunch break and be back in your room about 1:15 if you could. We'll start up at 1:15. You may follow the bailiff to your jury room. Lieutenant Bledsoe, this is called splitting the witness, and you're probably familiar with that.
Yes, sir.
And as you well know, it would be improper for you to discuss lines of testimony or proposed cross-examination with any attorney, particularly your own or anybody else. Other than that, you're free to take your lunch and move about as you wish.
Yes, sir.
All right. Is there anything else we need to discuss before we take our lunch break?
Your Honor, we had anticipated beginning our presentation of witnesses at approximately 1 o'clock. I would like permission to contact our first witness and have her come in about 2:30 instead of 1. It appears that the cross-examination will be extensive.
Okay. You think 2:30 would be appropriate? Maybe we'd be talking more about 4:30.
Or tomorrow.
Or tomorrow.
I'm the one who cross-examines.
That's true. All right. As you will, whatever you think would be the best thing to do is certainly agreeable with the court.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just didn't want to delay the proceedings.
Okay. All right. We'll start back up at 1:15.
Okay, good. Amy, when you send the email address, all you need to do is send it, but leave the at out. So where the at is, just leave it out and just leave it blank. So then explain that so Robin can then get it because, you know, whatever, if it's Amy's got nice boobies, leave the at out. And then it'll be whatever you guys use. I don't know what email addresses are anymore. So 1:15. Okay, so about an hour and a bit. Okay, that's all right. Good, I'm hungry. I am as well. Right, so we got Lady Di is gonna shout at me as I play her thing here. So there's 2 videos. Yeah, I didn't even realize, Amy. I didn't realize what you guys were doing. I'm halfway looking at the chat and not. So yeah, that is quite funny though. But yeah, that's why I tend to tell everybody, just leave the at out. Right. I'm not sure who's this first person. Natalie Cochran, gossip rumors and innuendos. I don't know who this is, but Lady Di watches them. So this, I'll stay on for this bit, and then we'll put Lawyer Lee on for the next 40 minutes then. So, right, hang on. Let me boost in case Deb's around. And then let's put that in there.
Good morning, true crime friends. How y'all doing? Listen, we are back covering the state of West Virginia versus Natalie Cochran. Yesterday in court. Oh my gosh, there is so much going on. But first, you know what you need to do. Please like this video and subscribe to the channel. Also, check me out on Facebook and Instagram. I'm trying to do better with my social media things. Okay, so look. Natalie Cochran, down there in West Virginia, is on trial for the alleged, unfortunately, unaliving of her husband, Mike. Let's be clear. I think the heifer did it. Now, I am not on the jury, so I do not have to remain neutral. I can just sit here and be a professional gossip over here in my house in New Jersey, and I can talk trash about folks, and that is not against the law. Thank goodness. Please hold. I already have a dry throat. So, yesterday in court, they brought in like all the experts, right? The medical examiner and the coroner or whatever. It's such an interesting job because I'm like, well, I guess your patients can't complain because they're already dead. So anyway, the medical examiner was like, according to like my records here or whatever, Mike was sedated. He had benzodiazepines in his system. And apparently that's a drug you use to relax. Can you relax like all the way until death, or does it just make you feel like, oh, I'm so calm right now? Like, is it weed in a pill form, child? I do not know. Anyway, according to the medical examiner, based on like the levels of the whatever, clearly I am not a medical professional. But based on the levels of like whatever was in his body, it's possible that Natalie gave him a couple of shots of insulin. Girl, wait. You gave him one shot and then he like fell all the way out or whatever. And then you're like, okay, that's good. He's looking close to death, but maybe not. Let's just give you another little booster. A booster insulin shot? I'm like, because apparently insulin only lasts like 4 to 5 hours. And she left him laying on her couch asleep, unconscious for more than that. So maybe she's like, I wonder if his brain is fully cooked with all due respect, I don't want to I want to be respectful to the decedent, but also I do not want to be respectful to that whole trash bag who is Natalie Cochran. Listen, she's already in prison for the Ponzi scheme where she cheated her in-laws, all of her relatives, her friends and family, and her mama and daddy out of their life savings. Now listen, you want to cheat some strangers, you're probably going to go to hell with gasoline draws on, also to jail if the FBI finds out, right? And that's terrible. Your own parents, your parents, not your in-laws, because you might not like your in-laws that well. My in-laws personally are fantastic, but you cheat your siblings and your own parents out of their life set. On the strength of that, I think she did this. Now, do they have all the evidence? I don't know. Again, I'm not a medical examiner. I'm not on the jury. I'm just a lady with a big mouth and a lot of opinions. But so she reportedly, allegedly sedated him and then gave him some insulin. And then when he was not slipping the surly bonds of this earth fast enough, she may have given him another shot, although there's no proof of that or whatever. But I just feel that in my spirit, right? So when the FBI got to the house, they collected, all these bottles of insulin. Now, nobody in that house was diabetic. So you just recreationally keeping insulin. We learned in excuse me. Oh my goodness. We learned in court the other day that Natalie was a pharmacist, also a diabetes educator. So she knows all the insulin things. I don't know nothing about insulin, but she knows all the insulin things. And it's like, okay, her next door neighbor had a child who had type 1 diabetes, and she had helped the family, counseled the family. It's like, oh, don't worry. Let me show you how to give somebody the shots and do all the diabetes things or whatever. And because she was down at the pharmacy periodically and from time to time, she would pick up insulin from the pharmacy and bring it home to her neighbors. Oh, I wish I had that kind of delivery service. Only I would not appreciate if my neighbor used my medications to unfortunately unalive their spouse. But there's really like a really low chance of that happening to me because none of my neighbors are pharmacists. Wait, are any of my neighbors pharmacists? No, none of my neighbors are pharmacists because I be in their business. I know what everybody does for a living. So anyway, that's an aside. Being a gossip, my gossiping is not limited to true crime. I'm always like searching out true crime. If somebody does something shifty, child, I am all over it. I am a one-woman neighborhood watch. I'm a two-person neighborhood watch because the lady across the street, quiet as it's kept, yo. You think I'm nosy. Anyway, so, hey girl, if you're watching this, I don't think she is. Anyway, so what was I saying? Oh yeah, so she was picking up the insulin from the pharmacy at work and bringing it home and giving it to her neighbor. Now, according to the neighbor was like, every time she picked it up, she gave it to us. There was no reason for her not to. Plus, my sick child needed this insulin. So if she was picking up the insulin at work and then giving it to her neighbor, why would she then still have insulin in her house? Was the neighbor missing any insulin? Did she go over and borrow a cup of insulin so she could unfortunately unalive her husband? I don't know how insulin comes. Please don't correct me in the comments because honestly, I do not care. So she might have borrowed some insulin from the neighbors, but also since nobody in Natalie Cochran's house was diabetic, if she happened to have insulin in her refrigerator, it should have been sealed. None of the medication should have been taken out, right? Because what would she be doing with it? But according to the FBI, there was puncture holes in the top where Natalie may or may not have allegedly used that insulin to unfortunately unalive her husband. Girl, Natalie, listen, you were sort of good at financial crimes. I say sort of because you are sitting in prison for them and you did get caught. So you're not really that good at them. At this sort of like true crime, unfortunately unaliving your husband thing, you did an okay job. I'm going to give you a C+. If we were going to rate and give grades to unfortunate unalivers, I'm going to give her a C+ because this case so far seems fairly weak, but I think circumstantial evidence is going to hang this heifer out to dry. And this is why I say this, right? She was a diabetes educator. She knew what medications to give him that would not be traceable in the body and would disappear or whatever. Also in pharmacy school, do they have a whole section on things you could do to unfortunately unalive people? I'm just asking for myself because I'm curious. Ziggy, do they teach killing people in pharmacy school?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
See, she refuses to be an accomplice to my crimes. That's an ALEXA device. I just named mine Ziggy. So anyway, so she gave him the medication, allegedly. And he laid in a coma on her couch all day long. waiting for the insulin to like percolate and cook his brain or do whatever insulin does. And so finally the friends and the family was like, girl, why is he just laying here like this? Oh, and she took a bunch of pictures of him. She's trash. And they were like, okay, we're going to take him to the hospital, ignorant heifer. If you're not going to do it, we're going to take him to the hospital. And she's like, I'm a good Christian woman. Remember all in Bible verses I sent you? And the Lord is telling me, don't take him to the hospital. And so his friends like elbowed the heifer out of the way and scooped him up and took him down to the hospital. And the hospital was like, oh, y'all, this is really, really bad. We don't know if he gonna stay on this side of glory. And after like 5 days in the hospital of them trying everything, meanwhile, she's over there taking hospital selfies and pictures of him in the hospital with the tubes and stuff. She's horrible. They put him in hospice and it's like, oh, yeah, that's a bad sign. He's going to hospice. And then 5 hours after he got to hospice, he went on off to the Endless Heaven buffet. I'll see you in the key lime section when I get there, Mike. So he slips the surly bonds of this earth. But here's the thing. If you pass away in hospice, it's considered to be natural causes. I wonder if she pushed to have him put in hospice, or if that was just like the hospital said, you know, there's not really anything we could do for him. And so we're going to go ahead and send him over to the hospice. I think she plotted and planned. Now, listen, if she was a really skilled, unfortunate unaliver, she would have had him cremated. All true crime fans know you cannot do an autopsy on ashes. So, but she ain't know that. That's why I'm giving her a C and not like a B. Anyway, also, you should not be unfortunately unaliving people. You should not be good at it. If you're good at it, then you're a terrible person. You should strive to get an F. This is where you do not want to be an overachiever. So anyway, 7 months after his death, the FBI was already looking into her for her Ponzi scheme. And so she was just like, I mean, I may have taken my mom and daddy and them's life savings, and maybe you have all that proof of it, but I am just a poor widow woman. And the FBI was like, okay, move over, heifer. Let's go look in your refrigerator. She still had the insulin. Ma'am, you could have just thrown that out. Why would you have I do not understand. Was she a hoarder in other ways? I mean, listen, I'm a waste not, want not kind of girl, so I get it. But you can't. Used insulin 7 months later, still in there with the needle punctures in the top. Girl, you are very, very bad at true crime. Hang on. If you want to get away with crime, and I'm not suggesting that anybody do, you should maybe just like let people suspect and think, because if she goes down for this crime, she's going away forever, ever, as opposed to just like that 11 years or whatever she's doing on her financial crimes. So anyway, 7 months after poor Mike has gone off to the Endless Heaven buffet, the FBI raids her house and they find insulin still sitting in her house. Lord, she's stupid. And so they exhume his body and they're just like, okay, let's look at him or whatever. But it's 7 months later. And if she gave him a shot, like he had been in the hospital, he had been in hospice, there's probably all kinds of needle punctures all over him. Sorry this happened to you, Mike. This is terrible. Anyway. So the guy who did the autopsy was like, yeah, I mean, he was like a pincushion, basically. That's not the technical term that he used, but that's like the spirit of what he said. He was a whole pincushion. So we couldn't tell if any of those were insulin. And then the government or whoever does exhumations was like, okay, put him back. And then a couple months later, they were like, can we just have another look? We would just want to take another look. Y'all not gonna let this man rest in peace? At a certain point, do you just put like a zipper on the ground, like, oh, we might have to take you out again, like one of them Ziploc seals at the top, so you could easily pop somebody out and put them back? So disrespectful. Anyway, so when they exhumed him the second time and ran tests or whatever on his organs and stuff, that's when they found the insulin. But so far in court, we've only gotten to the first autopsy, and so far the state, West Virginia, come here. So far, y'all case is weak, and I'm worried about you. But listen, I'm keeping the faith because this lady is terrible. Did I mention that she cheated her mama and daddy out of their life savings? She's horrible. So I'm trusting in y'all to really, really bring it home. But I'm being patient. I'm waiting. We're going to wait until we hear all the evidence. Although I personally have already prejudged her, but I know that you have to prove your case. right? So get to proving. Go, you can do it. Okay. Anyway, back to the regular audience. So listen, I just had a little private talk with the state of West Virginia, and I think they're gonna get their whole act together. So the guy who exhumed the body said there was no disease in the organs, there was no disease in the tissue, and then that very annoying cross-examination guy, the defense attorney, was like, right, because the organs break down first, right? Even when they're embalmed. I'm not sure how embalming works. Anyway, so he was just like, y'all checked and you didn't find anything right away. Now, I don't know what was proved or what was figured or what they did in the second exhumation. We have not gotten to the second exhumation yet, but we gonna find out. Listen, I'm here, I'm perched, I'm waiting. I want to know every single thing about the state of West Virginia versus Natalie Cochran, our resident unfortunate unaliver and financial thief and whole trash bag. Listen, I put a brand new video this morning over on Facebook. Go over there and check it out. Or on Instagram, we're gossip, rumor, and innuendo in both places. I will see you soon. Bye.
Hi, y'all, and welcome to tonight's live stream. We have been covering an absolutely crazy case out of West Virginia. It's the case against pharmacist Natalie Cochran, and she's been accused over the last few years of a number of different things. She's serving 11 years and 3 months in federal prison for a Ponzi scheme, where she was accused of ripping off not only her in-laws of everything they had saved, but also her own parents and her own brother. There are also allegations that she stole $10,000 from the local Little League, although I've been able to find absolutely nothing about a prosecution of that or any written evidence about that. She's been accused of faking cancer. The judge in the federal case accused her of that. All of those things are really salacious. Those are the kinds of things that would make a jury sit up and take notice, would make a jury wonder whether or not she's the kind of person who can be trusted, whether or not she's somebody who can actually be believed. But that is not the issue in the case that we're covering now. The issue in the case we're covering now is whether or not Natalie Cochran murdered her husband, Michael. Prosecutors say she used insulin, injected it into him. It caused him to have a dramatic drop in blood sugar down to 21 when normal is 55 or above. And he had this dramatic drop. He actually fell to the floor, and he slowly fell to the floor, grabbing the cabinets, according to what she told people. Numerous people came over, urged him to get medical help. She didn't. And ultimately, when he finally received help many hours, like 8, I think, after he had actually first fallen to the floor, it was too late. And after 5 days, he was transferred to hospice, where he died in just 5 hours. So it was an immediate plunge that was created, according to the prosecution, by giving him insulin. So the ultimate question the prosecution has to answer in this case is, did Natalie Cochran give her husband insulin? And if so, is that what caused his death? Today were the experts, at least 2 of them, who were supposed to help the state prove that point. So we're going to cover what they said today. There were, frankly, some problems with their testimony. So we're going to talk about what those were, and we're going to look at whether or not the state is making the case. We don't really know how many experts they might have left to go. They could have a lot. We just know the 2 we've heard from today, and that's what we're going to be talking about today. So for those of you who have noticed, I am back at home. I am no longer in West Virginia. I covered the trial in person last week, and then I'm now back at home. I'm covering the trial, watching Court TV, which I really appreciate the fact that they are covering this case for us. So I want to say a special shout out to the first 5 in the chat tonight: Teresa Heeman, KS, Rita Young, Janet Biskey. That is only, Diane. No, that was the first expert. I can only count to 4. So I don't actually know who my 5th person is. Let us see. Let's go back up. I don't want to leave out our 5th person, because I know y'all really make an effort to get here quickly, and I appreciate that. So Biskey, KS, did I already do KS? Loretta Powell. So there we go. We've got our 5. Thank y'all for being here tonight. I appreciate it very much. It's actually a super huge night for the channel. There is so much going on. It's almost more than I can even kind of manage. Tonight, of course, we are covering this case. We're going live every night of the trial. I've been covering it daily, and so we're doing that again. In addition, there is brand new information in the Richard Allen Delphi murders case. We covered that extensively on the channel. I went to that trial in person the entire month that it lasted. That new evidence is super bombshell, and we're going to be covering that shortly in a separate live stream that will start after this one. And then thirdly, I am going to be on Court TV later tonight, sometime between 9:30 and 10, and I'll be talking about the Delphi murders and the new evidence that's come out in that case. So huge night. Please be with us for all of these things, and I will look forward to seeing y'all. Okay, so first witness of the day, Diane Krieger, endocrinologist and professor of endocrinology at Florida International University of Medicine. She explained endocrinology is just looking at the function of the glands in the body. She said she'd actually done 2 serial murder cases involving insulin being used as the murder weapon. She was accepted as an expert, no objection by the defense. She said that she is not a cause of death expert, but what she thinks that Michael Cochran died of was hypoglycemia, low blood sugar, which produced swelling of the brain, cerebral edema. And she said she was, I think, somewhat helpful for the prosecution, but I thought that the cross was really good. So we started out with a fact that's critical for the prosecution. Initially, Michael's blood glucose level when he arrived at the hospital was 21. That's really different from what Natalie had been telling people all day. She had supposedly been measuring this all day in addition to blood pressure, his looking for temperature as he lay there on the couch unresponsive. And when she measured it, it was way higher than that, 5 times higher than that. But when he got to the hospital and they measured it, it was 21. So the witness said, look, that's profoundly low. She said, extremely low. Use both of those. At that point, what should have happened is that Raleigh General should have done some more specific tests to determine where that insulin came from. Was it some problem within the body that they needed to fix? But she said in her experience, close to 0 hospitals actually perform these tests, although they should be doing them. Secondly, the potassium level was very low. The potassium level can drop if there are very significant, she said, quote, tons of severe diarrhea or vomiting. Taking a diuretic, maybe too much cortisol produced by a tumor, but it's unusual that the potassium level was that low. And one of the causes of low potassium is a high dose of insulin. So again, that would fit with the pattern of Natalie having injected him with insulin. Then a urine screen showed that he had benzodiazepines. She said that should have been followed up with a blood test, but it wasn't done. What a benzodiazepine does is slow somebody down, calm them down, sedate them. So that raises several questions. For example, could it have been given to Michael Cochran in addition to the insulin so he wouldn't be able to respond and react and prevent the insulin from doing its work of murdering him? And then secondly, Could he have been an addict? Benzodiazepine is one of the things that addicts might take. So is that a possibility? And the witness was asked by the prosecution, Dr. Krieger was, how much insulin would it take to push somebody's blood sugar all the way down to 21? And she said, likely a fair amount, enough to drive the potassium down, get the blood glucose that low. But she said there aren't exactly a lot of studies on this because it would be unethical, really, to give insulin to healthy people just to see how they responded to it. So she then went through a list of potential things that could cause this blood sugar. She listed 13. There were only a few that were even kind of relevant. So I just thought I'd focus on those, I think 3. So for each of them, she said, well, it could have been this, that doesn't count. Could have been that doesn't count. The first one that it might have been that could conceivably fit with the facts is a severe systemic infection. There's no evidence of that, she said, in the terms of like fever or low blood pressure. But the defense had a pretty good cross on this. What they said was, oh, what do you mean there was no evidence? He had a 17,000 white blood cell count. 11,000 would be considered high, and he was at 17,000. In addition to that, the hospital was concerned enough that they gave him an antibiotic in case he had an infection. So it's not unreasonable to think it's possible. That was the defense argument. And I think their experts will also hit hard on the fact that you don't have to have fever or low blood pressure when you have an infection. You could just have an infection that doesn't include those symptoms. So I think their experts will hit pretty hard on that. Then there was also insufficiency of the adrenal gland. That was another thing that might drop the blood sugar. And he was on steroids for bodybuilding. And some very high levels, she had to admit, could cause the adrenal gland not to work, insufficiency of the adrenal gland. And that in turn would cause the low blood sugar. But she said, look, what he was taking, the steroids just weren't strong enough to cause an adrenal insufficiency. One of the things I thought the defense might have pointed out here was the fact that no one really knows what steroids he's taking. At least we haven't been told that during the trial. And so how does she know they weren't strong enough to produce this adrenal problem? And then the last point she raised was that other medications sometimes can cause low blood sugar. She said, you may remember, there were 3 vials that were tested. One of them was labeled enclomiphene. That's a fertility drug that would increase testosterone, and it could actually cause that low blood sugar that he had. But when that was tested by the FBI lab, it didn't actually contain enclomiphene, even though that was on the label. Instead, it had glycerol and letrozole. Letrozole is to prevent male hormones from converting to female. It wouldn't cause low blood sugar. So and going back to that issue of the benzodiazepine that was in the urine, usually that needs to be followed up with a blood test. As I said, they didn't do that, but they then had an argument, the defense and the prosecution, about what exactly was low blood sugar. So there was at least 2 articles that said when you have benzodiazepine, when you've been taking that, then it might drop your blood sugar. That can happen. But she said, I looked at these articles and they thought low blood sugar meant in the 80s. Well, we don't consider that to be the case. We think it's 55 or below. So, quote, I'm not sure if that report is believable. So their expert, the defense expert, will come and say, look, benzos in your urine could indicate that could be a reason that would decrease your blood sugar. So he clearly was taking those. It was in his system. That's what caused it. So that's what I expect to happen. And if you put all of these things together, what you have is sort of a constellation of facts that could conceivably help the defense. For example, you've got extremely high white blood cell count, possibly indicating infection, which could drop the blood sugar. You've got steroids, which in high doses could drop the blood sugar. You've got benzos in the blood. At least some papers say it could drop the blood sugar. So if you put all those things together in a constellation of facts, the defense has those as an argument that what happened here was related to the drugs that Michael Cochran was taking, not to a particular dose of insulin given by Natalie Cochran. So on the defense cross of this expert, they did have that argument and about what exactly is the measure for low blood sugar. And in a 38-year-old male, the defense argued that low blood sugar is just anything less than 70. And the witness said, well, I think it's 55. So that was never resolved really, but we'll hear from the defense expert. I was surprised they didn't use a textbook maybe to cross-examine if there is anything out there that says at age 38-year-old male, 70 is the number. It seemed like there might be something written down about that they could use, but they didn't cross-examine that way. So the defense also talked about the fact that the state is just assuming that this shot was given at noon. But if that were the case, it would have stopped working after 4 or 5 hours. By the time he got to the hospital, it would no longer have been in effect. So, and the witness had to admit, well, there's no information out there that a shot of Humalog Lispro insulin, which is what was found in the vial that the prosecution believes might have been used to dose him. There's no reason to think that would last longer than 7 hours. It's going to be gone by then. And so the result when he got to the hospital couldn't be explained by a shot at noon. She said, well, maybe it was more than one shot. And there was an objection from the defense. Well, there's no reason to believe that. Where's the evidence of that? And she just said, well, yeah, it's possible. So she also had to admit that a drug overdose could conceivably cause things like the brain swelling that Michael had, that there were other things that could cause it, and that on a CT scan, you can't really tell. You don't know what's causing it and what isn't. Michael Cochran was admitted on February 6, 2019. He was treated for 5 days, discharged to hospice, where he died the same day within hours of arriving at hospice. And at no point in there was there a suspicion that there was insulin in his body. And so at that point, the argument for the defense is, look, you are arguing that she gave him this insulin, but there was no reason that anyone at the time thought that was involved. No one thought that. Otherwise, maybe they would have treated it or done something about it, but they did not. So the defense also talked about one time when he was in the hospital when he had a really dramatic drop in blood sugar. He measured a 44 when he'd been measuring as high as 187 just 3 hours earlier. And the defense expert, Dr. Krieger, said, well, that was kind of not, I don't think we can use that to compare, because they measured that using a blood stick, a finger prick, I should say, instead of the way they were doing it otherwise. And so, which I assume was maybe taking it from a central line or something like that, that they were pulling it out of a vein in the arm at one point, and this was a finger prick. So the fact that it was different, we can't really use that as a measure. The defense wanted to say, look, if it dropped precipitously when he got to the hospital, it was normal all day, dropped all of a sudden, and then the same thing happens in the hospital, this isn't Natalie's fault. She's not there giving him insulin anymore. That's not even possible. Therefore, we believe, the defense says, that it was really a drop that was related to just whatever illness was going on in his body, created by all these drugs he was taking. So, but where I felt like they really made the most headway of all was with a question. The witness said that Michael Cochran's hypoglycemia, low blood sugar, was due to insulin administration. She was asked, is that true? And she said, it's a strong possibility. And the defense lawyer said, so you can't say it was the one and only factor? And she said, well, it's the only credible explanation. And then the defense kind of moved in with, well, to what degree a medical certainty is a strong possibility? Like, what does that even mean? And she said, well, it's not really quantified. What is that argument about? The way the medical doctors testify in court is they're supposed to say it's to that it's to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. That's how they testify in court. That's just a catchphrase that's used. But strong possibility doesn't really match with that. And so it sounds like something maybe less than medical certainty, medical probability. And so that was what they were asking about. And I think that could be a real issue on appeal if she gets convicted, because that really isn't the standard that the witness was supposed to be using. All right, moving to, and as to whether or not there could have been multiple injections, one of the points that the defense raised was, well, there were all these people around, and not just were there people around, she kept calling people to come over. She kept asking them to come. So if there were people in and out, checking on him in and out of the house, then first of all, why would she call people over if she needed to dose him again to make sure that he died? And secondly, wouldn't they have noticed? I mean, if they're still there and she's giving him shots of insulin, wouldn't that have seemed kind of obvious? And so then she just said, well, yeah, I don't know. That's beyond my analysis. I can't really, I'm speaking to just insulin in the body. The next witness was Earl Bleem, who is a physical scientist and forensic examiner working in firearms and tool marks at the unit of FBI lab in Quantico. He looked at those vials, 2 of the vials that the prosecution discussed on Friday, I believe it was. And it was funny. Somebody had asked, well, shouldn't he be using gloves to handle these? Because he was not using gloves to handle these. But last week, they weren't using that. But the witness said, do I need gloves? And the prosecutor said, no. And the judge said, hold on. Do we have gloves, deputy? And the deputy went and got some. Ironically, they ripped as they went on, and he used it anyway. But it was kind of ripped through here. So I don't think he was only touching the vial with the gloves part. So what the witness talked about was the 2 vials. One contained methylprednisolone, and in that, he looked at the rubber stopper in the top of it, in the top of this vial, said he didn't see any evidence of puncture marks, something having gone through to actually pull the medication out. But when he looked at the rubber stopper on the other vial, which contained the Humalog insulin, that's when he said he felt like he detected a puncture mark that went through the entire stopper. Now, the defense had a pretty good argument, I thought. The first one, the methylprednisolone, was in part, someone had taken the metal ring off and manipulated it, so he was basically looking at pieces, whereas the Humalog insulin was more or less intact. And the FBI had already tested the contents of these. So the only way, the defense suggested, how did they get the contents out of the bottle of insulin? If it's still intact, the top is still on, maybe they're the ones who used a needle to insert through the stopper and to pull this out in order to test it. Now, we've already heard from the chemist. He said he didn't do that, but it does kind of raise a question about when exactly this happened. And the witness had to acknowledge that this wasn't tested for 3 years after Michael Cochran died. It wasn't collected for 4 or 5 months and wasn't tested by the FBI for 3 years after he died. So that is a super long period of time. He also acknowledged he couldn't really tell when this puncture mark was made or who made it. Now, why does the puncture mark matter? That what they're trying to suggest is that Natalie used a needle, put it down through the top of the insulin and drew some out. That's what she gave Michael Cochran on the day he died. And so they believe that this insulin, which we think was found in her refrigerator, but the correct witness hasn't really come on that yet, but that's what we believe based on comments, that she did this, took some out, injected him, and then put it back in the refrigerator, maybe to use more of it. And a whole vial apparently would be just crazy. So you don't need that much, and you don't need that much to kill a healthy person. So they believe that Natalie put this needle in, pulled some out, and that's how she got the insulin to inject in Michael. The fact that it had a puncture mark all the way through meant somebody had put a needle in and pulled some out. Since no one in Natalie's house had diabetes, it's confusing as to how and why they had this insulin and how and why it became punctured. She did give medication, pick up medication for the neighbor whose child had diabetes. We've been told that tomorrow an underage person is going to testify. I think that might be the boy who had diabetes, and where she was helping pick up medication and helping do training on how they would manage and help him with his diabetes. Natalie was a pharmacist, and so she had some training and that sort of thing. All right, let's see if yes. So final witness of the day. They had a ton of technical trouble getting this expert's testimony, which was supposed to just be by video, but it didn't work. And at one point they said, well, you could just use your phone. And the witness said, I have a flip phone, which caused everybody to laugh. It's like, oh, wow. So his name was Dr. Peter Kubicek, and he was first deputy chief medical examiner, is of West Virginia for 5 years. He's done more than 6,000 autopsies in his career. He was trained in Warsaw, Poland at the Medical University of Warsaw. Now, what he explained was that when Michael Cochran died, because he died in hospice, it was considered to be natural causes. It was not referred for an autopsy. The hospital didn't refer it. It was after law enforcement became involved. They wanted the body exhumed. Michael had been buried by now. And so the autopsy that he performed was on the exhumed body. He said it was already decomposing. Wait a minute, he said decomposed. But the body had been embalmed. He said that helped a little to preserve internal organs. He had an enlarged heart. His toxicology results showed no alcohol, no characteristics of abuse, no heavy metals. So they weren't finding anything with those results. He concluded that the cause of death was undetermined. He could not find the cause of death. And nothing has come to his attention since then to change his opinion. Now, we know that Michael was exhumed more than once, so I expect more experts to come on the autopsy issue. He said he wouldn't have done anything different, even if the police had told him, hey, we're kind of thinking she injected him with insulin. He said, because this was 7 months after death. So looking for an area where insulin might have been injected or the presence of insulin was not possible at this time. And he said, in addition to the fact, he'd been in the hospital for 5 days. So a lot of the evidence would be unclear and would not be available after this period of time. So the defense drilled down on the idea that the manner and cause of death was undetermined. This witness said he did not know why Michael Cochran died, and he couldn't tell from the autopsy he did. And that there were no tumors that were found, the prosecution had pointed out, but on recross, he said the reason you couldn't find tumors was the body was 7 months old and the organs are the first thing to decompose. And the witness said, yes. We stopped at 2:15 early today because there were no more witnesses available for the day. Another expert is believed to be coming. They said the expert was traveling from out of state and wouldn't arrive until today. So they also agreed that they would not show the face of the 17-year-old who will be testifying tomorrow. So I will take just a couple of questions real quick. If you have them, put question marks at the beginning, and then we can, that'll help me spot them in the chat. But we're going to be going straight from this. I'm going to be opening up another live stream in just a minute where we're going to talk about the Delphi matter. And then at 9:30, I'm going on with Court TV, and I'll be talking about the Delphi case. That's also what the next live stream will be about. You do not want to miss it because there is brand new evidence in the Delphi case. You will be absolutely amazed. It's really interesting, and we're going to talk about whether it's going to open up the case all over again, what will happen next. So if you have a question, put it at the beginning, and I want to do a little summary as we're talking about it. So if you look at what the expert said today, there was first the expert who talked about the fact, Dr. Krieger, who talked about the fact that Michael, she believed, had this extremely low blood sugar. Everyone would agree with that. The test showed that. And she thought it was due to a problem, an injection of insulin. The problem, there are several problems with that. One is proving Natalie's the one who gave him the insulin, as opposed to say he gave it to himself. And secondly, there were a lot of other things that he was taking or doing that might conceivably have done that. So there's some questions around her conclusions that it was insulin. And there are questions around whether or not Natalie gave the insulin. And then when you look at the expert who talked about the puncture mark in the insulin bottle, I think I think the prosecution will probably pull through on that one. But there was at least some question about how the FBI tested it, if it was all still intact and they had taken the contents out to test it. And then finally, the autopsy was frankly very favorable for the defense. They simply weren't able to figure out that it had any connection to insulin. All of this was impossible given how long it had been that the body had been buried. Now, we may well hear, I think we will hear, we know that the body was exhumed more than once, so we're going to hear more about this coming up. And we're going to hear from an expert who will say insulin was found, insulin was connected, but we have not heard that yet. We didn't hear it today. Okay, so I'm looking for question marks. Okay, so Dolly is asking me, more than one exclamation is shocking. And Dolly, I think it was 3. I've heard both, and I'm waiting to find out for the end, but they did one and they were like, we didn't get it all. And I think they did a third, but we will find that out. I read about both, and so I don't want to state one or the other. Trying to make sure that I didn't miss a question going back. Nope, I don't think I did. Okay. So next question is from Shiroshina. Will we need to go to Court TV? Yes. Or will the link show up on my channel? No, you'll go to Court TV and you'll watch it there. I'm there at 9:30, but I think it goes on slightly after that. So we will, so that's what it will be. I have to say, I'm very, very extremely nervous. So please, everyone show up and be very positive. I am very nervous about that. So in his will, this case seems very weak. Do you think the prosecution just focused on her because she is already in prison? Oh, that's in his will is asking me that. And I do think the case is weak in terms of the murder. The case is weak. The case was very strong in terms of the Ponzi scheme. As I said, it was maybe more scheme than Ponzi, but in terms of sort of the fraud, the case was strong. That was the federal case that she's serving time for. This one is not as strong. The prosecution admitted in opening statement, there's no physical evidence. There's no fingerprint. There's no DNA. There's no video. It's just, this is what we think based on the facts and surrounds. And interestingly, they started with the Ponzi scheme. They didn't start with evidence of anything but that. They started straight off with the Ponzi scheme. Why didn't she have him cremated if she were guilty? Asked Scooter. Very good question. And I think that the defense will argue that. They've already mentioned that already. Let me go over here. And the crypto tax lawyer. Finally, snow in North Carolina. We're supposed to have a little bit tonight. unfairly, they're getting massive amounts down in Savannah and so forth south of us, and we're getting less here. That's just wrong, is what I have to say. But in any event, we are supposed to have a little bit tomorrow. The school's closed far in advance, lest there be any question and the kids have any problem getting home. We had a big problem with that a few years ago. Yeah, you think it's their son tomorrow. Okay. With the defendant calling, it's early for that. I don't know. I assumed it was going to be the neighbor because I had heard both her kids were adults, but I guess I don't know for sure what their ages were. So we will find that out. Strange at the, but there are the two children, as I've said from the beginning, I think they will testify. I think the defense has sort of hinted around that they may have some evidence to exculpate their mom. And so I think they will testify when it comes to the defense. So I do agree with that. Kelly Jane, strange that the expert says fingerprint showing the previous quit drop in the hospital isn't reliable, but the prosecution using her home prick test being so different. So I'm a little overwhelmed with all this going on tonight. So Kelly Jane, I'm trying to follow what you're saying to me. So the expert was saying that the fingerprint showing the previous quit drop in the hospital isn't reliable, but using the home drop, yes, that is true, because there was this huge drop. She was doing, it had to have been prick tests. There'd be no other way she would have to do it. She was doing those, and there was this big drop, and they found that and believed that they believed it, that it was high before, and there was a sudden drop. But they're having trouble with that one prick test. She was really, I think, more talking about the fact that there seemed to be no connection between the two, that because they were done differently. So she felt like you couldn't compare them. So if you took the one in the hospital and you did it one way, and then the one that was different, you did it a different way, you did the test a different way, she seemed to feel that that didn't really count because it had actually been taken a different way. So I know that Law and Crime started doing this. Oh, thank you, Sheriff Sheena. Oh, I appreciate all your nice wishes. Thank you all. I am back home, Diane. Or was that Diane? Diana. I am back home. Yes. And don't forget the roids from Mexico. They could have been tainted as well, says Barb. That is definitely going to be an argument that I think the children are going to make. I think the children are going to talk about how their dad behaved on the drugs. That's just my theory, but it came from hints that were dropped in opening statements. So we will see where they go when they testify, but I really think they will. Too many witnesses have been asked, did you talk to the children? Did you talk to the children? So I believe they're setting up the idea that if you didn't talk to the children, you didn't do a thorough investigation. And when we hear from them, we will get a different story. I think that's where the defense is going. When will Jennifer, there was no reason for Natalie to possess insulin. Jennifer has already testified. And so she definitely is coming and definitely did testify. Now, the reason that Natalie possessed insulin isn't completely clear. The defense has suggested it was because she picked it up from the neighbor, but both Jennifer and her husband, and I hope I'm remembering the names right, but the mom of the boy next door who had the diabetes and the dad said, well, if she picked some up, she wasn't supposed to just put it in her refrigerator. She was supposed to bring it to us. It was just that she was picking it up for us. I'd say I find that strange that she would pick up medication for them. She wasn't working as a pharmacist at the time, I don't believe. So it'd be one thing if she said, hey, I'll drop it by on my way home. I'm the pharmacist. But for her to actually just go pick it up for them just seems kind of odd. I don't know. I guess my neighbors don't normally do that for me. They don't normally pick up my medication. I guess let me know if that's a normal thing for you. All right. Miss Construe has been a member for 8 months. That's fantastic. Crypto Tax Lawyer. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. I appreciate the kind wishes. I am nervous, but I'm looking forward to it. So if you watch, be sure to make very kind comments. Oh, Leah's doing a great job. Anything like that would be very appreciated. All right, so I will see y'all in just a few minutes. As soon as I set up the other live stream, I'm going to be talking about the hot new evidence in the Delphi case. It's really, really going to shake things up. And we'll see. Is it going to make a difference? How quickly will it make a difference? We'll talk about all of that coming up in about 5 minutes. So be sure you are subscribed with the notifications on, or you can just go to my channel and you'll see the live pop up in just a few minutes. And I will see you all in just a few minutes. Oh, yes, I do. Okay. And we have a very special outro tonight done by Marlon. Yesterday was my husband's birthday. He died on May 8th. And so Marlon, as a very special gift, gave me this this outro. He did a drawing of my husband, George. I love this. It means a lot to me, and I wanted to play it. I was going to go live last night, but since it's tonight, since I missed last night driving home, then I'm going to actually just play it for you tonight in honor of my husband, George, a wonderful man. And he really looked like that. That's a good likeness. Handsomest man I ever knew.
Natalie Cochran, a former pharmacist, is accused of poisoning her husband, charged with first-degree murder for allegedly using insulin to kill him.
You are the defendant in this matter, obviously. You are aware of that, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Michael and Natalie Cochran had 2 kids. He was 38 years old when he died. In early February of 2019, he was sick, had a seizure at the couple's home, and then died 5 days later in hospice. Prosecutors say Natalie killed Michael to cover up her $2.5 million fraud.
Are not two separate things that you can unravel and say there's a federal Ponzi scheme and there's a state murder case. They're combined.
7 months after Michael died, Natalie Cochran was charged by the feds for wire fraud and bank fraud as part of a Ponzi scheme. The Cochrans owned a company, Tactical Solutions Group, which they claimed sold weapons to the U.S. Department of Defense. Federal prosecutors alleged it was a fake business. They had no contracts with the government. The millions of dollars investors, who were mostly family and friends, sunk into the company was actually spent on a lavish lifestyle. Cochran pled guilty in 2020. She was sentenced to 11 years in federal prison.
The financial crime gives rise to motive.
The state alleges that Michael had no idea the family business was a sham, and they say Natalie killed him when he became suspicious and started asking too many questions, especially after his parents invested their entire savings and were not getting their money back. During Cochran's sentencing, Michael's mother said she took advantage of us because we loved her and believed everything she said. Lie after lie after lie, and still no deposits were made. The money never came. Cochran's attorney claims that Michael was a part of the scheme.
There's evidence that points to, I'll say that, to the alleged victim's involvement in the case from the get-go.
Natalie Cochran was indicted for Michael's murder in 2021. The case was temporarily dismissed while the state exhumed his body. She was re-indicted in October of 2023. Now she faces up to life in prison if convicted.
Big day today, opening statements. Everyone's been talking about it, so I want to let you experience it as we listen to the prosecution and the defense going back and forth, trying to make their case and sort of set the framework for this highly contested trial.
February the 5th of 2019, Michael Cochran was a 200-pound, healthy 38-year-old man. By midday of February 6th of 2019, he had lost consciousness and he would never regain consciousness. He died in hospice care 5 days later, February 11th of 2019. How could this happen? Why did it happen?
You will hear medical evidence that Mr. Cochran was not a healthy 38-year-old man. In fact, to the contrary, between the late 2017 and the time of his death in 2019, he was in the hospital 4 times. For what? For life-threatening conditions. He was a ticking bomb.
There were no diabetics in the Cochran, and there's no evidence that this defendant was taking insulin to counteract anything. But Jennifer Davis, being a good friend and the mother of a child who was a severe diabetic, had insulin. The defendant knew that. Jennifer Davis, being a good friend, sends her husband with insulin to the defendant's house that morning. About noonish, one way or the other, Michael Cochran collapses.
What comes to mind immediately is that bottle of insulin. And I will submit to you that this is a smokescreen that the state is going to present to you. You will hear expert testimony and evidence that this type of insulin could not kill anybody. And for that matter, that the amount of insulin that may have been given to Michael Cochran would not kill him. But what they will not tell you is that if you are shot with a injection of insulin, you're not going to drop unconscious immediately.
Why? Why would this happen? And why would it happen when it happened? Well, as the defense counsel informed me during questioning, the defendant had run a Ponzi scheme, a big one, where millions of dollars were taken from friends, relatives, local professionals. As many deceptions and lies as were told to her victims of the Ponzi scheme, Michael Cochran was told just as many. He did not know what was going on.
The state's motive in this case, as they presented to you, is absolute nonsense. He didn't know anything about the Ponzi scheme. He didn't know anything about millions of dollars in the lavish lifestyle. He didn't know anything about this, even though the evidence will show that he was signing all these contracts, he was working on the contracts, he was signing checks, and you will see that evidence, you will hear that evidence. His beloved wife is a fraud and a cheat. And what was he gonna do? No, he was not gonna go and talk to her and try to resolve this case somehow, get a lawyer or not. The evidence will show, well, at least the state's evidence will show, that she's gonna run to the federal government and turn her in and have the dear wife, the mother of his children, locked up in prison. Well, okay.
He was frustrated. He was very frustrated. But the same excuses provided by the defendant to all of her victims in the Ponzi scheme were being provided to Michael Cochran too. It's everybody's fault under the sun. They've got hundreds of millions of dollars in their money stuck in a bank in Virginia, Bank of America. That's what she told Michael Cochran. That's what he believed. So Michael Cochran is going to straighten this out.
Mr. Cochran, by the state's own admission, was enjoying the benefits of Ms. Cochran's fraud. Well, that's another red herring. He was involved in the Ponzi scheme. He knew about multi-million-dollar purchases, the toys, the houses. trips to Paris, trips to Hawaii, expensive, lavish lifestyle. And you have to ask yourself at the end of the case, she didn't know about it? Really?
Some opening statements that sounded like closing arguments. Still with us, Daryl Cohen, Meg Strickland, Josh Schiffer. Who won?
The jury wins. The jury's engaged, turned on. Those were two very passionate, educated, clear, and well-prepared advocates. And this is the kind of case that juries really latch onto because the third leg of the stool is usable by both sides. The state's motive is the defense's defense.
Yeah.
They're going to argue over the meaning of this Ponzi scheme, a complicated dynamic at a minimum, especially with his parents being a victim, her having a conviction, what is unsaid between the two of them because it never came out. There's more juice for the jury to sip on for days and days and days. This one's going to be electric.
Is it going to be about the motive, or is it going to be about the evidence about how he died?
You know, they need to show the evidence about how he died and be real specific about
You say
it.
they. Who's they?
The prosecutor needs to be more specific about how he died because you're sitting there saying it's going to be a battle of experts about how this happened. I think it's going to be a battle of experts saying how it happened on both sides, and that's what's going to be, because a fraudster doesn't always kill, and the killers don't always fraud. So it's not like she's a bad person because she's a fraudster, convicted fraudster. That's not enough to make her be convicted of murder.
Is it possible the husband didn't know about it, Daryl? That he didn't realize this was a scam?
Life is always possible, but let me get this straight. She's a pharmacist.
Yes.
And he died how and of what? Sorry, folks, that pig doesn't fly.
Hey, that kind of insulin can't kill you, though, Daryl. According to this expert.
Thank you.
And really, the issue is expert versus expert. Tie goes to the defense, and the defense knows that.
Except it doesn't, because she's been previously convicted in federal court.
She's
only a fraudster, just 2.5 million. But that gives her the motive to be a murderess.
No, I don't agree.
I think that it's an argument, but I think it's a hard one to fully evolve and put forward at beyond a reasonable doubt because there's so many other things that the defense can just toss out there and be like, here, chew on this, chew on that. This is another explanation that could make sense. The state doesn't just have to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. It's the elimination of the other doubts.
You know what's so much fun is the victim is gone, and the jury is going to be so entertained regardless of what their verdict is. A mistrial would not at all be surprising.
And could the lawyers not be out of central casting a little bit? Those guys had me gripped.
Like we're arguing up a big one. Those are opening arguments.
Yeah. You're supposed to just lay out what the facts are. They're making their case and making their arguments. You know, to me, the motive, though, is interesting, right? If the jury gets focused on that, could they believe that he didn't know that this was all a scam?
There's no way he didn't know. I can't stand that. I do a lot of fraud, and the proof's always in the pudding. It's called your bank statements. And
Well, did the Madoffs know?
Oh, please don't even get me on that one.
You know, why would anybody invest with somebody whose last name is Madoff? That in advance gave you
But
a hint.
Mrs. Madoff was never prosecuted.
No, but she's so new. Cut me a break. How do you not know? That really irritates me.
And juries are the most brilliant.
Look at your bank statements.
Juries are the most brilliant idiots in the entire universe. We're talking about people that have answered all these questions but couldn't figure out how to get out of jury duty. You've got 12 disinterested people that are kind of chained to something. Mm-hmm. This case is going to grip them. They're going to want
there's some of us who enjoy serving on a jury.
It's the right thing to do. And many of us do want to do the right thing. We may not always do it, but we want to believe that we're doing it for the community and for all of us who live.
Does she have to testify?
Yes.
No. All right.
If she's going to be acquitted, any chance, she testifies.
It depends on how the state's case, man.
Exactly.
All right. We shall see.
Bring it.
Yeah.
Watching it on Court TV, Josh Schiffer, Meg Strickland, Daryl Cohen. Thank you very much. All right. When we return, I will reveal something else you need to know tonight. Plus, coming up next hour. Tonight on Vinnie Politan investigates momfluencer and YouTube star Ruby Franke was convicted of child abuse, and so was her friend and former counselor, Jody Hildebrand. What exactly was the nature of
Boom, boom. Hey, hello everybody. I'm back. Hello everybody. If you've come in, not sure. Sorry if I've missed you. Tracy Marie, hello Tracy. That means Dana's gonna behave now. Happy days. I'll keep Dana quiet for a bit. Right, hang on. Let me just get out of that one. Out of that one. No, I don't want that one. Just going to try and set the trial up. Boom, boom. Why is this like this then? Oh, here we go. That's why it's there. That's why. Sorry. I'm so out of touch with how to stream. Does my head in? Hang on. Present. It looks like this is the last witness of the day. Looks like it's the last witness of the day. So, not the day, sorry, for the prosecution, because by all sounds, the defense are going to be starting their witnesses today. Dana, you're fucked. Best line ever with Tracy Murray. Best line ever. Excuse me. So yeah, I think this is after this guy, I think they do rest because the defense have got their witness coming at 2:30 Eastern. So I don't know. Unless they're bringing in a witness our turn, but we don't know. They don't tell us anything, which is a pain. Okay. There's that. Boom, boom, Miss American Pie. With a Chevy to the levee. Yeah, the Penguin is doing it. So he is. He could be hit and miss. He could be so annoying, or he could be electric. I'm not sure who we got. Which one of the but he just takes it so far. You know, he just takes it too much sometimes. It'll be interesting to see how aggressive he's going to be with this one. Because he's definitely going to be aggressive. And yeah, I think the first day everyone loved him. Second day people started getting pissed off with him. Well, certainly this chat. And then today we'll see what everyone thinks of him after today. Yeah, he's doing his job, but if he's pissing off the jury, then it's no good. Because the other guy is fucking hard work. The other guy is like so slow, man. Hey, Disney Queen. Hello, my darling. How are you? Nice to see you, Disney Queen. So, yeah, we'll see. We shall see. We shall see. We shall see. Oh, Sugar and Spice. It wasn't live with me. Damn, it is now, though. It's fine. Got my message. Happy days. Happy days. Happy days. We'll, yeah. I think it's doable. I think it's doable, Dana. The other guy is so slow. Can you imagine if you're having sexy time with him and he was there getting undressed? I mean, jeepers, you'd be there for a good half an hour, just seeing him getting dressed. Do you know what I mean? Oh, it's just too slow, man. Just you'd be falling asleep. What are you all watching and talking about? I just came in. Oh, we're doing what do you call it? The trial. The Natalie Cochran trial. She's accused of poisoning her husband. She's already in prison, federal prison for 11 years for Ponzi scheme, fraud, and now, yeah, she's accused 4 years ago of unaliving her husband. Now, she may have done it, but I don't think there's any way you can prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just too long ago. And the scary thing is, if she just cremated his body, we wouldn't even be here. Wouldn't even be here because there's nothing. There's no proof. So That is both. But anyway, that's the synopsis of it. It's not much going on. Good things come to those who wait. There you go, Dana. There you go. They might come quickly though. That's the only thing. I have the opposite. It's just too quick, not too slow. So yeah, and then you can still sleep afterwards. It's the same amount of time, I suppose. Yeah. Oh. I heard a little bit of a loyally, just a little bit of a. They were saying about who this 17-year-old was. I thought the son of the neighbor was 19. They said on the stand, so that's why I'm a little bit. So it must be their children that's coming to testify. One of them we've seen on, I believe we've seen in the court already. She's been there. But there might be a son that we haven't seen, so he must be the 17-year-old one. Dana, you know what I'm talking about. Fast, baby. Ah, baby. Ah. There we are. Roll over, done. Thank you. We thank you, baby. And if it's quite all right. Anyway, so I do wonder how many witnesses the defense have got. The children. Do they? Do they get the son of the neighbor in? I don't know. I don't think so. But will she testify? Don't know. She may want to, because she may want to testify because she's got like, oh, I'm in prison right now, so I fuck gonna stay here for the rest of my life. So I'm gonna do something. Oh, that's sad. Amy, talk time with Amy says, I met another Amy at MGH with my same diagnosis. She's 31 with terminal stage 4. She has the best attitude and just does the darn thing. It's both devastating and inspiring. Yeah, I know. Cancer's a bitch, man. Daffodil, you get into that blanket. We talk about sexy time and Daffy's ready to get into the blanket. Look at her. Look at her. Right, let me just check one thing. There, that's done. Yeah, Daffodil, you've been very quiet lately, Daffodil. I don't know what's wrong with. Oh yeah, you've been busy. Yeah, sorry, yeah, you did say. Oh, I did fall asleep before lunch. I was falling asleep quite heavily, but I don't think we're falling asleep after lunch with this guy. So this could be done in a couple of days. Just a reminder, Brian Kohlberger's hearing is tomorrow on Friday. I will not be covering it, obviously, with this trial going on, but others probably will, or there'll be plenty of people giving breakdowns afterwards. I presume that Lana will be. I presume Andrew Burkhardt will be. So there's plenty of people to go and watch it if you want a synopsis at the end of the hearing to see what was going on last couple of days. That's coming up quickly. It's like Robin G on the fence, and she's galloping. She's going through the glen, galloping. She's closing in. So, Portuguese soup. What's that? What's Portuguese soup? Well, Daffy made some delicious soup, did she? I just haven't had some cowl stew, we call it. But we've had that for the last 3 days. Gorgeous. I just finished mine. Second bowl, well, 2.5 bowls. It's done now. I've run out. Daffodil is thinking about you, does it? As she always does. Amy, I'm not kidding you, right? That she's got this sense. I think she tracks my phone because literally every time I get in the shower, she rings me. Not just rings me, FaceTimes me every single time, and I have to answer it. Every time in the shower, Daffodil comes up. It's like, oh fuck, not again, not again, Daffy. We've been through this game several times already. She says, drop the soap, drop the soap. Let's have a look. Daffodil. Potatoes, chorizo. What's that? I don't know what chorizo is. Beef, cabbage, kale, and veggies in broth. Yeah, that's similar to what I've just done here. Mine was just like veggies in broth with potatoes and chicken. I didn't have any cabbage or chorizo, whatever that is, or kale. I had didn't have kale. I had something else. Not parsnips. Fucking parsley. Daffodil, like you talk about Dylan Sausage again. She keeps wanting pictures of it. She's like, send me a picture. Send me another one. Daffy sent you hundreds. I made homemade chicken noodle. Oh, nice. I've never made chicken noodle before. Chicken noodles, noodle. I wouldn't know how to do the noodles. I would, obviously, but yeah, that does sound nice. Oh, sausage. It's like pepperoni then. Like pepperoni, but from Portugal. Or chorizo. Chorizo, that's it. Chorizo. It's more like chorizo then. That's interesting. That would be spicy strong then. I had that too. My hands hurt with a cold. Free prostate exam, anyone? I had mine 2 years ago. I did enjoy it. I can't wait to do it again. Dana hasn't had one yet, so he needs one.
All right. Are there any matters that we need to discuss at this time out of the presence of the jury?
Your Honor, there was a witness the defense proposes to call. It was not on their witness list. We've had an informal discussion as to the substance of her testimony, and we'll just proceed with that.
So,
but it's not on the defense witness list.
No problem.
No problem.
Okay, good. Anything from the defense? Very well. Bring in the jury bailiff.
It was suggested by the prosecutor that perhaps you could somehow make a statement to the jury that we were doing the best we could. If we had delays, it was not intentional, something along those lines.
And that would apply to both sides. The court made a comment that the jury is concerned about the pace.
Okay.
But in fairness, I think everybody's tried to get witnesses here. It's just not as easy as it sometimes looks.
Okay. Yes, sir, if you don't mind. Members of the jury, as you've seen over the course of this trial, we've had some technical difficulties. Happily, we don't have any now. We're ready to go forward. But I just wanted to explain to you further that in terms of modern technology, I'm a dinosaur. I know very little about it, and I rely upon others to make my way for me. Please do not hold it against the attorneys. Both sides have been working as hard as they can to get everything straightened out. We just have outdated equipment in this courtroom. Believe it or not, the equipment was installed in 2010 and 2011, which in modern day's time makes it obsolete. And not only that, it's worn out because we use it quite a bit. If you can hold it against me, and I've got broad shoulders and I don't really care, but please don't hold it against either of the attorney sides, because they're truly working as hard as they can to present this case to you in the most efficient and streamlined manner. With that, we will continue, and I believe we are down to the cross-examination of Lieutenant Bledsoe, Mr. Victor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Bledsoe, first of all, I'm going to ask you whether you yourself lost any money or assets by the Ponzi scheme of Mr. and Mrs. Cochran.
No, I did not.
Okay. So you have no personal interest, financial interest in this case whatsoever?
No, I do not.
Okay. Now, I will start with a couple of questions that the prosecution asked you. And if I may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
You were asked, I'm going to hand the witness what's been marked the state's exhibit number 1. And you recognize that document? That exhibit?
Yes, I do.
Now, in response to the state's question about who appears on the document, you responded that only the defendant, Natalie Cochran, appears on the document, right?
As the defendant in the case, yes.
And that document is actually the judgment in federal criminal trial against Natalie Cochran.
Yes, that's what it says.
And you made some comments about Michael Cochran not being involved in that federal trial, right?
Yes.
In the context of this document.
Correct.
Well, that document was entered in 2021, right?
Yes.
Is it true that Natalie Cochran was indicted on September 25th of 2021? No, I'm sorry, 2019.
That sounds accurate,
That
yes.
sounds right.
Let me interrupt and ask Mr. Selden if we need to call Dr. Banerjee. She's not on the line now. We disconnected her during lunch.
No, Your Honor, I sent her a text message and she's not intending to listen to testimony.
All right. And I apologize, Mr. Victor. Please continue.
So it shouldn't surprise you, Mr. Bledsoe, that Mr. Cochran's name is nowhere there. He's been dead for half a year, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So if you say that his name didn't appear in this context of this federal indictment and judgment.
Thank you, Carol. Sorry, I was eating my dessert. Oh, fuck. Hang on. Thank you so much for that, Carol. Congratulations. Let's see who's Horeb. This Susan San RN. Okay, San. James Dennis, Jessica French, Lisa, Tracy's sister, Tracy Murray's sister, Lisa Ox, she got one. Crystal's got one. Bev's Disney Glasses got one. Erin Irwin got one. Rainy Like the Weather, and Kim Farnham got one. Oh, Kim got one. There you go. Thank you so much to you, Carol, as always, for that. Love it. Thank you very much. Right, back. Yeah, sorry to interrupt there.
Against Natalie Cochran, the federal government had absolutely no reason to indict a dead person, right?
That's correct.
And no reason to prosecute a dead person, right?
Yes.
But if you look at the page, I don't know, there's, if I may indicate to you, there's a forfeiture proceeding there, isn't there?
I'll have to see it.
Yeah.
To make sure.
Yeah, I'll show you. But those assets are the same assets that Mr. and Mrs. and Mr. Cochran had together, right?
It appears so, yes.
Ah, okay, I may retrieve the exhibit. And would it be fair to say, Mr. Bledsoe, that the federal government, from the inception of this case, oh, by the way, let me ask this, right? I take it from your testimony on direct that you were the officer in charge of the murder investigation, right?
No, I don't think that's accurate.
Who was above you? Who ran this investigation?
It was a joint investigation.
Well, you weren't some kind of underling, were you? You were on top of it.
Yes, Mr. Heinzman and myself, along with the United States Secret Service.
Secret Service, okay. Well, are we to assume that you know, or you should know, as one of the leading officers of this case, all the aspect of this murder investigation? At least you should.
Yeah, I think that's a accurate statement. I feel like I know the information well.
Okay, all right. So, in fact, the federal government had a lot of interest in this case from the standpoint of the monetary losses that the investors sustained in the Ponzi scheme case, right?
Yes.
And in fact, when this case started, you applied for a search warrant of the defendant's property, right?
No, that's, excuse me, that's not correct.
Well, did you ever apply for any type of search of any property that belonged to the businesses of Mr. and Mrs. Cochran?
Yes.
What was that application for?
For a federal search warrant.
For a federal search warrant. And in that federal search warrant, isn't it true that, because we're now back to that business of Michael knowing or not knowing what was going on, isn't it true that you listed Mr. Cochran, first of all, as a partner in both corporations or both businesses?
Yes.
You listed them, okay? And In fact, you stated in the application for that search warrant that they were partners, owners, and, well, in fact, both of them, and operated Technology Management Solution and Tactical Solution Group. Did you say that?
Are you reading that directly from the search warrant?
Not from your application.
Yes, if it's in my application, then yes.
And then Michael Cochran was involved in work involving computers, network, and information technology for that company, right?
Again, if that's coming from the application, then yes, I would agree with that.
All right. So he knew, according to you, the daily operations of that business, right? Or both businesses, for that matter.
I didn't quite understand your question.
Well, if he participated in the operation of the business and knew everything about the computers and worked on the computers, well, let's strike that. A lot of the business was done online, wasn't it? Of the groups,
Which
companies.
Which business? There were two businesses.
Well, two businesses. Both of them did a lot of business online, right?
I don't know that I would characterize it as a lot, but they clearly did business electronically, is how I would describe it.
And you testified that Michael was actually working as a computer specialist, right?
Yes.
So isn't it true that he did a lot of business online for both of these companies?
I don't know the answer to that one.
You don't know how to answer that one. Okay. Then you know that Michael and Natalie were signatories to their.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you so much for the 550 memberships. I don't normally stop it and stuff like that to do this every time, but there's only like 27 of us here, so we're all friends. That's why I'm doing it. And I want to say personal thank you to Amy. Thank you so much, my darling. And congratulations to Young Forever, Rubicon, Kimberlina, Messy Bun Mafia, and there's one more they've not allocated it to. Yeah, it's missed somebody. So 1, 2, 3. It's only giving out 4 on my end. So I'm not sure if anyone's got anything different. But my end has only got 4 people that have been gifted. Yeah, Young, Rubicon, Kimberly. So yeah, there's one missing somewhere. It's in the. It should zoom back to your bank account, hopefully, Amy, because we've only been gifted 4. Yeah, so we've only been 4. So hopefully, Amy, you get your money back for the 5th one, because you're only gifted 4. But thank you to Amy for that 4 anyway. So yeah, so what happens normally is they sometimes do that, Amy, but then you in a couple of days you will get the money back for that. Messy Bun Mafia. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Young Forever, Rubicon, Kimberlina, Messy Bun Mafia, and that's it, 4. So yeah, it's a technical fault sometimes, but it's all good. But yeah, as long as you get your money back, that's the main thing, Amy. Thank you so much, my darling. I appreciate you for that. Loving it. You should get a refund. It normally takes about 2 days, 2-3 days. You'll get a refund, my darling. Right, let's go back to this. And we can zoom, as Lady Di says, we can zoom. So during the break and stuff like that.
Bank statements.
Did you just say wank the statements?
Yes.
And both of them.
Did you just say wank statements? Yes.
Had the accounts in First Community Bank, right?
I'm not sure exactly which accounts you're referring to, but
Let's say First Community Bank business account number, 4 last digit 4272, opened on July 1st, 2013. Authorized signers being Michael B. Cochran and Natalie Cochran, whose address is blah, blah, blah. Well, they were both on the account of the business, right?
if you're referring to something from 2013, from memory, I can't recall seeing that.
Well, let me show you this document. Is this your application for a search warrant, sir? The last page, it has place for you to sign. This is the document we received from.
Yes, it is.
All right. So look at that page. Look at these accounts. Who are the owners of these accounts?
You want a specific account?
Yeah, let's go down the list. Let's see what we can find out.
You want me to read them off?
Well, let's see the first bank.
First Community Bank. Signers being Michael B. Cochran and Natalie P. Cochran.
Okay. And what's the account number on it? Last 4 digits.
0715.
Okay. The second account.
4274.
What bank is that?
First Community Bank.
Okay. Is there any other bank?
Not until the next paragraph, no, sir.
Well, let's go to the next paragraph then. What's that bank?
First Community Bank.
Okay, so that's another account where they're both owners of the account?
Yes.
All right, what's the next one?
City National Bank.
And these are all, by the way, the accounts for the business, right? Or the businesses. These are not some separate personal accounts, are they?
Yes, some of them designate that they are connected to a business, and then some just appear to be personal.
Okay. Okay. First Community Bank, that was a personal account. But account number 4274 is Technology Management Solution. That's the account for the business, isn't it?
I don't know exactly what that was for, but it's what it on that document, that business name does appear in that paragraph, yes.
This is a business account for the TMS, right? Yes or no?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. And then we have City National Bank, business account, 9705, Technology Management Solution, opened in February of 2018. Authorized signers being Natalie Cochran and Michael Cochran. That sounds like a business account, right?
Yes, yes, it does.
City National Bank, account number 3517, Tactical Solution Group LLC, open September 27th. Authorized signers being Natalie Cochran and Michael Cochran, whose address is, etc., etc. That appears to be a bank account, right?
Correct.
Okay. Branch Banking and Trust, BB&T. Finally, I know what that stands for. BB&T, 1402 account number for Tactical Solution Group, opened September 26, 2018. Authorized signers being Natalie Cochran and Michael Cochran.
Correct.
That's a business account.
Yes.
Both of them, right?
Yes.
Another BB&T 1410. Technology Management Solution, DBA TMS, opened September 26, 2018. Authorized signers being Natalie Cochran and Michael Cochran. That appears to be a business account, right?
Yes.
Then Morgan Chase Bank, 8236 account number for Tactical Solution Group, LLC, DBA, doing business as TSG, open December 19th, 2018. Authorized signers, again, Natalie Cochran and Michael Cochran. That seems to be another banking account. I mean, our business account
Yes,
for both of them.
correct.
All right. And Michael Cochran actually had access to all of these accounts, right?
Based on that information, I would think so, yes.
Well, you were here all throughout the testimony. You saw the exhibits. There, Michael Cochran signed all these checks, right?
Yes,
For all of the employees and all of the people who rendered services on his behalf, right?
that's correct.
Okay. Then in your petition for search warrant, you stated that during the Cochran's outwardly lavish lifestyle, Cochran's plural, houses, vehicles, philanthropic activities increased and became noticeable by friends, family, and the local community. You state the Cochrans were active in the community sports, acting as coaches, teams, volunteers, board members, and the Cochrans would supply uniforms, equipment, supplies for the Little League teams, etc., etc. Both of them, right?
That's coming directly from the application.
There you go.
Then yes, that's correct.
Well, so they had a lavish lifestyle. We'll come back to that. January 2018, the Cochrans purchased a commercial building together, right? For $66,000.
Yes,
Where did that money come from?
that money came from investments.
Investments, right? And then they purchased another, they purchased three buildings total, right? For which the money came from, two buildings, for which the money came from the investments, right?
I don't recall exactly how many, sir.
Okay. And then investors gave them between December 7, 2017 and March 2018, $230,000. Is that true?
Yes.
And you claim through your testimony that they used the money for the lifestyle. Both of them.
That's
right?
what the money at that time was being used for.
That's right. Now, you also state that the Cochrans claimed to have sold such high volume of firearms to the government that their firearm supplies and manufacturers rewarded them with the discounts up to 75% for Glock, Kimber, Ruger, Smith & Wesson. And the Cochrans never sold a gun to anybody or a firearm, right?
No, I don't believe that's correct.
Well, they sold some, but
Yes.
certainly not the volume that they claimed, right?
No, we knew that they didn't sell that volume.
Okay. And would you agree with me, sir, that Natalie Cochran knew absolutely nothing about firearms or weapons in your thorough investigation of this case?
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for speculation. You can't speak to what the defendant did or did not know.
Oh, this is the whole case is about what the defendant knew.
I'll allow it. I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Could you repeat that, sir?
Well, Natalie Cochran did not ever talk to you, or you have no evidence that she knew anything about armor, weapons, guns, firearms, military outfits. She didn't know anything about it.
That's not correct.
No, she knew intimately what the firearms were like, what she was dealing with, what she was selling. She knew that. Is that your testimony here today?
I wouldn't characterize it as how intimately or whatever words you used, but no, that's not accurate. She did have some knowledge of firearms and trying to negotiate firearms sales with the local police department.
Okay. But Michael was the man. He knew about the firearms. He knew about the tactical gear, right?
I don't know that. I never spoke to him about that.
Well, he was enamored with firearms, with weapons. True?
I don't know, sir.
You don't know that. Well, in the thorough investigation of this case, did you ever learn that Michael was indeed involved in the firearm business?
The information that I saw was that the defendant was trying to negotiate a sale of firearms with the Raleigh County Sheriff's Department, and there was information also that she was trying to negotiate a deal for a firearms sale with the West Virginia State Police, which was completely fictitious.
And Michael knew nothing about it. He who handles firearms, who made his, well, did you know that he was proud and advised everybody to watch the movie called Warlords about the firearms deals. That was one of his favorite movies. Did you know that?
Yes, I believe the name of the movie is actually War Dogs.
War Dogs.
That was brought to my
my
attention during the investigation.
Not on my cinematographic gems, but that was something that Michael really loved because he was enamored with firearms, and that's what he tried to establish his business in, right?
I can't answer that.
Cannot answer that. Now, licenses, were they applied to both of the defendants? Licenses for the business licenses, were they in the name of Michael Cochran? Well, you investigated this case.
I'm trying to figure out which business you're referring
Well, any
to.
business licenses, were they ever signed or issued to Mr. Cochran?
I can't recall that from memory. If you have something you're referring to that I could view.
No, I'm just asking you whether you recall.
No, I can't recall that from memory.
Now, is it true that at some point, Mr. Cochran commingled or participated in commingling the personal accounts and the business accounts?
I can't say that he did or he didn't.
Well, in paragraph 71 for your application for the warrant, the Cochrans commingled their day-to-day and personal expenditures in all of their business accounts.
Then yes.
You said that.
Okay, yes.
So they commingle the accounts, so they wouldn't even know what is theirs, what is the business's, what is the investor's money, what is theirs, right?
I don't know if that's a fair assessment of that information.
Well, but if they commingle their funds, well, then one day when Mr. Cochran wants to pay for his, shall we say, lunch, and wants to pay by check, which is kind of outmoded today, but wants to pay by check, he doesn't know whether he's paying actually with the money from the investors or whether he's paying with his own money. Or does he know?
No, I wouldn't know how he would know which money it is.
Well, let's say that's the money that he received, let's say, from his parents for $44,000. and he puts it in his personal account or the commingled account, wouldn't he know that that money is from the investors, i.e. his parents, and he cannot touch it because it should be in a separate account?
No, that money was given to the company for investments into government contracts through the Tactical Solutions Group business or the Technology Management Solutions business.
So how many times did Mr. Cochran actually receive the money from the investors himself? Here comes Johnny investor and says, Michael, here's a check I'm going to give you for the investment. How many times did something like that happen?
Again, I can't recall that from memory, sir.
Well, you don't know. All right. You can't recall. And would it, I'm looking at that form that you signed to, and the expenditure of that TMS or whatever, the two businesses is over $1,100,000 plus, $1,123,517.07 for all kinds of things. For the Toyota, that was their car. For getting some cash. Polaris, horse trailer, earrings, easy loader, heating and cooling. These are the expenses that the TMS incurred over the years, and those were the expenses that you yourself claim came out of the illegal proceeds, right?
It came out of the business accounts.
Business accounts that they both controlled, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, when the federal government finally looked at the harvest of your hard work, the federal government claimed that both of the defendants enjoyed the proceeds of the account, right? Or accounts. True?
Yes.
Yes. And then just happened that while the federal government was ready to indict them both in September of 2019, Mr. Cochran unexpectedly died, right?
That's not correct.
No? All right. You've been involved in federal investigation of the cases, sir, haven't you?
Of other cases?
Yeah.
Yes.
You're telling this jury that if there is ever a couple, husband and wife, who are cheating on taxes, let's say, or who are involved in some, money laundering or some other financial scheme, you are telling us that from your experience that the federal government would only investigate one and not the other? Is that your understanding of the federal investigation, sir?
It would depend upon the evidence that was set forth in each investigation. I've seen it go both directions.
You have seen the cases where the couples, married couples, are investigated individually? You really have?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I've conducted those myself.
And in fact, the federal government, you have no evidence to suggest, sir, that the federal government would not have indicted Mr. Cochran had he not been
dead by September 25th of 2019.
No, I don't believe that he would have.
He would not have been indicted. Even though the federal government was looking at all of his property that he enjoyed and had at his disposal and purchased with the proceeds of illegal transactions. You do not believe that he would have been charged with these offenses?
No, but I don't believe that there was evidence to support that.
No, just to the contrary. Would you agree with me that, as we have already heard in this court, this couple lived a lifestyle of the rich and famous? They had purchases amounting to literally a couple of $1 million, right?
I would say that's fairly accurate, yes.
And that couple had purchases that were not some piddly little items. You know, when Mr. Cochran was buying Natalie a ring, he didn't buy a $500 ring. He bought a $14,000 ring, right?
I actually don't know who purchased the ring or a ring.
When he bought the real property, it wasn't some ramshackle affair somewhere in some holler somewhere. It was a big time property.
Actually, he wasn't able to complete transactions on property that he was trying to purchase because he couldn't complete the sale because the money was not available to do that, and he believed that it was.
I see. But he managed somehow to get himself a couple of motorcycles, well, several motorcycles, a couple of cars, including the antiques. He was somehow able to remodel his, $300,000 house, right? He was able to do all of this financially from his income that we still cannot determine.
He believed his income was coming from the proceeds of the legitimate business that he believed he operated, doing government contracts and receiving payment back from the government based on those contracts, which was not true.
And of course, you're in his head and you know what he was thinking. That's your testimony?
No, sir, I'm not saying that.
Now, the federal government didn't take kindly to any of this, and the federal government asked for the forfeiture of all of that property, didn't it?
Yes.
And for that matter, the federal government asked for the forfeiture of assets. Well, let's start with the let's start with $523,343. And no, I'm sorry, it's the assets 523,343,361. What is it? $523 million?
That doesn't sound accurate. I'm
Well-
not sure what you're referring to.
Well, I show you the forfeiture
Yes.
that the federal government filed against the Cochran's. Can I approach?
Yes, you may.
I always suck at math. But would you please read this? The Cochrans listed their assets as how much?
Yes. I'm sorry. Listed as $522,091,571, and that was not true.
I didn't ask you whether it was true. It's in the federal forfeiture proceedings.
Yes.
And it was signed by the assistant U.S. attorney. You think she made it up?
No.
somehow?
No.
Well, so they listed
assets to the tune of $500 billion with a B, like boy, $1 billion.
Yes.
Let's say, Mr. Bledsoe, that I'm coming home and my wife tells me, well, our assets are $500 million today. Shouldn't I be surprised?
Yes, I would be surprised and
So
question it.
Mr. Cochran looks at these assets that are listed. We have $500 million in assets. What the heck are we doing in West Virginia? We should be somewhere, I don't know, in Monte Carlo, some other place. $500 million, sir. And he didn't know about all these assets?
I don't know if he listed that or not. This document was filed in July of 2019 after Mr. Cochran's death.
Well, these assets, these $500 million, didn't. I mean, you know the saying, Rome wasn't built in one day. That $523 million did not grow in the bank or wherever it was in one day, right?
No, that information came from documentation that the defendant had tried to use as part of the federal indictment in which he was charged.
Well, as we agreed before, my gal was a pretty bad girl, right? My client here, she was a fraud, right?
I'm not here to judge anyone, sir.
Okay. Now, I just want to ask you a couple of questions in regard to your testimony here today. You said that you were surprised. You found it odd when my client told you that her husband used to inject himself with insulin, right?
Yes.
Especially that it was in the back, right?
That's correct.
And you found the word back somewhat objectionable, right? You found it odd.
Yes, it didn't seem like something that I expected to hear.
Or maybe she was just trying to be polite. Maybe she didn't want to use the word hip or leg, or maybe a good old word butt, or maybe for that matter, the word that starts with an A and has 3 letters in it. Maybe she was just trying to be polite. And she said, well, it was in the back.
That's what she said, yes.
Yeah. That did not really seem odd to you, did it? It didn't seem odd that it seemed odd that he would inject himself with insulin?
It seemed odd to me, yes, because he was not a diabetic that I was aware of, and I had never heard of anyone injecting themselves with insulin for workout or bodybuilding purposes. No, sir, I'd never heard.
Never. Okay. All right. Fair enough. You testified on direct here that you found it suspicious that my client and Michael did not go to the meeting with that fine banker that just testified here a couple of days ago. You found it odd.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, they were supposed to go and meet the banker, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
But they didn't because Natalie was sick.
That's correct.
That's correct. And well, would it surprise you if you knew that the account wasn't even open? There was nothing to discuss about the account.
That wouldn't surprise me one bit.
And for that matter, do you have any idea that Natalie went to the doctor not on the day when Mr. Cochran collapsed in his home, but the day before? Did you know that?
Yes, she went on the 5th and the 6th.
So she went there on the 5th and on the 6th. And she complained about all kinds of problems bad enough for the doctor to give her a shot and give her medication, right?
I think that's accurate, yes.
Okay. So all of these shenanigans which you accuse her of, including not being able to go to meet the banker in Virginia and all of that, can be simply explained by the fact that she was ill or sick, and the doctor who gave her the medication pretty much told her to stay in bed. And she was really genuinely ill or genuinely sick. Wouldn't that be a fair explanation, sir?
I don't know what the physician may have told her. I know that Mr. Cochran was trying to continue that trip without her, along with Mr. Davis if necessary.
And for that matter, did you know that Mr. Cochran himself didn't want to go without Natalie?
I believe he indicated that he would prefer that she go.
He indicated that he wanted to go with Natalie, and that's why he didn't go. Not because he had some suspicion that she was going to execute him that day, right?
No, he wanted to go to the Bank of America to try to find out why he was not receiving the funds that he thought he had been told that $1.4 billion was going to be deposited into that account after February the 1st.
Could it be that maybe because he bought himself a 1964 Cobra, there was no money in that account?
The Cobra, I believe, was purchased before there was any dealing with Bank of America.
Maybe because he bought himself a couple of nice motorcycles. That's why there was no money in that account.
I don't know why there's no money in that account. Well, actually, I do know why there was no money in that account, because the basis for any funding coming to that account, as you heard from Mr. Nixon as well, was that it was supposed to be coming from payments for government contracts and returns on investments. The contracts were never done, and there was no money ever coming.
Mr. Bledsoe, did you listen to that banker? There was no account, was there? There was no account, was there?
I don't know if the account was, that was the process. He explained, the way I understood his explanation is they were in the process of trying to open an account, and he had vetted the information that he was provided
Mr. Bledsoe,
by the defendant.
as I stand here today, as you sit there, as you remember the testimony of that banker, there was no account. You can be in the process of doing something, but that doesn't make it necessarily so, sir. They had no account. True?
No, I don't think that's true.
Okay. You're telling us that they had the bank in Virginia already established, and they were ready to pounce on the banker in Virginia to figure out why there was no money there. Is that what it was? Is that your testimony?
That Michael Cochran was wanting to travel to that bank and meet with Mr. Nixon to try to find out why there was no money in that account.
As the lead investigator in this case, show the jury any document that would establish that the account in the Virginia, Lynchburg, Virginia bank was already in existence. Can you do that? Yes or no?
As I'm sitting here right now, I can't.
No, you cannot do it because they needed what is known as wet signatures, right? The signatures in writing.
Yes, I remember that.
Many banks require that a person appear in person to open an account.
Yes, Michael Cochran had told the defendant that since she was sick, he would travel on and get that signature information and bring it back so she could sign hers as well. He was determined to get this done.
He was determined, and yet he didn't go. Right? Okay. Now, that little bottle of the substance that you testified to was not insulin, that you received from Mr. and Mrs. Bolt. What was it?
I can't pronounce the name that the chemist from the FBI lab called it, identified it as.
Clofamine, if I pronounce it, that probably mispronounced it with my inflection anyway. So, clofamine.
That was how it was labeled, but you asked me about the substance in the bottle, I believe, and that was identified to be something different than the label.
Well, that was the substance to fight the waning testosterone, right?
I don't know what that's for.
Well, you investigated this case. You're claiming that my client killed her husband with a substance, and you would not be curious to know the effects of the medication that you just found?
Yes, that's exactly why we submitted it for testing.
Okay, well, so now you know that this substance is designed to, help the macho man, be a macho man, the testosterone medication, right?
I can't say that I know that personally. I can say that what I heard testified to here by the chemist, that would be the basis of my knowledge of that.
And
substance.
certainly that could not be the medication that killed this guy, because that medication makes a person combative, right?
He's asking him to testify as to medical knowledge that he has clearly stated he does not have.
You don't know what that medication is.
Sustained.
Right, fine.
I do have limited
Hold on,
knowledge.
no questions pending. You testified on direct that you believe that Natalie's statement concerning her cancer is false.
In the context of the time that it was being reported by her, I believe my testimony was that I hadn't obtained any evidence to support that.
Well, did you get any evidence from Duke University?
I believe we subpoenaed, off the top of my head, I can't remember without reviewing it, but I believe we did subpoena some documents from Duke.
And did she have anything that resembled cancer?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall. Now, did you know that she first went to the Cleveland Clinic?
I remember references to the Cleveland Clinic in the text messages, but I don't know if she ever actually went there. I don't think we subpoenaed any documentation from Cleveland Clinic.
And do you know whether she was accepted or rejected there?
No, I do not know that.
And if she was rejected for such insidious purpose as lack of insurance, that still would not change the fact that she may have had cancer, right?
I can't answer that.
And if she then went to Duke, you don't know whether she had cancer or not. You're just speculating here.
No, I'm basing my answer off of documents I
By the
reviewed
way, how did you get into her medical records, sir?
with a subpoena.
With a subpoena? So which doctors did you subpoena for her medical records?
There were quite a few. I would have to see a list of those to actually recite them back, but there were several.
And you're testifying here today that she was, and at least from your surreptitious review of her medical records, that she is a model of health?
No, sir, I'm not saying that.
Well, what's wrong with her? What was wrong with her at that time?
The one thing that I do recall that I remember from that is that she was having treatment for some type of heart issue and a heart ablation.
Did you obtain the records from Mount General Oncology?
Again, possible, but I don't can't remember that
Well,
without
I mean,
having a list of them.
I think we all know what oncology means, right?
Did you say oncology?
Oncology, yeah.
Yes, I'm very familiar with that word.
Yeah. That's one of the worst words that you ever want to hear in your life, right?
Yes, it is.
That's a place that deals with cancer, with an illness for which there is no universal care, sir. Right? And if that woman went to Mount Oncology, she wasn't there to ask for candy. She went there to ask for medical advice concerning a condition which may end up her life. True?
I don't know. I can't speak to those
And you
records
don't-
or a visit if I can't.
And you
see
don't
it.
know, yet stubbornly, you refuse to acknowledge that this woman may have had a condition of which you have no clue, no idea, right?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that based on the information that I had and was provided, I didn't see anything that indicated that.
Do you ever submit it to any doctors for any review of Ms. Cochran's medical conditions? Or you just evaluated it yourself?
I don't believe I think the only records that we submitted to any doctors were for Mr. Cochran.
All right. I want to ask you a little bit about, you said several times that based on my investigation, remember saying that several times?
I do.
You do. Well, who lived in Cochran's household in the year of, let's say, 2018?
I can't say for certain who actually lived in the household. I was never in their household
All right,
in
let me make it
2008.
simple. Do they have any children?
Yes,
Did you interview any of these children?
I did.
However many children they had?
I did not.
You did not. Wouldn't that be an invaluable source of information concerning their lifestyles, drug consumption at home, health of their parents? Would have been, and these children are now, one of them is still 17, but one is 20. So a couple of years ago, they were still 15, 13, 14. You could have asked them all kinds of questions, but you didn't interview them, did you?
No, we did not.
No. Did you know, and I'm going to refer to these texts. Oh, by the way, let me ask you this. Do you have any idea whether Michael Cochran was a dominant figure in the marriage? Or was it Natalie Cochran who was dominant in that marriage?
I can offer no observation on that either way.
If I told you that in August of 2018, the phone that Natalie Cochran had was actually taken from her by her husband, would you believe that?
I don't know know whether to believe it or not. I don't know the source of that information.
Would I, if I told you that Mr. Cochran controlled Ms. Cochran's use of the computer, would you have any evidence to contradict that?
That he controlled her use?
Controlled the use of the computers at home?
No.
Would you have any evidence to contradict that Mr. Cochran actually had the phone that belonged to Mrs. Cochran for about 2 months before he even let her use it again?
I have no information about that.
And would you have any information to contradict the proposition that these messages that you played were actually sent by Mr. Cochran rather than Mrs. Cochran?
No, I don't believe that.
You don't believe that? All right. In your thorough investigation of this case, and since you have such knack for getting medical records, did you obtain the medical records of Mr. Cochran's?
Yes, we did obtain several medical records for Mr. Cochran.
What happened to him in 2017?
I don't know what you're referring to.
Well, did he have a back surgery in 2017? Do you recall that from looking at this?
Actually, I believe I recall that from hearing it here during this proceeding.
Well, you have any reason to doubt that?
Doubt that he had a back surgery?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. And I think we've established it already that on October 31st, Mr. Cochran went to the hospital with some mysterious conditions that couldn't be accounted for.
Yes.
And those conditions may have involved convulsions, maybe epilepsy, right? Whatever it was serious.
I recall that there were numerous suspicious, or I guess symptoms would be a better word, that were part of that. But my recollection of that is that there was no clear diagnosis.
That was my question. Did you hear about October 31st? Went to the hospital.
Correct.
Yes or no?
Yes.
And his conditions, and by the way, you knew from your thorough investigation of this case that Michael Cochran hated hospitals with an unbridled passion.
I wouldn't characterize that.
He hated hospitals. All right.
I can't say that I know that.
Did he want to stay in a hospital from all your investigation?
No.
No. But soon enough, on November 2nd, he was again in the hospital, only this time for 5 days, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And for 5 days, which hospital was it, by the way?
I don't know. I can't remember if it was Memorial or General, but it was Charleston Area Medical Center.
Not a bad hospital, is it?
It's a fine, very fine hospital.
And these fine doctors there could not really determine what it was. They claimed there was a mold exposure and all of that, but he had the conditions that didn't have anything to do with mold, right?
Yes.
And those conditions, and we've been through it already on one examination of one officer. Convulsive epilepticus, so he may have had epilepsy, right?
I think there was a whole list of things that might have
Yes, encephalopathy, which is what?
I don't know.
Okay. Respiratory failure, seizure, altered mental state, enlarged heart. Now, those are serious conditions, right?
Yes.
And He was vomiting. He had fever, rash, dizziness. Oh, urinary retention. He couldn't go to the bathroom. A sepsis could have set in. That's serious, isn't it?
Yes.
Chronic sinusitis. He couldn't breathe on top of that. Serious stuff. So he stayed in the hospital. And then when he came out of the hospital, isn't it true that he told everybody he was not going back? True or not?
I don't know. I have been told that, yes.
Yeah. And you knew that he was using supplements, right?
I don't know that. I was told that by the defendant.
Okay. Well, you did. You looked at his computers and all of that, right? Or their computers, his computers, when you did the search.
Yes, we did seize computers and cell phones.
Well, Mr. Cochran started in 2017, from what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, corresponding with the Advocare International. What was that company?
I'm not familiar with that company.
Well, maybe not too many people are familiar with it, detective, because that was one of the companies that may have provided him with the substances that the American government wouldn't want to know about. Did you check it out?
No, I did not.
Okay. How about, well, we know Amazon.com, KYDC LLC. He started that in 2015. What did he purchase from them?
What year was that?
2015. I think he started in 2015.
We wouldn't have looked at it, was been outside of scope, I think, of anything we were looking at.
Well, but yet you're charging this woman with murder by poison, and you don't want to know what kind of substances this man had after you found two suspicious substances in their home?
Well, I knew the one suspicious substance, the enclomiphene citrate, the bottle labeled enclomiphene citrate. The defendant, the first time I interviewed her, told me that Michael Cochran overdosed on that morning on the 6th, and that's what led to his condition and ultimate death.
Well, obviously, you have, well, we'll come to that in a second. You have no evidence, sir, that she injected him with anything. You don't have any of that evidence, do you? You don't have any punctures. You don't have any syringes. You don't have any of it, do you?
Have you seen any punctures on
his body?
No.
You don't have any syringes?
No.
No. And you also know, in your thorough investigation of this case, that Humalog, and you heard this testimony as you were sitting here today, acts in a delayed fashion, 15 to 30 minutes after somebody's injected, that insulin takes effect. Yes or no? You heard that. Yes or no?
I'm trying to remember what was testified to, and I don't want to sit here and try to repeat testimony, but I want to answer your question. That sounds consistent with what was testified to here earlier.
And so I kind of want to know, detective, if the events of February the 6th somehow comport with what you believe them to be. On the 6th of February, I submit to you that my client is alone in a house with Michael Cochran, right? In the morning.
At some time that morning, yes, they both returned to the home and were there together alone.
Kids go to school. She goes to a doctor. He goes to a coffee place, Starbucks, and they're happily at home. Now, I submit to you that she comes from, say, he's in the kitchen, and she stabs him or jabs him with a syringe full of insulin. He doesn't drop to the floor immediately, does he?
I would have no way of answering that.
Well, you heard the testimony here of the experts. That insulin has a delayed reaction, 15 to 30 minutes, right?
Yes, I believe that's what the doctor
So
said.
this woman jabs him, this athlete, and this little girl stabs him with that insulin, and his reaction is, "Thank you, honey. May I have another one?" Now, come on, detective. She would stab him, and his first reaction was, "What the heck was that?"
Actually, she told me that he had been sleeping for 45 minutes to an hour prior to his medical event that morning.
But we've established that it could not have happened in the bed upstairs, could it?
She said he was sleeping on the couch.
So she injected him, and he didn't wake up, right? Is that your testimony?
No, that's not my testimony.
Okay, so she jabs him in the kitchen, and he has 15 minutes to half an hour to react to it, and he does nothing? Is that your testimony here today? He
No.
does nothing but drops on the floor after waiting for half an hour?
No, that's not my testimony.
Well, wouldn't it a normal person who got jabbed by, and by the way, that could not have happened in silence. It would be one of those, "You son of a gun, you know, I'm gonna stab you, I'm gonna kill you, you've done this to me," or whatever. That usually doesn't happen in silence, that type of action. If I stab you, I wouldn't be doing it in silence, would I? So this woman stabs him, true? And then he has 15 minutes to 30 minutes to react.
Objection, Your Honor. This is entirely speculation, and he's placing testimony in the witnesses now.
Well, I think we've gone too far
Okay.
along this line. Let's please move on, Mr. Victor.
Mr. Bledsoe, she wasn't there in the apartment in her house with just Michael. Soon enough, there were about 9 people milling around that house, right? 2 workers, right?
Yes, Mr. Bowen and Mr. Miller were the first to arrive sometime between, I think, around close to 12:30.
Who else?
John Hamilton arrived shortly after they did.
The sister also.
I'm not sure exactly what time she got there.
But she did get
It was
there.
later in the day.
With her boyfriend.
Yes.
And then there was Mr. Davis. So let me
Finally,
ask-
yes.
So let me propose this scenario for you. The defendant who is planning to kill her husband goes to Miss Davis and asks for a murder weapon, right? The insulin.
There was a text between them where the defendant procured a bottle of insulin from Miss Davis, yes.
So if she, for example, wanted to kill him with a gun, she would have obtained a gun from a third person, right? All right.
Sustained.
Okay. Would you agree with me, Mr. Bledsoe, that she just brought 2 people into the potential case against her by asking for the insulin and having the insulin delivered by another person to her home? So now she has 2 witnesses against her, right?
The witnesses could be for or against her.
Okay. And would you also agree with me that all of these people who came later to the house could also be the witnesses against her, right?
As I stated, for or against.
You heard the testimony that this type of medication cannot kill, that this type of medication, the Humalog, is not a deadly substance.
Objection, Your Honor. That was not anyone's testimony.
Sustained.
Fine. You don't have any evidence to suggest Officer Bledsoe, that my client injected Mr. Cochran later in the day when all of these people were present? Do you?
I think the evidence that was testified to by Dr. Krieger and Dr. Uribe support the theory that that was possible. Yes.
Possible? Then I will ask you here today and under oath, sir. Point me in the direction of my client injecting anybody with insulin while all these 7 or 8 or 9 people were present. What time, under what circumstances, where, and with what syringe and what insulin? Point it to the jury. Tell the jury.
I can't answer that.
Because you don't know. You don't have any of that evidence, do you?
Just refer to my previous answer about the evidence.
All right. No.
Oh, that was a fucking... He got him there. There is no evidence.
Hold on. We'll get to it.
Answer that.
At the time of, you remember that this case had been dismissed once, pending the second, the autopsy, right?
Which autopsy are you referring to, sir?
Well, the second autopsy upon the second exhumation of Mr. Cochran.
I wasn't a part of the second exhumation in any way.
Okay? At the time this case was indicted in 2023, all your evidence suggested that there was no insulin involved in this case. True?
No, that's not true.
Well, medical evidence by Dr. Kubitschek. What did it tell you?
You have to be more specific which medical
Well, you heard him
evidence.
testify. There was no evidence of the intentional homicide, right?
I believe his report reflected that it was undetermined.
Right. Prior to Dr. Krieger and her involvement in this case, point me to the evidence, medical evidence, that insulin was involved in this case. You don't have any.
I think the blood glucose level of Michael Cochran would be considered medical evidence that.
When and by whom?
At Raleigh General Hospital on the February the 6th date when he was taken there.
Show me the evidence that would indicate that, I'll show the jury the evidence, that the Raleigh General Hospital believed Michael's death as a homicide or suspicious for homicide.
That was not.
I agree. The court has to sustain the objection.
Okay. Then you have Dr. Krieger, whom the prosecutor hired, and Dr. Uribe, and these two came up with the concept of insulin injection being the murder weapon, right?
I don't believe I heard either one of them testify that to a murder weapon.
Well then, from your thorough investigation of this case, Mr. Bledsoe, how was this poison administered?
I can't answer that.
Can't answer that. Now, I want to ask you something else.
Fuck you know.
In this case, and you testified before the grand jury, right? In this case.
Yes, sir.
And the gist of your testimony before the grand jury was that Michael was about to find out the whole scope of my client's financial improprieties, right?
Are you referring directly to my grand jury testimony?
Well, I mean, all right, forget your grand jury. You believe that Michael was about to find out about my client being a dishonest fraud who deceived even him, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And somehow she killed him because he was going to do what? He was going to run to the feds. He was going to expose her. He was going to kill her himself. What the heck was he going to do when he learned all of this?
I have no way of knowing. I never got the opportunity to ask him.
Well, but Mr. Bledsoe, we're looking at a person who has been married to his high school sweetheart for 17 years, who has 2 children with her, and all of a sudden he finds out that this sweetheart is cheating. She's a fraud. Right? Well, first reaction, wouldn't the first reaction be, well, let's talk about it, honey. What happened? Let's think about it. Let's call a lawyer. Right?
Your Honor, we're speculating again.
Well,
we're going down the road that we probably shouldn't. So I'm going to sustain the objection.
She had no reason to kill him because we have no idea what this man would have done, even if she told him, honey, I'm a cheat. She had no reason to kill him.
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
No, she had the reason to kill him because he was going to do what? He was going to kill her? What the heck? Officer, come on.
No, I never said that he was going to kill her.
Well, what was he going to do? So that she had to take such a drastic measure as to kill him.
Objection, Your Honor. He's already been asked and answered. He said already that he did not know what Michael was going to do because he never got a chance to ask him.
I'll allow that question to stand. Answer if you can, officer.
Could you repeat that, please?
What would he do if he learned that she was a cheat?
I don't know what he would have done.
Okay. Now, you talked to several witnesses in this case, including Mr. Treadway, right?
Mr. Treadway?
Yes.
That's not correct.
You didn't?
I sure wanted to and attempted to, but he refused to meet and speak with me.
Okay. How about Mr. Bowen?
Could you be more Jason Bowen?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Did Mr. Oh, let me see. Where's Mr. Bowen's testimony? Did Mr. Bowen tell you that in February of 2019, shortly before Michael's death, Michael appeared foggy, out of it, loopy? You remember that?
Is that being taken directly from an interview that I did with him?
Yeah, it is. We
Yes,
can play
that-
it. And you remember now?
Yes, that sounds accurate.
That Michael was sweating, Michael was off balance, Michael wasn't himself. Remember that?
I don't remember verbatim, no, but that sounds consistent. Yes.
You remember a situation when Mr. Davis testified that Michael, I think it was in January of 2019, Michael was doing some kind of a job repairing somebody's light fixtures, right?
I believe he was assisting Mr. Davis with the installation of a ceiling fan, as I recall.
And appeared to be completely out of it.
No, that's not accurate.
Now he was confused.
I don't remember exactly how Mr. Davis described that. I know he wasn't overly concerned about it because he laughed and told me, he said, but man, he said, we got ceiling fan installed. So it didn't rise to a level of great concern for Mr. Davis, but he felt it was necessary for us to know that.
Do you remember talking to Michael Davis about this case?
To who? I'm sorry.
To Michael, I'm sorry, to Chris Davis.
Chris Davis, yes.
Do you remember having Mr. Davis advising you that Michael Cochran in February of 2019 appeared to mentally struggle while assisting him with the installation of a ceiling fan?
Yes, that's what I just described.
That's in your report.
Yes.
He also described Mr. Cochran as having outbursts of stress and anger. And he never observed that before in Michael. Do you remember that?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. You knew that Michael was using all kinds of supplements, right?
I didn't know that. I was told that by the defendant, yes.
Well, Mr. Bowen, for that matter, told you that Michael took as many as 35 supplements a day. We can play that statement.
If you're saying that came from his statement, then yes, I'll agree with that.
Mr. Bowen also said that Michael used a dropper to administer enclophamine. Remember that? He would take a couple of drops at a time.
Did he name that specific substance?
Substance being discussed, and the substance being discussed, from what I understand, was enclophamine.
I don't recall that directly, but if
now, do you remember a witness, and I think it was maybe Mr. Bowen, who told you that Michael got confused in a grocery store, didn't know where he was, couldn't recognize his car in a parking lot?
I believe that, I'm not sure where the location was. I believe the way he characterized that is Mr. Cochran couldn't remember where he had parked his vehicle.
I see. Did you know that Michael Cochran apparently hated Panera Bread, the restaurant?
No, I did not.
Oh, of course. And a witness testified, the testimony would be that he actually went there and didn't know where he was. Would that surprise you?
Who said that?
That would be Mr. Treadway.
Again, I would have been glad to talk to Mr. Treadway, but he refused.
Okay. Wouldn't it be fair to say Mr. Bledsoe, that Michael wasn't himself the last couple of months between the time he was in a hospital and the time when he actually collapsed in a home.
Yes, I believe that's fair to say. He was definitely exhibiting signs, I think, of stress and over not being able to find out where his money was that was supposed to be in the bank.
Sure, I understand that. But he also exhibited some serious illnesses, and he was prescribed some serious medication. And I'd like to ask you whether you know whether he was ever diagnosed with seizures and acute encephalopathy.
I don't recall if he was specifically diagnosed with that or not.
Well, did you read the report of Dr. Ward? I mean, it's in the stuff. Just give it to us. You gave it to us.
I'm sure that, yes, that I reviewed those documents. It's been many years ago, and sitting here right now to recall it off the top of my head.
So if he had an acute condition of seizures, encephalopathy, and was prescribed medication that I probably cannot even pronounce, lamotrigine, serious medication against seizures, anticonvulsant, would that surprise you? He had that condition?
Without actually seeing the documents and being able to know exactly how it's phrased and see the exact verbiage, I can't really say if it would surprise me or not. I know he sought treatment and was treated for various symptoms and possibilities of different medical conditions, but I don't ever remember seeing a clear diagnosis that definitively said, this is exactly what's wrong with Michael Cochran.
He was treated to the extent that he refused to take the medication. Did you know that?
I have been told that.
You've been told that. He refused to take what medication, sir?
It was referred to as seizure medication.
That's not good, is it?
I don't know.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and take our afternoon break at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not discuss the case. And lieutenants.
There you go. Oh, crap. Hang on. Jonathan's going to enjoy this. Jonathan's about to rock it. Roxanne. Me and Jonathan. No, that's not it. There's more to come. There's more to come. No, there's more to come from court. They just took a break. Right. Our resident DJ, here he is. Dana Leonard walking down the street. This is Dana, Jonathan.
This song that we're going to do next is original tune. Check this out. Tell us if you like it. This song's so
I absolutely love it. I absolutely love it. Tracy, he's taken, ladies. Oh, Tracy. Oh, it's brilliant. I love it. Can't get enough of it. Oh, I absolutely adore it. And then we go back to this. Right, hang on. We go back to the trial. That's a good filler. That's a nice little filler there to keep us going. Oh. Yeah, Tracy's like, fuck you. He's mine. He's mine, bitches. Dean, if you talk to anybody, you're fucked. Right, let me get this up here. Oh, Danny boy. Right, let me get the court up and running. Data! And look at it now. Look, he's a celebrity, but then he made it. When did he make it? He made it when he teamed up with Dennis Sweeney. Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, the kind I'd like to meet. Dane and Dennis, they used to wear these title songs. They didn't like them, so they're gone. Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, the kind you'd like to meet. Dane and Dennis. These two who look at them, they're definitely growers, not showers. Dane and Dennis walking down the street, Dane and Dennis, the kind I'd like to meet, and I can't wait to go to meet these two speedos pro. Oh, oh. See you in Boston, boys. See you in Boston, boys. Not long to go. May 14th. Ba 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 ba. That's funny. That's funny. That is funny. My boss just walked up behind me and looked at my shoulder. Is that you? Yeah, it's me and Dennis. Jonathan is well stacked. We know you're well stacked. That 8-incher, flaccid, Jonathan. We know. Sherry's in. Sherry, baby. I know it's tiring. I'm tired. It's 8:10 here, KD. I know. I get tired. It's getting tiring here. So take off all your clothes. Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. I'll take off all my clothes. Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. But yeah, we've only got another hour and a half left. Hopefully. I mean, he doesn't know when to stop, this guy, this lawyer, so we could be here until tomorrow with this guy. A mix of genetics and proper nutrition which develops as you grow. Oh. You are right. Everyone this time of year is a grower, not a shower, Jonathan. You're right. There you go. We'll go to bat for the men. Go to bat for the men here. You didn't know I was packing a whole 8-pack in the teapot. I never considered Japanese dudes malnourished though, so I don't know why their national average is what it is. What is the national average? I don't know what it is. I don't even know what it is, to be honest with you. Well, I mean, I thought the universal, the worldwide average was it 5.2 to 5.4 inch. I watched a whole ass documentary on wiener sizes. I thought that was worldwide though. About 5.2 inches was the average worldwide. But I could be wrong. Maybe it's just the UK. I don't know. Well, a lot of countries in under 4 inches. Oh, right. Okay. I didn't know that. I did not know that. Jonathan did not know that. Well, tonight, to be honest, Jonathan's back for one day and we'll talk about dicks. Dick sizes. We've been here before. We had a row for it, but North Korea and Japan are like the two smallest. Okay. Now we're learning. Lady Di loves documentaries about wieners. Yeah, maybe that's what it is, and maybe they bring the average down on it. I'm not complaining with the 5.2, 5.4 inches average. I'm happy with that. If that's the average. But also, I think a lot of men measure it wrong as well. Because you're supposed to, the bigger you are, like, the more fat you are, you're supposed to squeeze it into the pubic bone and measure from your pubic bone out. I don't think everyone does that. I sometimes don't do that. Do Asian men have smaller feet? Look at spaces. Look at all the women coming out now. Yeah, we talk about wieners. They're all like, yeah, we know all about it. There's a museum here. There's a documentary on this. There's this and that. I need to take a trip to Iceland. Whole phallic museum in Iceland. Jeepers. Yeah, there you go, Jonathan. Sarah P's been busy. Sarah P, do you know Sarah P goes and visits criminals in she hooks up with criminals in prison to keep them happy. She likes to give them a happy ending. So that's nice of her. That's why we named her Lovely. History of the presents beginning in the 1800s. That'd be interesting. Whale penis, yeah. Molds of all different. Oh, Stacey, you're a pro with this as well. Asian men with the smallest. There you go. How many times do you measure it? It does change. Do you know? It does change. Like, I don't measure it very often at all, but it does change. TikTok to Discord because you just reminded me of it, Dilly. No worries at all. Heather Taylor. It fluctuates like the weather. Yeah, it does. If you have a good day, it's like happy days are here again. Happy days here again. My dick is 8 inches. But then come back on a bad day and it's back down to 4. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, I don't think I would want to go to that museum. I'm not sure. I don't. It doesn't appeal to me. I don't think. D D D. Do, 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 do. Du, 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 du. You'd be surprised. This is why you have to measure it properly. It does. The penis does measure differently, or can measure differently, from year to year. And there's a lot of factors for it, though. Some of it's medical, but some of it's just genetics and stuff like that. So it does not just the weather; it generally does can fluctuate in, not massively in size, but I'm talking about a little bit. When you can't afford to lose like a centimeter, you grab onto it, you get pissed off. Mm-hmm. I know a woman from Loas who said she won't date Asians because they're too small for her. Cheapers. This has gone a different way, hasn't it? This chat all of a sudden. Spacey Stacy. There you go, Robin. This is why you're here. Exactly. Jonathan's made you laugh. I haven't got the energy, so Jonathan's come in and helped me out. Look at that. Standing next to someone with 3 legs instead of 2. There's so many factors. you wait till Seth tell Seth should measure himself 10 years ago, 5 years ago, every few years. It doesn't fluctuate that much, but it does. Deb knows all about it. Oh, and it's the things like pubic bone plays a big part of it, especially if you put weight on stuff, because that can make it obviously shrink as well, or to the eye it shrinks. Is it true that men in most of the countries aren't circumcised? Lol, is that getting too deep to come on? No, I think yeah. I don't know one person that is. Well, I don't know one person in person and that's circumcised. Don't know anybody that's circumcised. Never met a circumcised guy before. Obviously, you could say Jonathan could say I'm circumcised, but what I mean is I've never met a person in real life, out and about, friends or anything that's circumcised. ED stories. There you go, high blood pressure. Yeah, there's a lot of medical issues that can make it fluctuate. I think there's in Turkey they do it. I'll be vlogging about it. Don't worry, we'll get the dicks out, circumcised, non-circumcised, get them all out. I'm holding on to it. Stretches out a little bit more. Yeah, I'm not surprised, Spacey Stacy. I honestly don't know one person that is circumcised. It's not a thing here. It's not a thing. UK, I think pretty. I mean, there will be some people in the UK, obviously circumcised, but the grand majority, I would I would bet that aren't. So as surprised as you are that men aren't circumcised, it's like, can you imagine what we found out about? What, you cut your fucking foreskin? What the fuck? If you're gonna do it, you gotta do it as a child, and you can't do it like fucking now, like. Don't worry, it was just we're talking about. Jonathan was talking about how penises fluctuate in sizes with, because in speedos. It's actually Dana's fault because he's in a speedo. We just got on about circumcisions now. So yeah. Smegma must have been out of control in the day. Oh, so I don't know. It's I suppose it's what you're used to, isn't it? Deb's had no idea, but Deb, you had the same guy for 40 years. Hispanic here in Mass, not born here, and they told me they aren't either. I'm telling you, obviously I can imagine like Dana and Jonathan and Dennis will all say that they're circumcised, but I've never met one. So when I get to Boston, I will probably meet them for the first time. We'll vlog about it. We'll get them out and vlog about it, as we do as men. Dana started it. Your boss's fault because he looked over your shoulder. Look at that. Look at the cream on that. That's nice. It's Lush. It's beard and facial wash. It is nice. I'll have to. It smells nice. It's like pineapple and something. Ladies like you when men drink pineapple, don't you? There you go, KD. Yeah, I think it's the opposite in the UK then. I know in Turkey, young boys get circumcised and they get dressed up in robes and stuff like that. Then it's like a ceremony for them in Turkey. But I think it's a religious thing. Yes, it's amazing. Now, I don't want everybody lining up in Boston going, pull your trousers down. Let's have a look. Let's have a look then, what it looks like and stuff like that. It's just hard, it's probably just hard to keep it clean, that's all. Just got to wash every day, isn't it? And it's warmer in the winter because you've got like a coat covering the tip. This is nice. This is nice. Smell this all day. From Bahamas, he's dual citizenship, British and Bohemian. They met after high school while she was recovering with a broken leg. Quite a story, but I mean, your stories are like fucking over 3 paragraphs. So we got to wait now 10 minutes until you post again. He was the first uncircumcised that she'd ever seen. Ah, okay. Did she mind it? Oh, here we go. Imagine having that on your face. Smells nice. Pineapple.
All right, are there matters to take up at this time, please? Anything from the state?
Nothing on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense? Bring in the jury.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised because it doesn't really matter. As long as you keep it clean, it is what it is. Do you know what I mean? Just different. Yeah, there is that as well, KD. There is that. Did you have 3 legs? But I think in YouTube you can type the whole thing and then just go into like different paragraphs. She says it's kind of cute, like it got its own little new hoodie. Exactly, it keeps it warm. Yeah, I agree with you, Heather. I agree. You just gotta, I'd say, you just gotta wash it every day in the shower. So it keeps it warm in the winter, especially when you got no lady friends. I need to keep it warm. Kenny. Yeah, I've not named mine, so I name mine Jobbathan. The judge is on fire. Oops.
All right, we are right in the middle of cross-examination of the state's witness. You may continue, Mr. Victor.
Maybe we're closer to the end, Your Honor.
Okay.
Did you know that Mr. Cochran was using the so-called smart drugs from nootropics?
I'm not familiar with that term, smart drugs. I don't know
Well, you
what that
gave
is.
us the discovery. You did all this investigation. You didn't know that Mr. Cochran was using substances that you didn't even know about?
If it was a discovery, that doesn't necessarily mean that I had knowledge that he was actually using anything.
Did you hear anything about Mr. Cochran using substances that boosted the brain performance?
No, I don't recall hearing that.
Anything about substances that increase the memory of a person who uses them?
No, like I said, I guess the supplement information that I was given was by the defendant after Mr. Cochran was deceased.
Did you know that he used any stimulants to keep him awake?
No.
Did you know that he was using substances that had pretty serious side effects, such as high blood pressure, fast heart rate, insomnia, trouble sleeping? Did you know that he was using these substances?
I don't know what substance you're referring to.
For example, Provigil.
Could you pronounce that again?
Provigil. Provigil.
I don't know if he was using that or not.
How about substances like Adderall, Ritalin?
Do I know if he was using them?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't know that.
Okay. All right. You participated in the search of the Cochran residence in June of 2019, right?
That's correct.
And you were there to seek financial information, right?
It's a wide variety of things we were there seeking as part of that search warrant.
Well, the search warrant provided mostly for the evidence of financial crimes. You weren't searching anything related to murder, were you?
No.
No. May I?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Showing you what's been marked as the defense exhibit number 9. It may be 9, 10, or 11, or it's 9.
It says 9 and 4 photos.
Okay, so it's collected 9.
Yes, sir.
Would you tell us what that is?
It's a vial with the label Humalog on it.
Is it true, sir, that you found that vial in the refrigerator of Mrs. Cochran's?
That's correct.
And that was the vial that has already been discussed here before this jury in this case, right?
That's correct.
Mr. Cochran died in February of 2019. Right?
Yes.
And you find this vial in June. That would be June. Well, I don't remember the exact date. June what?
I believe the search warrant was on June 25th of 2019.
Okay. Well, some 4 months later.
Yes.
Looking at this exhibit, would you agree with me that this bottle is full?
No.
No. Look at the second picture. Would you agree with me that that bottle is, that's the same bottle, isn't it?
It appears to be, yes.
Yeah. And that bottle is full.
I can't tell anything at all from this picture
You can't, okay?
as far as the level of contents.
Okay. And would you flip to the next page? And that bottle appears to be full. Am I correct or am I wrong?
Same answer. I can't tell from this picture. I can't make an assessment.
Remember the testimony of the expert who said that you would have to inject somebody with a fair amount, and she did that, if I remember the gesture, something like that. Remember that? To cause the death with that type of insulin.
Which expert are you referring to?
Dr. Krieger. She said she used the word fair amount.
That sounds accurate.
So does it appear to you, and we don't know exactly where this gesture stopped, but would it appear to you that a fair amount of substance from this bottle has been withdrawn?
I can't testify to what Dr. Krieger believes is a fair amount based on a hand signal.
Would you agree with me, sir, that as you sit here today, you cannot tell this jury with any degree of certainty that this bottle that was found in the refrigerator of my clients is the bottle that was used by in your case, what you believe as the murder weapon?
Can you ask me that again, please?
This is not the bottle that was used and its substance been used to allegedly inject Mr. Cochran. You have no evidence of that.
I can't say if it is or it isn't.
Do you have any evidence whatsoever that it is? Let me ask you this before you maybe ask you another question. You have any fingerprints on that bottle?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
You have any DNA on this bottle? We're talking about a murder case, talking about a murder weapon.
No.
You would expect the Quantico people and you and everybody else to examine this bottle from top to bottom for fingerprints, for DNA, for any sign of connection between this bottle and this person, my client. Do you have any scientific evidence or any evidence that this is the bottle that caused the death, on the substance that caused the death of Michael Cochran?
No, not this particular bottle. I can't say either way, if it is or it isn't.
Okay, if I may retrieve the exhibit.
Very well.
Can you get insulin over the counter?
I really don't know. I've heard conflicting answers on that.
Okay. Can a pharmacist get insulin over the counter? Or if she's planning a murder with insulin, can we maybe like take some from the supplies of the pharmacy where she's working?
We speaking hypothetically?
Well, let's say, can a pharmacist have access to insulin?
I would imagine a pharmacist can if they're dispensing it, yes.
Okay. And if somebody wants to use insulin as a murder weapon, they can obtain it without any major suspicion or any major problems.
As long as they are actually employed as a pharmacist and actively working as a pharmacist.
Or if they know people in the pharmacy business, and maybe they can get some on the slide. Right?
I would hope not, but I guess it's possible.
And they may not necessarily need to ask a neighbor for the insulin, that they can get themselves over the counter.
I can't answer that question.
Okay. Do you know what kind of insulin you can get over the counter?
No, sir.
Okay. Wouldn't that be one of your basic questions before you accused my client of murdering Mr. Cochran with insulin?
Your client told me that she could buy insulin over the counter in one of the interviews that I did with her.
Okay. All right. If I may have a second.
Very well.
That's all the questions I have of this witness.
All right, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. And I will go ahead and advise the court that I will need help. I'm going to need the projector again.
I'm sorry?
I will go ahead and advise that I will need help with the projector again.
Oh, okay.
Oh, this is so circumstantial, this case. It's like, is this what killed him? I don't know. Do you think it's this? I don't know. How did she kill him? I don't know. I have no idea how she did it. We're just taking a punt here. So whatever we think about it, it's like, come on. Why are we taking cases of this to court? Punting it. Whoa.
Your Honor, may we approach on one of the proposed exhibits?
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Hello. There's a problem already. I mean, I will say this about this lawyer, right? He pushes the boundaries. He does not like when the prosecution pushes boundaries, though. Longest meeting ever. Don't worry, Sarah P. We're just talking about you for ages. That's all. Hey, Jude. What are we doing? If you look at the judge very closely when Penguin Guy is up there, the judge smiles a lot. Because he's like, goes, what the fuck is he doing? He smiles. That's the daughter. Oh. Who are those two? Well, I think one of them is the daughter. Hack's not here now. The one in the middle, I think, is a daughter. Must be a friend. And then I thought the older lady was his mother, but might be her mother than this one is. So I think she's 20, I believe. And then the son, I believe, 17. Hey, 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 it's magic. Or is that the daughter? Why are they zooming in on her for? I don't know. I don't like them zooming in. Just zoom out. Leave them be, people. Leave them be. We don't need to see them. A glance at them, fine, but let's just leave them to it because we don't know who they are. She must be the mother of one of them then. Oh, the hack. The hack knows, and I don't. She knows what she looks like, and I don't remember. Right, there we are. This is what we should be looking at. The judge looks familiar to me. Yeah. I've never seen him before. Yeah. Yeah, trucker. I've never seen him before. I find it hard to sing now because after hearing Dana sing and stuff, he's got the musical vibe. I don't. You are. How long has she been in prison for? Because was she not arrested in 2019? I do wonder. She could be out in a couple of years then.
All right, you may proceed, Ms. Akron.
Lieutenant Bledsoe, you have experience working in federal court, right?
Yes.
So you're familiar with the topic of unindicted co-conspirators?
Yes.
So if you believe that Michael was involved, could you have pursued conspiracy charges against Ms. Cochran?
Could you rephrase that or repeat that? I'm sorry.
If you believe that Michael was involved in the federal charges, could you have pursued conspiracy charges against Mrs. Cochran?
Yes.
But you did not do that, correct?
No, we did not.
The properties that were named in the forfeiture were owned by both of the Cochrans when Michael was alive, right?
Correct.
And we've seen that Michael's name was on all of the various bank accounts of the two companies. Does this tell you what he did or didn't know about the businesses at all?
No.
Now, the checks that you've seen that Michael wrote total a couple $1,000s, is that right?
I believe so. I think that sounds accurate.
Just as an example, is that one of those checks?
Yes.
How much money passed through TSG total?
I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head.
What document were you referring to, Ms. Aker?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. That was Defendant's Exhibit. I believe it was Defendant's Exhibit 5, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask for this document to be marked as the state's next exhibit.
All right,
Number 28 to the state, Your Honor.
thank you.
Now, defense counsel told you that the Bank of America account was never opened. Is that right?
That's correct.
What does this check tell you?
But it's a check printed with Bank of America, an account number on the bottom, Tactical Solutions Group LLC, and deposit only to another account.
But it is the Bank of America check.
It is, yes.
Now, during your investigation, you saw a text between the defendant and Michael Cochran during the time that he allegedly had her phone. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you tell me what nootropic source is? From your understanding?
It was included, I believe, either on the bottle of enclomiphene or on orders that I saw for the bottles of enclomiphene.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be marked as the state's next exhibit.
Exhibit number 29, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Now, Lieutenant Bledsoe, is that your email signature at the top of the page?
Yes, it is.
Was this email sent to you?
It was.
And who was it sent from?
It was sent from the defendant.
And what does that tell you about who between the Cochrans was interacting with nootropic source?
I'm going to object. This message doesn't tell him anything.
I think you have to sustain the objection. You could rephrase Ms. Aker.
This is further down on the same email. I'm sorry. This was forwarded, right?
Yes.
That's the top of the page. Does this tell you who was attempting to order the enclomiphene?
Yes, the defendant.
Are you at all familiar with insulin needles?
No.
So you wouldn't know about the size of that needle at all, right?
No.
Now, I know the defense counsel repeatedly asked you for direct evidence of our murder investigation, which we have repeatedly stated that we don't have, right?
Correct.
What circumstantial evidence led you to charge the defendant in murder?
I'm going to object as asked and answered at least twice.
I don't believe it has been, Your Honor.
Overruled. I'll permit it.
What circumstantial evidence do you have that led you to believe the defendant committed the murder of Michael Cochran?
The actions of Michael Cochran and the text messages between Michael Cochran and the defendant.
And it was your testimony earlier that the defendant, in fact, told you that Michael was, quote, doing the best he's ever done in his life. Is that right?
That's correct.
The morning of February 6th, did Natalie purport to get both herself and Michael medications?
She did.
And just for clarification, who's that text message from?
It's from the defendant to Michael Cochran.
And lastly, was Natalie Cochran employed as a pharmacist at the time of Michael's death?
No, she was not.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, I neglected to have this exhibit marked. States exhibit number 30. Your Honor, this time I would ask that state exhibits 28, 29, and 30 be entered into evidence.
Any objection?
I object to the exhibit previously mentioned. I don't know what the number is. 28.
For the reason stated.
For the reason stated at the bench
All right.
conference.
I'm going to admit 28, 29, and 30. 28 over the defense objection, but I'll observe exceptions.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, recross Mr. Victor.
May I see 28, please? I'll hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 28 and tell the jury what it is.
It appears to be copies of checks that were written on an account at Bank of America for the Business Tactical Solutions Group, LLC.
Would you tell the jury if there are any checks written while Michael Cochran was alive?
Give me just a second to review. I don't see any. No, sir.
So after Michael Cochran's death, would it be fair to say that the defendant opened the account and wrote the checks on it as part of her fraud?
No.
No? Show me the evidence, if you can, that my client opened that account prior to February 5th or 6th, the flight to Lynchburg, Virginia. Show me any evidence that she opened that account prior to that date.
During my interview with Mr. Nixon, that was what I understood him to relay to me, was that she had contacted their bank, the defendant had contacted their bank for the purpose of opening an account.
Yeah, for the purposes of opening that account, I didn't ask you what the purpose was. I asked you whether they had an account open prior to February
6th of 2019.
I can't say if that account was open prior to that date or not.
And in fact, they were going there they were supposed to go there on the 6th to open the account because the banker, as he testified, needed their signatures, right?
I do recall him saying he needed their signatures, yes.
Well, then why are we beating around the bush? As far as you know, before the February 6th, 2019, that account wasn't open. That account was open later, after Michael's death.
I don't know that.
You don't know that. Prosecutor asked you whether my client signing the checks told you anything about Michael Cochran knowing or not knowing anything about his business. Is that a fair paraphrase of her question?
I want to answer that. I'm just trying to make sure that I understand it. And I don't know if you could repeat it for me.
There was a question whether Michael knew anything about her business based on these checks. And you said you couldn't tell, right?
Yes.
Right. So just because my client signed business checks after he died, because obviously he couldn't sign any more checks, that doesn't tell you what he knew or had known or didn't know or hadn't known about the business.
That was the whole purpose for his planned meeting at the Bank of America on the 6th, was to find out.
So the answer would be yes.
No, my answer is what I answered.
And you said that you had no knowledge of nootropics?
No, sir, I didn't say that.
What did you say?
I said I recalled the term or the word from either the bottle of clomiphene or documentation related to the order, which I have seen since. So it was one or the other, but I did recall that word. I just couldn't exactly remember exactly where.
And you testified on redirect that the messages between my client and her husband are circumstantial proof of her murdering Michael Cochran. Is that what you said?
I said his actions and the text messages, yes.
Actions and the text messages are circumstantial proof that she killed Mr. Cochran.
They're circumstantial and go towards that proof, yes.
Going towards the proof, or are they the proof?
Yes, they're the proof.
They're the proof. Show me the message that you claim is the proof of circumstantial evidence of my client killing Michael Cochran. Show me the one. Show the jury the one.
There's hundreds of them.
Hundreds of them.
Yes.
Well, show me number one.
I don't have them in front of me to show you.
Well, show me number two.
I don't have them here with me.
You're speculating, officer. All right, that's all I have. Withdrawn.
All right, it is withdrawn. Anything further, Ms. Akron?
Just very briefly, Your Honor. Your Honor, I would ask this be marked as the state's next exhibit. It has been shown to defense counsel.
Very well.
31 for this day, Your Honor.
Thanks.
I hate this so much. How are we even at trial? I don't get it. I hate circumstantial stuff like this. Guesswork.
Lieutenant Bledsoe, what are the dates on this account summary from Bank of America?
It says for January 30th, 2019 to January 31st, 2019.
And what day did Michael Cochran die?
February the 11th, 2019.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor. I would ask that this be moved into evidence.
No objection.
All right, it will be admitted into evidence. Anything further, Ms. Akron?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Victor?
Is it true, sir, that the bank will not open an account unless it has the wet signature of each and every signatory of the account?
Objection, Your Honor. That question should have been posed of the banker that testified. This witness has no way to answer that question.
Sustained.
All right. Did you hear the banker testifying to that effect?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't recall that.
Wasn't that the purpose of Mr. and Mrs. Cochran going to that bank in Virginia to sign off on that account, to open it formally by giving their signatures, putting their signatures to the opening documents of that account?
Mr. Cochran had been told that he was going to be receiving $1.4 billion into that account, and he wanted to make sure.
Yes or no? It wasn't that the point of their trip to?
No, I don't believe it was.
You don't believe it was? That's all.
Anything further, Ms. Akron?
No, Your Honor.
You may step down, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Call your next witness, Ms. Akron.
They rest.
State rests, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Members of the jury,
Ridiculous.
you have heard it from the state themselves. They have rested their case. That means they have completed the presentation of their case in chief. This is a good stopping point insofar as you folks are concerned, and we will do that. I need to ask you a very important question. Would you like to have Chick-fil-A biscuits in the morning? I'm going to travel past Chick-fil-A and buy myself a chicken biscuit, and I'll get 14 more if you think that that would be desirable.
It's nice of him.
All right, I will have them for you as a treat in the morning and as a little encouragement to come back tomorrow. Please watch yourselves tonight. Don't discuss this matter with family members or friends. They will try to put pressure on you to find out information about this case. We have so much time and effort invested in it now that we need to see it through. So do not watch anything on TV. Do not get online. Do not do any research. Do not listen.
Thing is, Dana, you and me would be first in the queue. We'd be like, yep, I'll be here by 7.
Listen to anything on the radio. Please to decide this case when the time comes. Thank you very much for being here promptly. I will see you first thing in the morning. We'll start up at 9 o'clock. I will have your chicken biscuits in your jury room at least by 8:30, maybe even earlier if I can get out of bed early in the morning. So I will see you tomorrow. You may go with the bailiff to your jury room.
Is there Chick-fil-A in Boston then?
Yes.
Before we proceed further, could we approach the bench?
Yes.
They're still going. They're going to probably do some stuff, you know. Yeah, is there any in Massachusetts any Chick-fil-A's that we could try some of those biscuits or scones as they should be known? Yes, the Chick-fil-A. There you go. Happy days. Might have to try it. I'm staying right next to Dunkin' and another place as well that does breakfast. MA Mass got them just a few years ago. Okay, there is. Happy days. I know there's a Shake Shack somewhere. Shake that shack. And I'm gonna have to try and find some biscuits, chicken and gravy. Night Deb. We're still going, people. They're gonna be doing some more stuff, you know. They're gonna well, I presume they're doing more stuff, you know. But yeah, good night to you, whoever does leave. Bucky's. What's Bucky's? So I'm not sure if they're gonna go in tonight with I don't even know what you call it anymore. The motion to dismiss this case to the judge, or whether they're going to wait till tomorrow to do it. I do wonder how many witnesses they have got then for the defense. So that must be her mother then. Target. Oh, I've heard about Bucky. Sorry, I've heard. People have told me. Yeah, we did. Sorry, we did. I now remember. Sorry.
All right. Are there motions at this time?
Your Honor, I'll make a motion for an acquittal. in
Here we
this
go.
case.
Be
And
quick.
in as much as these motions, in many cases, are perfunctory motions where the evidence is overwhelming, this is not one of those cases. In fact, we can sit here and argue a couple of things and claim that there is sufficient evidence to take this case to the jury. But this case, the prosecutor's case, even if the court looks at this case in the most favorable light to the prosecution, is a collage of little suppositions which, if put together, do not even make a coherent picture. For that matter, they don't even make an incoherent picture. We have the only evidence the state has presented to this court is that at some point, my client had in her possession an insulin which we know cannot cause the type of reaction that has caused, in this case, to the alleged victim. We know that my client was perhaps a fraud and a cheat, but we have no motive, and I understand that the motive is not usually considered by the courts in arriving at the decision. Motive for this defendant to kill her husband, and the state produced none. The state admitted to having no direct evidence, but the state cannot even produce circumstantial evidence. If we had circumstantial evidence of the substance that killed Mr. Cochran, we would perhaps not be making this motion. but we don't have that evidence. All we have is a vial of insulin full and seemingly untouched, even though there seems to be a puncture in a bottle of this insulin that, as stated by the government's experts, cannot kill this cannot kill this victim. What's more, the state's star witnesses, well, at least Dr. Krieger testified that death by insulin is probably one of the reasons, maybe, but we don't know. Then Dr. Uriel stubbornly refused to admit that that there are other possibilities. We have the evidence of the alleged victim being a man of extremely questionable health, and we don't have a murder weapon. We don't have the motive. We don't have the insulin that may have been used. We have a couple of contradictory theories. First, it was the insulin in the morning in the kitchen. Then it was perhaps insulin in the bed. Then it was the insulin perhaps on the couch. These are all guesses. These are all suppositions. These are all innuendos. Then we have insulin that was administered in the morning. Then we have the theory that it was administered later on that afternoon. And that was the evidence that it would have to be continuously administered to cause the death. We have the evidence that this man, even if injected, would have been alive for 15 to 30 minutes to seek any type of help, assistance, aid, or comfort. He didn't do that. We don't have the evidence, direct or circumstantial, that Natalie Cochran killed her husband. And for that reason, I'm asking the court, well, the only evidence that potentially could be brought before this court is some evidence that the state argued for Mr. Cochran not to be taken to the hospital immediately. But that's the evidence of perhaps involuntary manslaughter. Negligent homicide, perhaps. That's a misdemeanor. That's not first-degree murder. Premeditation, when the defendant calls for a murder weapon on the same day and pretty much tells everybody, at least two witnesses, I want to kill my husband. That's the evidence. He might have just as well asked for a gun, for a murder weapon. That's not the evidence that the state can hang his hat on. There's no evidence of premeditation. There's no evidence of deliberation here. And for that matter, there is no evidence of malice. And we have also the evidence of no evidence of what Mr. Michael Cochran would have done had he learned about this alleged fraud. We have no idea what he would have done, and therefore there is no evidence that my client needed to kill him for anything. I don't believe there's a shred of evidence in this case, direct or circumstantial. And I ask the court to seriously consider an acquittal.
Thank you, Mr. Victor. Let me hear from the state, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, we do agree with the defense that the state does not have to prove motive, although there is evidence of motive. Aside from that, the state's made a prima facie case, and that's all we have to do at this stage. The circumstantial evidence is significant, overwhelming, and a reasonable jury could use it to convict this defendant. That's what they should do based upon the state of the evidence. The defense has floated a lot of smoke out there, but at the end of the day, When this man went to Raleigh General Hospital, he had a blood glucose of 21. And our experts accounted for that by him being injected with insulin. That's enough. She had motive, she had opportunity, she had the means to do it. She's a diabetes counselor. She's a pharmacist. Putting all that together, there's more than enough evidence to convict. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Truman. The court notes that the state told us all that this would be a circumstantial case. We've heard from significant witnesses, and perhaps the most important one in the court's mind was Dr. Uriel, who testified that the only way this victim could have died would be from insulin. We have heard about a motive that the defendant may have had to proceed in this manner against her husband. The court believes that a prima facie case has been established here, sufficient enough to take the case to the jury. The court is therefore constrained to deny the defendant's motion for judgment of acquittal, and I'll preserve this matter fully for the possibility of a review on appeal. All right, the next item we have to do, I have to advise the defendant of her Newman rights. I have to discuss with her right to testify in her own behalf in this case. For that purpose, we'll have to clear the courtroom of the state and all parties associated with the state. And also, I would ask to clear out the media as well, because this is a very private matter, and all parties that are here to observe as well.
Well, I'm not fucking sticking around. I mean, they're done for the day, so there's no point sticking around for that. If we do miss anything, I'll play it tomorrow, but I don't think we're missing anything. I've never heard of that before. Get everyone out. You're only asking if she wants to testify, the judge. Do you know what? Let me cancel that. I wish more judges had backbones. I can't for 1 second see how this has even gotten trial, let alone. I understand circumstantial. I get it, but it's just like guesswork. It's just like, well, let's eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Which case are we going to take? Well, let's take this one. No matter what he says, right, guys? We got to take it all the way. He's going to be guilty, okay? Okay, right. Oh, fuck. Not sure about this one, but hey, we said we'll take it all the way. Fuck it. I just hate this shit. Hate it. People's lives are in their hands and they just do all this shit. I want to know 100% that someone is guilty. I'd rather she was on the streets after she comes out of prison and we got it wrong. And, if she did do it, then let God, welcome her at the pearly gates, and then she'll, get down to hell or whatever. But I just don't fucking. I hate this shit. I hate this shitty. I hate this shitty on rock and roll. I know, but she shouldn't be going to jail. That's the problem, though. Do you know what I mean? Well, she's in prison at the minute. She's in prison now. But she should. I just don't see how she should be going. I know a lot of people are going to say she should be in jail for whatever reason. She's a bitch. She faked this, faked that, whatever. But when you just dial it down, did she murder? Like, even the lead detective was like, "Well, I don't actually know how she did it, or what, like when or anything." But I don't know. I think the eye drop case, I did think she was guilty, though, Jonathan. I thought she was more. There was more stuff there. This one, I don't see it personally. I don't see it. I couldn't, with good conscience, vote guilty. But jurors will find her guilty. Whether all 12 will, I'm not sure, but there will be jurors that will find her guilty. So based on circumstantial evidence, because the question is, well, if not her, then who? She could exactly, Sarah P. She could very well have done it. I'm not saying she didn't do it. That's what I'm saying. Let God decide at the pearly gates. If she did do it, she's going to hell. Let him decide, because I can't, with good conscience, send someone to prison on circumstantial evidence like that. And this is so circumstantial. It's not even close. Like the eye drops one was circumstantial, yes, but in the end I felt that when you weigh it out, I did think she was guilty. This one, she may well be guilty, but there's not enough evidence there. It's like, what is there? Anyway. Guilty unless proven guilty. It's just, it doesn't seem like it matters anymore. People will just people think it's a game, I think, and it's not a game. It's not a game. This is why it's scary. Do you know what I mean? I know a lot of people come into true crime and trials, not you guys, but other people, because I can't read. They don't have a clue that the can't read trial is one thing. Look at if they saw this fucking trial, you could see how people would get convicted over nothing. We see it all the time. It's disheartening. It's disheartening. If she gets convicted, oh my days. Oh my days. In some ways, it scares you. Do you even want to leave the house anymore? Do you know what I mean? Fuck. They don't. They're just happy with their chicken biscuits, their biscuits, whatever they call them. And I'm not going to go with the jury. The jury's not. I just think there should be more training on stuff. There should be more understanding by the court across the land to better understand, because the attorneys try and showcase what reasonable doubt is, but I think the court, there should be like an induction period where before you become a juror, you have to spend like 2 hours listening to this clip, go through a course. I don't know, but there should be something to explain the magnitude of it and to explain this is the repercussions if you get it wrong. This, look at all the people in prison that done it. I don't want to blackmail them, but you have to be right. You have to, with good conscience, be 100% sure, because it's not a game. This could be somebody that you care about. Oh, I don't know. I'm saddened to see this even. And people take an oath. These attorneys have all taken oaths, and they brought this to trial. And again, I'm not even saying she didn't do it. There's a good chance she did do it. But that's not the point. Like we always say, rather have 100 guilty people on the streets and even one innocent person in prison. It's just no joke. It's no joke, And I believe in that. I always say 10, but lawyer says 100. I'd rather have 10 people out on the streets that are totally guilty than just that one person in prison that didn't do it. It could be anywhere. So you're right. Yeah, I could. Yeah, I'm with you, Lady Di. I'm with you. There's a good chance that she probably did. Do you know what I mean? It's just too convenient. Do you know what I mean? But that's not what we're here to do. We're here to convict on evidence, and there's no evidence of it. So yeah, I'm the same. I'm the same with you, with Sarah P and everybody. So yeah, you have to be 100%. But anyway, I've set up the stream for tomorrow already. It's there live, waiting. So we will go live at 1:45 tomorrow, UK time, 9:45 Eastern time. And yeah, thank you everybody for being here today. Thank you, chat. It was lovely. You're all great as always. So yeah, with that, I know a lot of you busy, but with that, I will love you and leave you. Again, thank you so much to Gary for the 10 gifted memberships, Cara Disney Queen for the 10, and Amy for the 5/4 maybe, and Tifoni for the super chat. And also to Deb, Rhode Island, for the paper. Jonathan, lovely to see you. Yeah, I'm glad to see you back tomorrow. Daffodil, get in the shower, girl. Cool down a little bit. Right, everybody. Yahoo truck, everybody. See you all. Lady Di, see you all in the morning. Okay, my darlings. See you all later. Night night.